We've reached the dog days of summer. It is hot, 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 both in the world and, of course, inside the arena for Clash Royale as CRL 2024 continues our road towards World Finals. Hello, welcome. I'm Rich Slayton, joined by Andrew Guy, Joshua Jackson, and Jackson Juicy J Wall for what's going to be an exciting day with a whole bunch of new cards. Yeah, not Joshua Jackson. He was in the Mighty Ducks.
I wish Joshua Jackson was here.
It would be so much better. Josh, can you call him up? Like ducks fly together. You know what I mean? Either way, we have a bunch of new cards, some veterans in the mix, and of course, some players trying to make their first ever trip to Clash Royale League World Finals. Andrew, it's going to be a fun July. We have 3 new cards. What's your favorite of the new goblins in our universe?
You know, it's really interesting. I feel like when Machine came out, it was the most dominant card we'd seen in a really long time. I think Demolisher is really the only viable one that is going to be played here this weekend. We'll see, though. We can see some cool cursing. But either way, I'm excited to see any of these new cards getting worked into the mix.
Joshua, in the overall Goblin verse, there's so many Goblin cards now. What's the best named Goblin card in the game?
Okay. So I have two. One of them is Goblins, just because I don't know if it was the Germans, but I started saying Stabby Goblins, and it's just so much fun. And then the other one, I would have to say Drill. It's my favorite genre of music, so I like seeing it in the game as well.
All right, little Ice Spice fan up here in the building. Jackson, are Andrew and Josh right? Did they get one wrong? Where you at?
I'm definitely with Josh all the way on the names there, and I gotta be exactly on with Andrew as well. I think the Goblin Demolisher we might see a little bit today. Very strong all around. I mean, it's like a dual kind of defensive card and win condition at the same time.
Well, a lot of players hoping to demolish their opponents and get themselves all the way to that golden ticket spot. Juicy, let's first take a look at how they got to this weekend.
Looking at the roadmap here, stage 1 is always Path of Legends. You have to get top 1,000 in Path of Legends. Stage 2 is the monthly qualifier. That 1,000 people through Swiss bracket, through group stage, it gets all the way down to 8. That 8 people are now, right here, right now, stage 3, the monthly finals.
That's right, and at the monthly finals, you know how we do it, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be the 8 players that Juicy just mentioned, whittled down to this double elimination bracket. That's right, 2 lives to give, and if you're Mama, maybe you give it up in the first match, maybe you don't ever give it up at all. Best of 3 matches using our out-of-game duel mode, which means you're going to have to practice your patience a little bit in between games so that our players can reset, readjust, and refire for their second and third games. And of course, the winner of this tournament here today, we're going to go from match number 1 all the way to the golden ticket. They'll be joining us at World Finals in 2024. Will it be Mohamed Light again, or will it be someone else to dethrone the King AC? 2 months left, a lot more money to go.
That's right. Hey, just for getting here, you can go 0-2, and that's happened before. You still walk away with $1,500 finishing 8th and 7th. $3,000 goes to 5th and 6th. $5,000 to 4th, $8,000 to 3rd, $11,000 to 2nd, and 17 grand. 17 big ones if you finish number 1 overall today, and a golden ticket to the World Finals. There is a ton on the line with only 2 to go.
There are, of course, lots of different ways to make it to World Finals. There's winning the golden ticket by winning a monthly final. We've done 3 of those so far, 2 more to go. There's our regular CRL points leaderboard, our community points leaderboard. There's what's happening over in our China region. There are a ton of ways to make it to World Finals. Josh, let's take a look at the players who've already gotten their ticket punched.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we see it right here. The golden tickets, April monthly final going to Mohamed Light, May monthly final going to Ta, June monthly final, that was the last month, going to Cal Pedro. Let's take a look at Pedro's path for him to be able to win a golden ticket overall. He started off last month beating Lucas 2-0. We see right there the finishing touches, just a very simple and a really good set overall. We know that Pedro can show up when it comes to the World Finals. He was able to finish top 3 last year, and I really expect him to do well. His stage presence is like no other. He was able to go 2-0 against Lucas, 2-0 against Riley, 2-1 against Ta, and he was wasn't able to finish it going against Mohamed Light. Was 1-2, 0-2 against him in the World Finals, but hey, or at the end of the finals. But look, it doesn't matter. You win $11,000. You're gonna be able to get it to World Finals, and I mean, once you get to that stage, nothing else matters. It doesn't matter how great you were at the beginning of the season. It matters then. And I mean, Pedro, he's got to feel good for this year.
All right, next we're going to be looking at the leaderboard here. So as you saw on the previous graphic, there are multiple different ways to make it to the World Finals. One of the ways is through this leaderboard. Adriel currently sitting at #1. If the monthly finals ended now, everything was over, Adriel would make it to the World Finals. But as you saw, Adriel's not in this month's monthly finals. We have 2 players on this leaderboard playing today. We have Lucas and Sub. They're going to be able to get some extra points to maybe make it there. We have another leaderboard. Rich, walk us through the community leaderboard.
Of course, outside of Clash Royale League, lots of community events throughout 2024. Some happening right now. You can go to event.supercell.com /Clash Royale to try to find your way through all those events, and you will gain points not on top of the prizing you can win from those different competitions. Right now, Riley in the lead, but still you see some of those players like Lucas, who's here this weekend. More than one way to get yourself that ticket to our World Finals. So that's a really important part of this one. But let's talk about right now, not what's happening elsewhere. Andrew, let's look at our 8 players and what they have to do today to win that golden ticket.
Yeah, the fastest way to do a golden ticket is right here, right now, today. We got 8 players that are ready to go. Mohamed Light starting things off against Rainbow. Will Momo drop his first match? That is the biggest question here. Obviously doing it the last 2 months, then turning things around, taking that crown. Morten and Clown. We got Goten going up against Clown, who's one of Mo Light's practice partners. That's going to be an exciting match number 2. Match number 3, 2 of the best players in the game yet to hold that world trophy. Of course, Ardentoas and Lucas. Excited to see both of them here. And at the bottom of your screen, we got Sub, who is a competitive player who's starting to really build a name for himself, going up against one of the biggest content creators in the game in Pompeo. Really excited to see all 8 of these gentlemen compete here today for World Finals. And of course, what does that mean? That means predictions are coming. And as Rich just said, event.supercell.com /Clash Royale for you to get your own predictions in. You have to predict from match 1 all the way through the finals. And I know it seems a little weird on the website, but that's how you do it. So go do that right now so you can get your in-game rewards. Boom, you see it right there. Juicy is calling Mo Light to drop that first set once again. I just don't know, Juice. I just don't know if it's going to happen again. The thing here, though, is we got me and Juicy going for Clown in match number 2. Rich and Josh going for Morten in match number 2. Rich, what are your thoughts here on Goten taking down Clown? I mean, Clown has been so good lately. He barely missed World Finals last year. What makes you think Morten's going to edge him out today?
Well, I really like who Morten's working with for analysis. I really like what Morten's doing overall. And look, really this is more than anything. You can see my whole list, and same thing as Josh. We're both going old school. I'm picking veterans. I'm picking Mohamed Light. I'm picking the man with more World Finals appearances than anybody in Morten. I'm picking the old school 2.6 god turned back-to-back monthly final champion without a coach, Lucas. And I'm picking the Pomp deck to pump Pompeo to the finals.
Wow, I mean, that was really, really well said. Juicy, you and I are on the exact same page other than Mo Light. What are your thoughts here on the following 3 matches with Clown, Arden, and Sub?
I think the biggest thing to say is, number 1, Mohamed Light is the best player in the world, but in the first 3 monthly finals, Mohamed Light lost the first round, and then he went through the entire lower bracket run and the bracket reset and won the whole thing. I mean, I just got to pick it again. I did it last month. I got to do it again. We're going to pick Rainbow to beat Mo Light, not because he's better, but because Mo Light's just a little bit nervous in that first set.
It does tend to happen. It ends up being the thing that Mohamed Light does, but that's the Mohamed Light way. Lose game 1, lose match 1, and then run through the lower bracket, get those those jitters out. But Andrew, you and I were talking before show, and is this maybe the day where Mohamed Light wins? Do you have this? There's a feeling in the air, right? Does he win today in number 1, and then maybe, just maybe, someone else actually wins a monthly final?
It's like when you go and you play roulette. Don't gamble, kids. But you go and you play roulette, and it lands on black 17 times in a row, and you're like, there's no way it's gonna land on black black again. I have to pick red, and then it lands on black once again. So I don't know, for some reason today, it feels like this is the day for Mohamed Light. It's also a brand new meta, right? Like the game feels more balanced right now than it has in a really, really long time. I'm excited to see the tower troop conversation. You know, it went from only Dagger Duchess to now maybe only being Princess. So we've talked in the past about maybe Momo being just a step behind on adjusting right away, or maybe he can't hit his S+ tier as quickly as he'd like when the meta just changes. So maybe today all things will come together for Rainbow to send Mo Light down to the lower bracket, and then someone else, obviously, because he never seems to lose in that lower bracket.
And, you know, Jackson, talking about Rainbow, he had a nice performance, 5-1 during the group stage. Had a few games where he lost game 1 and made the comeback. It feels like you want to come out firing against Mo in that game number 1 if you're going to have a chance against him.
Oh yeah, you gotta use your best decks. You gotta just play very well, and you have to take in fact that the nerves are gonna happen with Mo. I think it was the second monthly final where Faust was actually playing in an airport against Mo in the first round and was still able to win anyways. We have a interesting graphic here: 90% for Mo and 20% for Rainbow. An extra 110% total here. Absolutely legendary. I mean, that just goes to show that more people are believing in Rainbow than possible.
And you know, Josh, Rainbow, we're getting a little bit of love for him in the group stages with Katashian, Coco, and Victor, which was certainly not easy. Did take a loss to Katashian, as I said before, 5-1 overall. When you think about the things that make Rainbow really, really solid, what can he lean on here against Mohamed Light?
You know, that is a fantastic question, and I do not have an answer because it feels like everything is so fresh right now, especially with the meta and how everything's going. We were talking about it all day. We might see Hog in every single set, so I'm not exactly sure just yet. And right here, set number 1, Mo Light, already running Hog.
Rainbow did play Monk in all 6 of his matches during the group stage. Very consistently leaned on this as his most played champion throughout the Sunday phase from last weekend. And the Mighty Miner out for Mohamed Light. So far, no new goblins. A little chip damage in on the reflection. Royal Giant aggressive from Rainbow to open up.
Yeah, right there. Very clean defense from Mohamed Light. Gonna already have the Evo Skeletons in cycle. Is that gonna get a second shot? It will. So RG putting in a lot of work, and Mo Light, I mean, as well as he defended right there, still took quite a bit of damage.
Mo played this deck one time during the group stage, did get a win with it. Very solid with this one, although he did have the Tesla as his Evo as opposed to the Skeletons in that one. Certainly feeling happy for those Evo Skeletons after that first exchange.
Rainbow just trying to set up. He got his early push in, and usually with these kind of RG decks, you're trying to set up double RGs, but now with the Evos and everything, especially with the Monk's help, you only need one these days.
Hog gonna go ahead and do a little work here, 2376 to 2303 with the first couple of minutes of gameplay already passing. As we get into double elixir, Josh, what are some keys for Mohamed to watch out for as the pushes for Rainbow start to get a little bigger?
Yeah, oh my, this is actually incredibly massive. This is exactly what you want if you're Mohamed Light. That's gonna be one shot and almost a second, but not just quite. Really, you just want clean defense. It's never gonna be too difficult conceptually if you're the Hog player. All you really need to do is have clean defenses every single time. It's just whether or not you can actually pull off those kind of defenses.
About 30 seconds left as Mohamed Light sets up his Mighty Miner into the Royal Giant lane. Monk in front, and Fisherman trying to create some separation as Demolisher will go to work on that Mighty Miner. Fishboy looks for the Ice Spirit, doesn't get it, pulls the Miner away. But Tesla looking like it's holding pretty nicely against this Evo Royal Giant. Second RG down, Ice Spirit looking to hold at the bridge, and Mohamed Light, you see the rhythm here. Barbaro goes to clear the Evo Skellies, does not get them all, and that is a huge mistake for Rainbow.
Yeah, let's see if the counter push is going to be nasty for Mohamed Light. Rainbow coming in with the early prediction skeletons, just trying to place it down on top of the hog correctly. And right there, I think that's going to be a shot. No, because of the fireball, it's not going to be anything. But Mohamed Light has Rainbow on his heels.
Starting to put Rainbow a little bit behind on the elixir side of things. Monk Reflection not activated here, and now finally goes for it. Not quite going to activate King Tower. Not really a problem, though, with this Royal Giant deck. Hog in one more time. Skelly split some DPS. Fishboy to the opposite side. Hog does get one. 14-10, that bottom right-hand tower. Lead from Mohamed Light. Fairly significant, over 600 HP with the final minute approaching.
Yeah, I really like what Rainbow's doing in terms of trying to predict the hogs with the skeletons. It's a very intelligent play, but he's not getting the fisherman down in time, so it's not actually mattering, even though it is a great play overall.
Demolisher looking to put a little bit extra on the left-hand side. Does not connect to the Firecracker and get her off the board. 45 seconds left. What's Rainbow got to do to try to steal this one back, Josh?
I don't know. I'm not sure if it's going to be possible. Mohamed Light is just doing exactly what he needs to do. He's almost protecting his Tesla right there, but didn't get it down quite in time. I mean, the Monk just, it's not doing enough against these Princess Towers. It's the difference between the Princess and the Duchess Tower.
Royal Giant in Earthquake to slow. Can he pull the Mighty Miner away? Mighty Miner does get on the Evo. Royal Giant does get pulled away. Demolisher not able to get the Tesla out of the way. Hog into the right-hand side. And wow, there's been some good damage from Rainbow. The Fireball has to come out on defense, and he cannot cycle back again. Earthquake will widen the gap just enough, and game number one goes to Mohamed Light.
I mean, that was one of the best games I've ever seen when it comes to a monthly finals and just a game one overall. Both players played out of their minds. Mohamed Light's defense in every single situation, I was holding my breath saying, is this going to be the push that's going to be able to get through? And it just never happened. I feel like both players played like an 8, 9 out of 10 kind of level right there.
It was really clean from Mohamed Light, and I don't know if you thought about any opportunities. Again, the defense, the defensive sequencing from Mohamed Light was perfect. Really great use of the cycle cards, stacking Teslas. What, if anything, could Rainbow have done differently to break through?
I mean, I really don't think there was anything. He tried every single possible different thing he could. He did multiple RGs. He had 2 Phoenixes, a Monk, and an Evo RG up on the board. And Mohamed Light defended with a Tesla, an Evo Firecracker, and Ice Spirit. There is nothing you could really say with Rainbow. I mean, obviously the missed Fireball is something, but other than that, I mean, look at this push. You should not be able to get, you should not get 0 damage from that push.
And Mohamed now 14 for 14 this month with Hog Riders, as we're seeing a bit more popularity now with the Dagger Duchess, not quite so dominant as she's been in the past. Josh, game number 1 in the books. In the previous games where Mo has run Hog Rider, game number 1, he's gone for Drill in game number 2 as an option. Graveyard, something else he's played with these cards out. With RG being the play in game number 1, though, and some of the better Graveyard counters still available and the better Drill counters still available, what do you think might be a direction for Mohamed in game number 2?
Yeah, I always recommend Mohamed Light to just run Drill. It's the type of deck that if you have the advantage as a player, not necessarily deck versus deck, but as a player, you can often win most matchups. And we all know how good Mohamed Light is. If you get him with any kind of 40-60 matchup, 30-70 matchup even, he's going to be able to walk away with a victory. I'd like to see him go Drill in game number 2.
So with that in mind, if you're predicting Drill for Rainbow, I mean, you have certainly pretty much every single Drill counter available right now. Which direction do you lean for Rainbow as an overall deck choice if you're expecting to be against Drill?
I'm not exactly sure. I don't really know if you want to go quick cycle, because if you get matched up in a quick cycle versus quick cycle against Mo, you're kind of in an unfortunate spot overall. I don't know. I'm going to flip the question on you, Rich. If you are Mohamed Light's opponent, what would you do with RG out for the decks for yourself?
Probably I'd flip a coin, right? I mean, I don't know if I want to do this against Drill specifically, but you know, there's a Lava Loon deck that runs Valk that Rainbow's run in the past, right? And so it's trying to go, hey, I'm going to bet, we see Tesla out already. I'm going to bet that you don't go with a good air countering building, and I'm going to try to counter a couple key drills early and overload you the best that I can. But again, trying to figure out what you do against Mohamed Light is kind of like trying to figure out how you beat a wall in a game of tennis.
And right there, I'm not sure if that's a misplay from Mohamed Light, because I think that his thought process was to try and put the miner in the middle to take the aggro from both Princess Towers, but instead only the left one shoots for the miner, and the left side still gets 500 damage.
Nice connection to start things off. And Rainbow did run a little bit of miner during the group stage, although ran that in a Demolisher deck. Have not seen him run it with the Archer Queen. But you see he does have the Valk, plus the Log looking to cover possible drills, it seems.
Kind of a weird interaction from Mohamed Light. It's not often where we see him kind of waste cards right there. And right there, that was a pretty big waste. The wall breakers didn't really do anything, but already cycled himself to the Evo wall breakers. I don't know. It's just, I would have liked to see him maybe cycle, like split it in the middle, but not necessarily at the bridge. Just something where he's not immediately wasting the wall breakers.
And guards in, miner to the back, easy pickup, Fire Spirit to cover at the bridge, arrows trying to clear from Mohamed Light. He will continue to extend the lead, 22:06 to 29:94 as we go into double elixir time.
And I'm just trying to figure out Mohamed Light's last card.
Showtime.
I don't, this looks like the kind of deck that doesn't have a big spell. And I'm just trying to figure out what that last card could even be.
He already ran Log, so he's not running Log plus arrows. He has run this with Inferno Dragon to cover against big tanks, but and that would explain why we haven't seen it yet if he was running the cover and instead it's the bomb tower.
Wow. It's a very creative and fun deck from Mohamed Light. Really liking what I'm seeing from him in this game.
And so we do have the extra firepower of that miner chip, but keep in mind, or of the wall breakers of the miner from Mohamed Light, but keep in mind, the Log Poison cycle with the Archer Queen for Rainbow can really add a lot of firepower late in the game. And as we've reached the sudden death period, you can already see Rainbow creeping back into this one, down by less than 300 HP.
Yeah, pretty good offensive push right there. Nice Fire Spirit to catch the E-Spirit right there. And that is a great use of the ability.
And you see Rainbow just totally out of his mind with the way that Monk ability shut down his defense, and all the lead he had evaporated in a moment.
Wow. And right there, the Log is going to come out in time, but there is just almost nothing you can do. Once Mohamed Light is in this kind of advantage, it's just going to be miners on your tower, and you just can't do a thing about it.
Rainbow trying to get aggressive, bomb tower down, Valk tanking for the miner. Guards do get there a little late, so some chip in for Rainbow, but he does not get the catch on the miner the opposite direction. So down to 464. And it's all about that one play, Josh. Completely opened up the board. It was a game that Rainbow was starting to come back in. He was definitely making a good case for a win in this one, and then the beautiful Monk ability reflected the Log, protected the wall breakers. And you can already see the joy on Mohamed Light's face as he takes the not often seen 2-0 win in the opening round of a bracket.
Man, what a deck from Mohamed Light. This is something that I'm going to talk about with his coach after the day is over. I really like that deck overall, especially when you get that kind of matchup. I'm not sure I agree with Rainbow using specifically that minor quick cycle deck. It's what I was worried about, using a quick cycle deck against Mo. You get in those kind of weird spots, and Mo's always going to find a win.
Well, it really felt like he had a good look at it, right? I mean, we see here early on where Mohamed Light is having a lot of success with the miner, with the arrows, clearing out the guards, which are the best response. But this is it right here. Oh, no, this is not it quite yet. That's the first wall breakers connection. But you can see with the miner poison work, Rainbow's already starting to get back. But this should be cycling back to the wall breakers. There we go. The Evo wall breakers for the Tesla, and Rainbow, you can see the look on his face where he just knew he got. He absolutely knew he got by that one before the interaction even happened, and that was the GG. Well played. Up until that moment, Josh, it looked like with the Archer Queen and then the 3-card cycle for the Miner Poison Log that there was a really good shot for Rainbow to come back and win this game.
Yeah, I really like that we went over that specific replay, because it really is just dependent on that just being a bad Valkyrie in the bottom left. If he doesn't do that and instead he uses the Valkyrie on top of the wall breakers plus the Monk, he probably would have been able to defend that pretty easily. And who knows what would have happened at the end of that game. Let's take a look at the decks overall for game number 2, the wall breakers and Wizard. I really like that Monk is still easily one of the best champions to use overall, even without the Dagger Duchess being a reflection kind of situation going on anymore. It's still just a really good card overall.
It's certainly powerful, and we've seen the use put down today. And you talk about Dagger Duchess being with the nerf, and we went through the Dagger Duchess meta, and now so far so Princess. Andrew, do we see anything other than Princess Towers today, or is it Princess? Are we going classic all weekend for CRL?
I think it's probably going to be classic all weekend. I think we might get a couple Cannoneers throughout the day, but I think Dagger Duchess is completely nerfed out of existence here in competitive play, which is a little bit of a bummer. I understand how difficult it is to get those tower troops balanced perfectly to where you'd be like, I have no idea what we're going to see in this next game, and based off of what was used in game 1, we're definitely going to see blank in game 2. I mean, I was even talking to Juicy off camera about that as we look at the bracket here about hey, now that Hog is out, is Dagger Duchess even remotely viable? And he still says no. So Mohamed Light comes out easy 2-0, and Juice and I were also talking about how it's a new meta, there's new cards, it's super balanced right now, but Mohamed Light doesn't have to adjust to anything playing Hog EQ, right? He's been truly one of the best Hog EQ players that has ever done it. He just, was in the top, 3 or 4 or something like that in the global tournament. He put out some videos of him just absolutely dominating with Hog EQ, and you see him do it here. I think everyone else has to be worried about, what a weird deck in game number 2. I love it. He plays through, in my mind, what is a tough matchup there. It seemed like Rainbow had all the answers. As long as he could keep that AQ away from the Monk, right? That AQ should have been super impactful without Mo having a big spell or a way to get to her. And Momo does Momo things. He gets back around to that ability. Absolutely brutal stuff there for Rainbow. Really exciting though, in my opinion, here in match number 1.
And speaking of exciting, you can up the excitement by going to event.supercell.com/Clash Royale to play along with us. Watch and earn rewards throughout Clash Royale League here today and with all of our offerings this season. And speaking of offerings, I say take a look at our next matchup here. We go from one of our all-time classic players to maybe the most classic player remaining in CRL, a veteran still here from our first season in 2018, Morten, taking on the surging, the dangerous, and maybe one of the biggest breakout stars of the last year and a half in Clown, Andrew.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at this, both of these guys, I feel like, did not accomplish what they wanted last year when it came to World Finals, right? Morten ends up going out on day number 1. It was, all of the Germans getting eliminated on day number 1, which is the worst he's ever done when you talk about his showing at World Finals. But he's still grinding, he's still goating, he's still making content, he's still streaming 8 hours a day. And then on the other side of it with Clown, missing World Finals by just a couple spots, right? He was literally right outside those players that got to come to World Finals. So I imagine he's even hungrier here in 2024. And when you talk about how exceptional his gameplay is, you know, he's practicing with Mohamed Light regularly. You know, the best sharpens the best there. And I think Clown, you look too, you know, he's young. He looks just as calm as Morten does. And I think that actually is going to do a lot of work for him here. You know, I think in game number 1 or match number 1, you looked at Rainbow, and some of the gameplay there definitely showed that Rainbow was feeling the nerves a little bit. And it looks like the crowd does not agree with me. They're in your camp here, Rich, going with Morten, 77%.
Well, you know, sometimes a vote is a vote. Sometimes a vote is a popularity contest, and you know, I'm still going with Morten. I still like the pick here for both gameplay reasons and for personal reasons. But you know, every once in a while, someone's got to go, hey, let's let the classics carry the tune for the night as we get into gameplay here. And it's interesting looking at Clown today, Andrew, because Clown did play a decent amount of minor, and he played some minor Prince specifically during the group stage, but one of the few players to really lean on Graveyard during our group stage. And you gotta wonder, was it because he felt like Graveyard was good in those moments, or because he was trying to protect some of his deck pool for this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, well, that's the cool thing right now about the meta is that Graveyard is viable, E-Giant is viable, Minor Poison Control is viable, again, Hoggy Q is viable, which is why we're seeing Fishboy and Monk so much to start our day. I mean, Hoggy Q or even Royal Piggy's AQ is one of the most dominant decks right now, and I think a lot of it, too, is that not only is it because it's viable, but you imagine these players have missed playing Minor Poison Control and Hog for a long time. It's been a long time since the meta actually was favorable to these archetypes, as opposed to just forcing it in because you love to play said archetype.
And fun little composition so far from Morten, as he has Fishboy plus Night Witch and the Wizard. I mean, it's if you took Clash Royale now and showed it to somebody from 3 years ago, I think that their minds would explode.
Yeah, well, they'd be like, why do those cards look like that? What are those cards? The Evo conversation is also really fascinating. A lot of people saying that Tesla is no longer even close to the top 3 Evo cards. And you know, when you talk about where it fits into decks and what your other options are, it makes sense why Clown is running Evo Tesla here. Plus, it leaves his options open quite a bit. Valkyrie has really got an uptick in usage. And of course, top of your screen there, Evo Wizard still arguably the best Evo in the game.
And for a card that was arguably one of, if not the worst card in the game for so long in Wizard, it's such a turnaround.
And this is another fascinating conversation, Rich. There's a big conversation out there about Evo recruits, which, you know, I'm very curious to see if that conversation comes up at all today in the competitive scene. But the other one is about Void and how dominant that card is and how weird it is when it comes from a Clash Royale perspective. We've never had a card like Void where you can just click anywhere on the map and eliminate a card and almost always get positive trades. And if you're not getting a positive trade, you're kind of preventing something from happening in the future, right? It's like when you fireball a Magic Archer. Well, now you can fireball that Magic Archer for a +1 trade, and you don't have to think about him at the bridge. It's really a... I don't like playing against Void, but I do like watching it being played at the highest level.
Morten able to shut down that extra chip damage with the Fire Spirit, courtesy of his Evo Zap. Minute 48 remaining as Clown sets up for defense, preparing for the next onslaught from Morten.
Yeah, and this is going to be really what this game is all about for the next 100 seconds, which is just about Morten trying to build these big pushes using the HP that he has, right? I mean, he's got these big beefy cards, but he has to be able to get to the AQ every time, like you're seeing right there. And then using the Monk opposite lane, I like, because the Monk has to kind of work against that Valkyrie the Valkyrie has to work against the Monk here for Morten, and then ideally, like you're seeing, cycle back to it so that you can get it up in the face of the Wizard. So I'll be very curious to see how Clown continues to play his defenses as Morten is going to try to spread him thin using the beefiness of his deck.
Little elixir lead, though, for Clown as he decides to double down, get the Miner out in front of the Archer Queen. She'll get picked up by the Giant, but 54 seconds left. Clown with a significant lead and adding to it as the poison chips away. 1680 to 2144. And that Valk ability just shutting down the Giant getting to that tower.
And that's exactly what you have to do, right? That's exactly what I was trying to hint at, is that you have to get back to a Valkyrie, whether it's Evo or not, to get in between the tank and that Wizard, because the Wizard being behind with the shield can be so brutal to get on top of. Valkyrie's uptick, I think a big part of it is because we're seeing Wizard being used all over the place. And yeah, I mean, Clown's defense is insane. You know, you look at his win rate with Miner, it's a 57% win rate, but he ran it 76 times. 76 times in qualies.
And you see Morten trying to predict with the Void spell, getting a hold of nothing, and you saw him kind of selling out there, kind of letting the Miner go to work on his own tower, recognizing he had to bank that 3 elixir for a push, and just couldn't put it together. Clown absolutely shutting it down in game number 1.
I mean, the defense, just absolutely stellar defense, great recognition of cycle, knowing when he needed his Valkyrie, knowing where he needed his AQ. It was just beautiful from top to bottom. And also, you know, he makes it look easy and obvious, but protecting that Archer Queen with guards or whatever else it's really nice, because it just makes Morten have to spend a little bit more attention, a little bit more elixir on taking care of a card that is absolutely brutal to him coming across the bridge and actually getting damage in. And you know, the other thing too is you're looking at one of the most underutilized Evos in Tesla, since people are, you know, again saying that it's kind of been nerfed. And then Valkyrie, you know, Valkyrie is really good, but there's other Evos out there that people are saying are better, and I think it's a great way for Clown to start this set.
Yeah, winning with not just underused Evos, but really utilizing what they're good at, right? And we saw a number of times in particular some major Giant damage where the Evo Valk was able to pull that Giant away. And man, Morten kind of YOLOing, trying to get that prediction Void to break on through, not able to do it. So now we go into game number 2, Evo Wizard and Zap out for Morten, Valk and Tesla out for Clown. And kind of we saw the really great use of setting up the Archer Queen in the back to get 3-card cycle out of Clown and really capitalize off that over time. Morten, I mean, it is interesting to see him playing a deck where the win can, what's the best way to put this? Morten, whenever I think of Morten's gameplay, I usually think of decks that have more than one way to win. Yeah. And this is kind of the opposite. This is a deck that has one way to win. Power blow on through with a Giant plus. Thoughts on maybe where we go from here with Morten?
I mean, I'm not 100% sure, but I do want to kind of go back to the point that you're making right there, and this is something that I've heard Juicy say on stream. It's something that we've talked about for years, is when you're relying on one win condition, it's just a really tough spot to put yourself in, especially when you're going up against a deck like that. You know, and when you talk about having one win condition, you know, just a month ago, this deck would have had 2 win conditions with the Monk, right? Because Dagger Duchess was everywhere. That Monk ability coming across the bridge, that was enough to be considered a half win condition. All you need is 1.5 to be successful. If you're just gonna have one and only one, and it's something like Giant, you gotta play it really perfectly, and you have to hope that you have a decent matchup. Otherwise, you know, you're never gonna be able to break through like we saw in that first game.
Morten had a bit more success last weekend playing a very similar deck, but with the Goblin Giant evolution. And here we go back to what we would think more of as classic Morten gameplay. Royal Hogs come right into a Wizard plus Ghost.
Yeah, Wizard, Ghost, Evo Bats. It's been cool to see Evo Bats being worked back into the mix. You know, I really do love that almost all the Evos are viable. Evo Ice Spirit is actually really strong right now. So we're seeing Morten going to, you know, Royal Piggy's cycle here with the Evo Ice Spirit and the Evo Skellies. Probably gonna have AQ, EQ as the last 2.
Things slow down a little bit as Clown sets up his Monk in the bat. Immediate push, opposite lane, just Bats to work against those pigs. And the King Tower activation does get done for a second there. Looked like it might be a fail.
Yeah, that's going to be really, really helpful. Prince, man, it's been cool. I mean, this is such a cool game. If you look at this game right now, and a month ago, You look at what was played at the top of the leaderboard and in competitive. It's so cool to see all these cards work back in the mix. Oh, Magic Archer is back. Monk is doing something completely different now. Prince is here. You know, Bats are here. Evo Ice Spirit. This Royal Hogs deck is back. Like, there's so many cool things about the meta right now. It's so diverse.
And the potential to overwhelm and go the opposite direction with some of these spammy cards, really dangerous for Morten. And I have to be very careful about some of these bridge fights.
I mean, Morten is going to have a lot of difficulty in general taking care of all these support cards. You know, the spells he has is EQ and Log, and he has to be able to take care of Magic Archers and Wizards and Bats, and these are all really difficult to do when you don't have that. And look at that, a big connection at the top of your screen, the reflection on the cannon, Wizard is on the tower, that ability, or excuse me, the Evo is going to kill the Skellies if they even get there, and that's a huge blow early here by Clown.
I like the 3-1 split out of Morten, trying to make some decisions happen. Archer Queen gonna go down to the Prince with 24 seconds left. Clown in the lead by almost 400.
And the other thing too is these drills are going to be tough to get on top of when you talk about the ability to kind of NATO away things and you know, NATO away the skeletons. So you're kind of going to rely on perfect Ice Spirits and Logs a lot of the time, but then you add in a tank at the front of the bridge, and then we're going to see how Morten is going to adjust to that.
Archer Queen having so much difficulty getting anything done here with the Monk on the board. Delivery having some impact though.
Nice Ice Spirit
145
there.
left.
The Evo Ice Spirit is so great when it comes to defense. I mean, the amount that it can cover defensively, it really can make up a huge elixir deficit.
Keep in mind that Clown doesn't have any direct damage spells, barring the little bit of damage he gets from the drill pop and from the tornado. So if Morten's able to extend that lead here, which he does with a very impactful Pigs connection, it's going to be a little difficult for Clown to get back without making some direct connections.
Yeah, Morten doing a great job right now. Clown going to try to go offensively on the other side here. See if we can get some goblins on tower. Morten does a great job with Skellies plus Log. Perfect timing once again. 1607, 1361, right back on the offensive. Ice Spirit behind looking for the Bats, but we see an adjustment from Clown.
Evo Ice Spirit does keep it going a little bit longer. 2113, the mark on the bottom right-hand tower. And Morten's got to figure out how to contend with the Monk. Maybe get into some 3-card cycle here, and you see the Earthquake down. Monk in for reflection. Log to back up a little bit. And Morten should be able to shut this one down from here.
Yeah, I mean, he really should. He should be able to just play defense and EQ cycle all the way out here. He's got a lot of defensive options. He's got a great way to get on top of this drill. There's the late Log. I don't know if he should have taken that much from the drill. 942 to 863 with the EQ cycle. AQ trying to take out the Wizard. 755, 942, and another set of piggies down.
I really like that Piggy's play here, Andrew, because he's forcing Clown to play defense rather than get on offense. And the last thing you wanted if you were Morten was Clown putting damage on your tower. So 5 elixir into that right-hand side, absolutely the right call from the veteran.
Yeah, really, really well done there by Morten. And I think one of the biggest things about this game was that Royal delivery. It was kind of like this threatening presence for Clown. You know, Juicy's talking about how Clown needs to go same lane in that matchup. And I don't really disagree, but I wonder if he was scared to just because of how much value he thought Morten would get time and time again with just that delivery. You kept seeing Clown split damage, split lane, and then you see Morten use the delivery on one side. And then on the other side, it was always really easy for him to cover his bases with whether it was AQ plus Ice Spirit. I mean, that Evo Ice Spirit has been doing so much good work. This is one of the times where it kind of saved him. Honestly, that tower could have taken a lot more damage, but the Evo Ice Spirit perfectly plays, stops the bleeding just enough. And then these great deliveries time and time again, right on top of the Wizard, snipes the Wizard out of play, perfect defense opposite side, Evo Ice Spirit plus AQ. I mean, this was just top to bottom, great gameplay from Goten. And then you forget forget about the pressure with this deck in double and triple elixir. It is, you literally just stop defending Royal Hogs, and then somehow another set of Royal Hogs is down, and that is exactly the pressure you have to keep up. Then you start asking yourself, as if you're Clown, do I go same lane? Do I need to use the drill defensively? What, you know, and you start not playing your game. Great stuff there by Morten.
You know, Andrew, you talk about the pressure on this deck, and, you know, I want to call out you mentioned it during the broadcast or during the game, but the Evo Ice Spirit, that little extra time that it buys you defensively to continue that cycle play and to create that pressure, I think is so key. This is a deck that's always been good at pressure, but there are a few things that demand, like between having the Evo Skeletons demand some attention and then the Evo Ice Spirit with that extra slowdown, those two things, they surely do a great job defensively, but they open up those extra couple of key seconds and that extra elixir advantage to make that Pig's pressure all that more impactful.
You know, it's so impressive, too, when you look at this matchup and you look at the inability to get to any of those ranged cards in the bats, right? There's just no way to get to the Wizard, the Magic Archer, or the bats if you're Morten until they cross the bridge, or if you're just going to throw a log and an EQ at them. But that's not going to really take care of anything other than the Magic Archer. So, and that's a lot spent, especially when you're late game, you're having to play perfect defenses. So I think Morten just did a really, really great job of making Clown play out of sorts. It really feels like Clown should have been able to use the weight of this deck and kind of overpower Morten or force him into the opposite lane. But Morten just did such a good job, like you said, with that Ice Spirit. The Ice Spirit almost turns the Princess Tower into a Dagger Duchess, if that makes sense. It allows you to have so much...
I totally get it.
Yeah, you get... Okay, exactly.
Yeah, that's a really good way to put it. And here we go. Very curious to see if we're going to take a look at some Evo Gob Giant today, and
yeah,
we will get a look at him.
Yeah, Evo Gob Giant, for all of you guys that don't know out there, haven't played against it yet because it is still so new, and I think its usage is pretty low. I mean, you see it with Sparky a decent amount. You know, 50% starts spawning those goblins, and I'm really curious to see in competitive if we see, you know, the goblin takeover here at CRL.
Well, looking at the side of Clown, arrows, Evo Zap, log, and delivery all out for Morten. And it does make it feel like there's more opportunities to get value out of those goblin spawns in that later phase.
And this is a classic tried and true Morty deck here when you talk about the bats, the goblins, the wall breakers, the poison. You know, you got a champion in there for a 3-card cycle. I mean, this is his bread and butter, just kind of with a facelift to match 2024. And already to that Evo'd Gob G.
But the Mother Witch in here. Mother Witch plus poison. It's going to be a nice combination. You already see some pressure in the opposite direction out of the Mother Witch turning those goblins into bats.
Yeah, and you know, that right there just shows you the strength of the Goblin Giant, right? That Mother Witch should have been maybe a lot bigger of a problem, especially with the Goblin spawning, but the one Stab Gob gets away, gets on top of the Mother Witch, and kind of just stops everything in its tracks.
First 2 minutes almost away. Slight lead for Morten as that closed the gap down to 31 HP. You saw Morten tilt his head there, kind of thinking he wouldn't take that shot.
And these guys have very similar win rates with their win conditions here. We got Clown with Evo Gob Giant. He ran it 26 times with a 73% win rate, so definitely a huge fan of that. And then Morten on the other side of it running Miner at a 70% win rate.
That Fish Boy not going to quite get the Giant Skeleton to tower, but did require some extra focus from Morten.
What's nice for
I know he doesn't have it.
For Morten is that for Clown is that Morten doesn't really have a great way to get on top of that Goblin gang right away. So we'll see how that kind of stacks up as this game goes on. Another connection on the right-hand side, though. Morten really doing a great job pressure-wise.
Well, that's exactly what he needs to do here, right? Is make Clown play defense and not let him get into big push mode. And so far, he's doing a great job. The Miner will get down, wall breakers. The Little Prince and calling the Guardian to clear, but I don't know if that's going to do it.
The nerf, man, the nerf. The less damage from the Guardian. We still get a huge connection there from the wall breakers, and I think Morten should be able to play this defense pretty clean. We'll see if Clown has any tricks up his sleeve. Fisherman comes in a little late to take care of that Giant Skeleton, but the bats, man. The Evo bats are one of the most satisfying cards in the game for me. And
I definitely have, and they're one of those ones where I think people, when they first saw Evo Bats, they were like, is this really going to be that impactful? And we've just seen in the right hands in the right moment that vampire ability can be so devastating.
And the Lightning comes in 1657, 824. Morten completely turning around this set, man. I mean, this is why he is GOATing for a reason. I mean, he is so good. He always stays so dialed. And Clown is just being completely overwhelmed. Those bats are on tower. Morten with the reverse sweep, doing what he does. And every time that I pick against Morten and I lose, I could not be happier. I am such a fanboy of Morten. What a great turnaround set for him.
You know, this is one of those things where we've talked a lot about a skill that Mohamed Light has of evaluating the match quickly and realizing how he was going to win it. And that's what we saw Morten do in this one. It was one of those ones where early on he had a couple of challenges, but I think he very quickly realized that the name of the game was going to have to be pressure, 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 and continuing to cycle between the bats and the wall breakers with that miner. And we keep on seeing him do that. It feels like there was never a moment where either bats or a wall breaker pair was out of contention and not threatening Clown.
Yeah, I mean, when you watch Morten stream and he's playing these decks that are minor cycle decks with wall breakers, spears, stabs, what have you, he is truly, truly one of the best at doing it ever. I mean, it is always so fun to watch him play. His recognition of cycle and your response cards, and also looking, okay, well, his deck is this heavy, which means I need to punish, punish, punish. This is the, how he takes care of my Mother Witch, so that means I have to attack with my bats here. The thought process that happens, the computing skills that happens in Morten's mind with these types of decks is unparalleled. And Clown, truly, in my mind, I really did think he was going to take this set. And after game number 1, I was feeling really confident about my pick. Game number 2, you're like, okay, this is fair, right? This is 2 of the best players in the world. They should maybe go 1-1. But then you see Morten bust that out in game number 3. And Juicy, I'm sure you've run into him running these types of decks. I mean, is there anyone better with minor cycle wall breakers?
Those wall breakers, man, when Morten's using them, they're just so powerful with the ops lane pressure. But then also the defense with the goblins and bats combo. It seemed like Clown had arrows and he needed it for 3 or maybe even 4 different things in that deck, and he just wasn't able to do much. I think that maybe if Clown brought Rage instead of Lightning in this matchup, we could have seen a different outcome. The Rage would be really good for the bats. Arrows plus Rage can take out the Mother Witch. That Mother Witch pickup was also just perfect. The Mother Witch is not something you ever really want to Lightning, and it was just getting so much value the entire match.
Well, let's take a look at the bracket and the journey we've gone on so far. And a classic, a rematch of our 2022 CRL World Finals, Mohamed Light and Morten in our upper bracket semis. And the winner of that will have a much easier road to our monthly championship. Lower bracket round number 1, Rainbow and Clown, 2 talented younger players in the league. And we'll see who comes out on top. That will be our first elimination match coming up in just a little while, but we still have 2 more upper bracket round 1 matchups. Sub and Pompeo will be our 4th match of the day, but coming up next, Lucas and Ardentoas in what is a really, really fun matchup of 2 players who I would say, Juicy, if you look at them overall in their lifetimes, maybe have some similar playing styles.
Yeah, both players really good at cycle decks, really good at control decks. This matchup was the hardest one for the caster predictions for me. I ended up going for Arden just because he was at the World Finals last year. But as we see this meta shift to a more old school meta, I mean, it's an old school meta, and we have a lot of older school players in this tournament today, and it makes sense. So I can really see Lucas winning as well, especially with Hog Rider being so prevalent.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say, Juicy. I mean, you talk about Lucas being one of the best Hog Rider players in the game, and I think that's really what he's going to have to think about is where do I place my Hog EQ deck? When do I try to catch Arden off guard with that? Do you come out with it in game number 1 thinking that maybe he thinks I'm going to save it for later on? Where do you put it in so that you get a good matchup, or at least just a decent matchup? Even if I think Lucas has a 40-60 matchup with Hog, I think he can play that to a 50-50 plus because he is so skilled with it. I think the other thing that's really interesting right now is the pressure of both these guys. They want to get to World Finals. They both deserve to be there in their minds, and the road is coming to an end, Juicy. I think the pressure is through the roof right now in this matchup.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Both players are on the point leaderboard, so I think that also just getting as far as you possibly can in this monthly final is important as well. And look at the community predictions here. I mean, just like we were talking about, this is a very tough matchup to pick. Both players very good, a lot of experience. Arden with a slight edge here with the 53%. I think that the community got this on the dot here percentage-wise.
I was just going to say, you know, you love to see how dialed in the community is. Their ear is to the ground, as they say. They know, they're thinking exactly what we are. 53-47, I couldn't have drawn it up better myself. I mean, getting a straight 50-50 it feels impossible with real numbers being put in from all these guys, from all you guys watching, putting in your predictions. But this really does feel like a straight 50-50 matchup. This is where the coaching is really going to come into play, Juice. You know, we've seen how much coaching and analytics plays a part in success. And I think this is going to be huge. And, you know, you pulled out all the coaches at the top of the show. Let us know. Ardentoas working with Jorge Best and Sanchez. Lucas working with Alan on the other side of it. Alan definitely a little bit more celebrated in the community, a little bit more experience. And I think this is really going to come down to what those gentlemen can bring to these two competitors to make sure that they're getting the matchups they want and they're not getting got or sniped in you know, game number one.
Yeah, and shout out to Alan providing this list of coaches. It's a really interesting conversation. A lot of the coaches, you know, it's kind of a mind game. It's a game within the game. They want to understand which of the other players, which of the other players have a coach, which coach they're competing against, because you want to understand the mindset of the coach. You want to understand, you know, their patterns, which decks they like to pick when. It's a very interesting conversation, maybe for another time. Right now, we have Lucas versus Arden here. Skeletons and Log from Lucas at the top are ready with a cycle deck. Arden not playing a card at all. Maybe a bit of a heavier deck here.
Yeah, exactly what I'm thinking there. And I see here in the chat a couple people asking where you can vote. event.supercell.com/Clash Royale. Get all your predictions in. You can win some in-game rewards. And you can be a part of the conversation, obviously, that we're having here on broadcast. And Marcher, Log, Skellies. So probably going to see a NATO here. And NATO out from Arden.
Evil Valkyrie in a Tornado, maybe a Hog Rider deck, maybe something else. Lucas playing this Magic Archer, Golden Knight Tornado deck. He was very known for this deck back in the day as well, usually with a Miner, but maybe potentially a Goblin Drill with this Golden Knight here would be a little bit more synergist.
Yeah, some of those good old NATO connections that Lucas gave us with that Golden Knight is probably something he's trying to replicate here in 2024. It's been a while since the Golden Knight NATO combo has been very effective. And that's probably something that you might be excited about too, Juicy, being an E-Giant player, although I saw that you were playing it without the Golden Knight, which Golden Knight still does feel like maybe the weakest of the champions.
So I don't mean to switch the topic, but this will be counter activation here with the bowler. This Tesla placement is so important from Lucas here. This King Tower activation will probably win him the game. This King Tower is super good versus Graveyard, makes it so that the Graveyard Skeletons are really not able to get a lot of damage. Arden, his path to victory now is going to be basically Bowler Tornado. Now that is going to be the main win condition, as Lucas has a great start as we head into Double Elixir.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say, is you're just looking for those bowler lineups at this point. And, you know, you can still get graveyards in here and there, but you have to have a massive elixir advantage and then graveyard. Otherwise, it's just going to be so easily defended. And Lucas will do the correct thing in that situation, which is to take a little bit of damage and then come back and win the game. So great NATO there on one side. Freeze on the other side is kind of a save me button. And I think Arden is just in a world of hurt having freeze and graveyard as his... as those last three cards with the Inferno Dragon. I think he's just in a world of hurt.
Yeah, I mean, the freeze might give him a chance, at least now. When he goes for a Graveyard, he can freeze the Princess and the King Tower. But as long as Lucas has good placements on his other troops, he can prevent that freeze value. And we see that already, like you're saying. You know, he's in a world of hurt. He's taking a lot of damage on the right-hand side. Another big thing here that we saw earlier today, but we need to see today, right now as well from artists, we need to see a lane switch. You need to go same lane in this matchup. counter push off these Valkyries and bowlers that you use on defense versus the Goblin Troll. Looks like that might be what we see right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's listening in on the broadcast, Juice. He's going all this elixir on that right-hand side, going to try to overwhelm. And then Lucas doing the exact thing you have to do, which is demand that NATO out by placing your Magic Archer just far enough away, because otherwise there is absolutely no way to take care of that Magic Archer. And here's what we're talking about. This is not a big enough, at least in my mind, elixir advantage from Arden to do a lot of damage here for Lucas. The freeze, like you said, going to get a little bit of damage in, but great placement there on the Tesla by Lucas. If he's playing it on the outside, then you have to choose. Do I freeze the Tesla and the Princess, or do I freeze the Princess and the King?
That's a great call. It's just one extra thing you got to be thinking about with that King activated. I like this play from Lucas as well here, being able to switch lanes. You always want to go opposite lane, and the tornado on the offense with the drill is super valuable, pulling that Valkyrie backward, allowing the Goblin to lock on the tower, not to mention the Magic Archer as well.
I love that you're calling that out too, because that's such an ego move a lot of times in games when you know that you need to switch lanes, but you've already got good damage on one side, and for some reason you don't want to do what is correct. And I love that you called it out as quickly as Lucas did it, where he goes, all right, he recognized that he needed to switch lanes, so I recognize I need to switch lanes once again and just keep that damage spread thin. Arden, though, doing an okay job of coming back into this 1665 to 1602. Wow. And that is a lot more damage than I think Lucas expected to take.
The Goblin Drill's on the tower. The freeze drops is getting close. The Skeletons are not able to do enough. Arden shaking his head. Lucas taking game number 1.
And I mean, literally this whole game can be chalked back up to what happened at the very, very start. That placement. If you're watching, kids, that's how you play a Tesla. That's how you beat Graveyard. Like you said, Juicy, the freeze actually was a great pull for Arden. It was the only way he even stayed remotely in that game. But still, that King Tower activation just made it so Lucas could play his defenses to make it to where Arden could not freeze all those Larry killing cards.
Yeah, what a match. A big thing with this bowler activation with the Tesla, if the bowler is on the outside edge of the map, so if he's on like the left side of the bridge in this situation, it would actually not work activation wise. So it needs to be on the inside of the bridge when it crosses, which is very interesting, because maybe if Arden knew that Tesla was in the deck, maybe he plays his bowler a little bit differently in that situation, and this is a complete different game. But Lucas doing a great job with the Tesla placement and taking advantage of everything possible given to him.
Yeah, hindsight is 2020. If I'm Arden, I don't think about that being a problem, right? Because you see Skelly's log, Magic Archer, you're like, well, is it Bomb Tower? Maybe it's Bomb Tower. I'm going to think it's Bomb Tower, right? And then you end up seeing Tesla, you get that activation, and then all of a sudden you're finding yourself in a massive, massive uphill battle. Game number 1 going to the man with the fantastic hair, the only back-to-back monthly finals winner without a coach, Lucas. And I'm excited to see him back in the mix. The last couple months, we've seen him popping up more and more. Obviously, last month didn't go exactly how I wanted. Great start here against an exceptional opponent. And the meta, dude, I've been waiting to talk to you on cast. The meta, it's so open right now. I have no idea what we're going to see in any of the games, no matter what has been used.
Yeah, Princess Tower is back, which just makes it so you can really use just about anything. And also, huge shout out to the balance changes guy for Clash Royale. I think they did hire new balance changes lead recently, and he is nerfing all of the evolutions. I mean, I don't even know what I would put for the top 3 evolutions right now, because they are all extremely viable and none of them are too overpowered. So, yeah. I mean, you can really play anything. And I think that's why, once again, we are seeing players that weren't in the first 3 monthly finals kind of show up again with Pompeo, with Lucas. Lucas doing a great job in the game 1 of this set. And I am getting all of my predictions wrong, Andrew.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about that. It is not a good start for you today. I think Rich is perfect on the day, going with all the old school players. And I think Josh is maybe just one off, or maybe him and Rich have the exact same thing. I can't remember. But yeah, I mean, I go Momo in game 1, Clown in game 2, or match 2, and I'm already just a little bit behind. And we'll see if Arden can pull through for me. And it's been It's been great, honestly. It's been really great to get a couple predictions wrong, not know what's coming out.
Yeah.
I mean, like you said, balance changes. It's a lot to do. It's a lot to kind of take on, and I think they did do a very, very good job with these balances.
Arden using the Hog Rider this time, one of the favorite decks in the current meta, with the Giant Skeleton, which I do like. Giant Skeleton with the Evo Tesla as well, so he is able to be strong versus any sort of air as well. Looks like Lucas at the top, maybe using Roll Giant. There's the Roll Giant at the bridge. No Tesla cycle right now. That could be a huge difference maker here.
Yeah, and if you got the bar barrel coming in, there it is. Not able to get on top of those goblins. Played just a little bit low there by Arden, but still taking a decent amount of damage. 24-38 to 24-16. King Tower activation in for Lucas. As we see a Hog Giant Skeleton push on that right-hand side. Hog should get at least one hit here, and there it is.
Okay, another connection here. Last card from Lucas should be a Fisherman. Overall, I would probably give Lucas a slight edge in this matchup, especially with the Skeleton King version. I like the Skeleton King version versus Hog a lot because a lot of time it is paired with his Tombstone. So you now have a building and a Fisherman for a Hog, and that Skeleton King in front of the RG, especially the Evo RG on offense, can be huge for tanking for the RG.
I think the other thing about this matchup, and it's kind of a weird thing to think about because all these players are so good, but you know, Lucas is one of the, and that's a lot of arrows value. Lucas, wow, and then you get the bomber coming in, barely sniped off in time. Let me finish my thought. Lucas is one of the best Hog Rider players in the game, so you think about playing Hog Rider against Lucas, and you know, he's always going to be at least on the same page as you. I don't think you're going to surprise him by your interactions or your cycle or anything, and we'll see if Lucas's wherewithal and know-how with Hog Rider is going to come into this factor or this matchup at all.
You mentioned the arrows value. Arrows are definitely going to be very important in this matchup. You need it for the goblins, and you need it for the firecracker. Most importantly, the firecracker. I think one of the biggest paths to victory for Arden, if he is going to beat the Tombstone plus Fisherman defense versus the Hog, is he going to be able to, he's going to need to outcycle the arrows basically, especially with the Evo Firecracker.
Yeah, and that's a little bit tough, you know. I mean, obviously Lucas's deck is pretty heavy, but because he has that Skeleton King, he has the ability to get to a 3-card cycle if he starts to feel, you know, himself falling behind in that cycle race. And there you go, Skeleton King cycled in the back. Now 3-card cycle is activated, and you know, the Fish Boy, the Tombstone, the Bar Barrel, the Bomber, they really make being able to get back around a lot more easy than it might look when you first look at how heavy this deck can be.
Evo Firecracker on the board for the defense. Arrows does drop on top of that. After the nerf, she will go down. Evo Tesla is in cycle as well, though, to be able to defend against the Roll Giant. Maybe with 3-card cycle, as you mentioned, Lucas will be able to cycle back to that Roll Giant quickly, but he has to defend first. I like the high anti-spell placement of the Tombstone plus the Fisherman to be able to defend. Arden needs to maybe outcycle both of these Hog counters, though, for a chance to get a connection.
And this is exactly what I was kind of talking about at the top of this game, was just that Lucas knows exactly what you have to do as a Hog Rider player. He knows the most frustrating things to run into. He knows the best way to defend against Hog. And he's really taking all that knowledge and making it impossible for Arden to break through. I mean, the best thing that Arden has going for him right now is the fact that he got those Hog hits early and that he has Poison as opposed to Earthquake. So he can actually be in something of a spell cycle race.
Yeah, that's a good call. Poison's very important here. We see the Hog plus Poison on the right, though, but look at the Evo RG getting 2 nice shots on the left, which is important, especially with only 25 seconds left. You need to be able to get that dual lane pressure. Now, speaking of not dual lane pressure, we got one huge push on the right with the Giant Skeleton, with the Skeleton King ability, and the RG's on tower. This is what I'm talking about, the Skeleton King just tanking forever, and there's another RG in cycle.
Second RG down. Lucas gonna go with the straight victory. 2 up, 2 down, and I love it. I absolutely love it. Again, I'm happy to be wrong here, and I'm so happy to see Lucas and Morten dominating here. Great sets from both of them. Back-to-back 4 in a row for the OGs. When you talk about Morten and Lucas, Morten gets the reverse sweep, takes it, and then Lucas just playing a really clean set, top to bottom. Great defense against the Hog all throughout, and then a ton of pressure with those RGs once that elixir started flowing. And the man with the hair is back. He's going to eat some ramen right now, it looks like.
We talked about the coaches at the beginning of the match, and I got to give another shout out to Alan here. This deck pick is fantastic. The Evo Bomber to get some extra chip here and there. The Fisherman plus Tombstone for the Hog Rider. The Arrows and Barbarian Barrel for the Goblins Firecracker combo. And then the Skeleton King is the icing on the cake here, being able to distract and break through with those massive Roll Giant pushes. I mean, what a deck pick here, and turning into a very solid and easy, seemingly easy win.
I loved what Lucas did with that Evo Bomber, right? He was like, I know how I'm going to get damage until we're basically in triple. I'm going to get Evo Bomber damage, and I'm going to spend all the rest of my elixir on defense. And then when we start to get triple, late in double, you're going to start to see 3 Royal Giants on the board with my 3-card cycle. Beautiful, beautiful control of pace of the game, recognizing your matchup. And Juicy, I mean, I love everything I saw here from Lucas in this game. It was absolutely perfect, and it just made me, I heard you say it. I've been thinking the same thing. I love what they've been doing with the evolutions. You don't need to make them stronger. You just need to make the ones that are a little too strong, a little less strong, so that they're all viable. And you can see right there, Evo Bomber, when it was first released, made me want to snap my phone in half. Now, when you see Evo Bombers played correctly, you're like, all right, you got me, man. You got me. Well played. And hopefully it won't happen again. And with Lucas, he got it to happen, I think, 3 times in that game. And that is all you need to get to triple elixir. Beautiful stuff there from the Brazilian. AC, what are your thoughts on these last couple matches we've been having?
I mean, first of all, I don't think these players understand that it's round 1. Like, we shouldn't have all these decks be perfectly crafted, all these players playing out of their minds, making 0 mistakes whatsoever. This is stellar gameplay, and that's not what I'm used to seeing already. As far as Lucas's games, I mean, it was great. Incredible deck choice in game number 2. The arrows got so much value.
Yeah, and it is nice to see all of these players really using the meta to their favor, and the meta just being spread wide open. Let's take a look here at the bracket and see who the most successful players have been in adjusting. And, you know, Rich took a month off. He came back, and he has got these predictions on the head. Yeah. Mohamed Light, Morten, Lucas, the veterans are reigning strong here in our July monthly finals. Can Pompeo pull off the perfect 1, 2, 3, 4? We got Mohamed Light and Morten match 7. Lucas going to be facing off against the winner of this next matchup. And of course, our very first elimination game, as Rich mentioned earlier, Rainbow and Clown, as Ardentoas waits to see who he's going to be facing and what should be a favorable matchup for him. When you talk about Arden's experience, Sub and Pompeo both just a couple steps behind where Arden is competitively, at least in history. We'll see moving forward, and with the new meta, who knows if Pompeo is going to absolutely dominate with that Pomp deck. And let's find out right now. Sub, Pompeo, our final matchup in the upper bracket, round number 1 to close out our first 4 of the day. Is it going to be the up-and-coming competitive player, or is it going to be one of the biggest content creators that's ever done it?
So I think a very interesting thing about this matchup is that Pompeo probably will use his Pompeo deck. I think it was last year where Royale API put out the best player in Clash Royale League with each win condition, and Pompeo obviously was the pick for Balloon, as he played a lot of his Pompeo Balloon deck in the qualifiers and in the group stage and stuff like that. And I actually saw him post on Twitter as well, where he's just like, one tricking is actually underrated in Clash Royale League, and that's what he's doing. He's using his best deck. Josh, what do you think? Do you think that Sub is going to be able to compete with Pompeo here? Do you think that he should be able to snipe this Balloon deck?
Yeah, so overall in this matchup, I would assume it's probably 65-35 in favor of Sub.
Yeah.
I think he's definitely, like, he has the competitive advantage.
Yeah.
I think he should be able to snipe it, but it's the same thing with Doom, and why it's so exciting to watch Doom compete, where when they are using it, if you don't swap out, like, you'll take a random, let's say 2.6. You'll take a random deck like 2.6. You'll swap the cannon for the Inferno Tower, the log for the arrows. If you're using poison in your Hug 2.6, you'll swap in Fireball. You'll do all these variations to your deck, and you'll still lose to the lava. You'll still lose to the balloon. So even if Sub perfectly predicts his deck, Pompeo is so good that he can still easily walk away with a victory.
Sub at the top here with what maybe looks like Og Earthquake. Pompeo with a Phoenix and a Void and a Giant Skeleton. Maybe we are going to see Balloon off the rip from Pompeo here. Looks like Sub does have the Tesla as a building to be able to defend against those balloons if that is going to be the case.
Both players just kind of waiting it out. Pompeo gonna go immediately in with a RG, so forget waiting it out. But this is gonna be a pretty simple defense. RG is gonna get one shot, but this is gonna be a nice little counter push. Rage gonna get there just in time.
Really nice Rage. I struggle with this placement a lot. In order to fully counter wall breakers, you have to hit each wall breaker, but you also have to play the Rage late enough in order to Rage up your tower at the last second to quickly take out the last wall breaker. That's just one of the interactions that you get used to when you play Rage as much as Pompeo does.
And you can't place the Rage at the bridge or anything, right?
No, yeah. If you don't hit your own tower with the Rage, you will take a hit.
Okay, all of us learning from the great Pompeo. Right now, Sub trying not to have any learning lessons himself. He just wants to win, and I get that.
Here comes another round of wall breakers. The Rage does drop, but this time it's a little bit late. Just going to show once again why the interaction can be difficult. The Miner coming in as well. Does he have a defense for this? He goes for a Bomber. He's going to one-shot the Ice Spirit and then take out the Miner as well. That was really good patience from Pomp, and he's going to be able to survive these single licks without taking too much damage. Maybe I'm speaking too soon, though, with another massive push at the bridge here.
Yeah, this is going to be tower all the way down to 890. He's in a world of hurt right now, and Pompeo, as great as this deck is overall, when you get this kind of matchup, it is so hard to break through these defenses. Sub, when he cycles the Firecracker, Pompeo has what? The Void for it?
Yeah.
So now the Tesla gets a ton of value, and even when both of those are out, Sub's Mighty Miners are getting a ton of value. It just feels like Sub is completely on top of this matchup.
There is a good chance to maybe get some damage with the Roll Giant plus the Giant Skeleton combo, but the Evo Tesla, once again, is still super strong. It's kind of a bailout on defense a lot of the time. It seemed like Pompeo had that perfect push with both his evolutions and cycle with the Giant Skeleton, and it still wasn't enough at that point.
Right there, the Bomber's going to walk over to the left, and it's not the end of the world because the wall breakers are going to go to the left as well. But right now, I mean, what can Pompeo possibly do in order to stay in this? I mean, are we thinking cycle multiple RGs, or are we thinking, is there anything he can do right now?
It's a good question. I think that it's not impossible, specifically because Sub does not have a big spell to finish the game. But for Pompeo to win, he needs to go for some more Roll Giants in the back, and he needs to use the little Prince to activate 3-card cycle to get a dual Roll Giant pressure with a Giant Skeleton in front of one. Instead, he's going just for pressure after pressure, and it's just not big enough of a push to break through. You need a Roll Giant on both sides to double snipe out the Teslas in order to really have a chance to come back here.
Yeah, right there, it feels like Pompeo's not necessarily as aware as he should be in terms of Sub's cycles. He shouldn't, the Evo Tesla should not be able to take out the RG as well as the Evo Bomber. It should have been split just a little bit more, so that way it would have been just a little bit more difficult for Sub to defend.
Wow, and who needs a big spell when you have this Evo Firecracker getting so much damage here? Here's the last push from Pompeo with the Void on top of the Firecracker once again, but you mentioned it earlier. If you void the Firecracker, then the Tesla is getting so much value. Pompeo calls the good game. That's going to be an absolute domination by Sub in the first game of this match.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think if I'm Pompeo, like, it's just, that's not one of those matches where you can kind of look at it and feel good about it. It's definitely one of those matches where it just felt like you got overwhelmed the entire time, and you never really had an opportunity to win. So I'd really like to see him reset, and honestly, like, I'd like to see him use his Pompeo deck in game number 2. I think he really needs to pull out something sweet in order to give himself an opportunity to see a game number 3 in this set.
Yeah, that's the other thing about being known for one deck, a one trick, if you will. It's, you know, there are some mind games like, okay, am I going to use this deck now? Am I going to use this deck second game, but then you also get yourself in a situation where it's like, you know, maybe you're just in your head about it. Maybe you don't want to play that main deck at all because you're too scared that your opponent is going to be using a like massive counter deck to your main deck. And if you're never using the main deck, then you're just not in a good situation either, because you obviously need to get a win at some point.
And so I want to provide a little bit of context for those of you who do not know who Pompeo 4 is. Pompeo 4 has been in the community with, for the past 6, 7, 8 years, competed in CRL, every little tournament known to man. Definitely one of the most well-known players inside the community. And so there's a story with him. When it was 2021, there was a tweet that was posted by Bellican Royale, Saint Bellican, and he said, 2 of the OGs of the game, legends historically of the game. And it was a picture of me and Pompeo going up against each other. I have been retired for 3.5, 4 years now, and Pompeo is still competing at the highest level. It is incredible that he is still able to produce the results that he is producing, even after losing game number 1. This is still insane for him to be here.
Yeah, and then being a content creator too. I mean, the work ethic is just insane. Obviously, you can tell that he absolutely loves this game. It's great to see him here. While we're waiting for the next match, let's look at the community predictions for this. We have 63% on Pompeo. I don't know if this is a good representation of the percentage in the actual prediction. I think there is a lot of fans of Pompeo here voting for him to win this match, and honestly, I'm with all of them. I mean, if Pompeo here, I voted sub for my prediction, but if Pompeo won here, it would be a pleasant surprise.
Agreed. Pompeo gonna be running Knight and Miner, and I think I can get. I was gonna say I could guess the next 6 cards, but unfortunately, it looks to not be the case. Sub, on the other hand, going to be running Monk, Bull, or Bomber guards. That looks like a deck that we've seen before today, and I would assume the next 4 cards. Okay, it is going to be the drill variation, not going to be Archie or anything like that.
I like the Tesla snipe here on the Wizard, just canceling themselves out completely. Knight with the log on the pickup with the drill does a great job of defense as well. So, like you said, Miner control versus a drill tornado deck here. Overall, I would say that this matchup is fairly even. Maybe Sub having a slight advantage if he does have Tornado for the Miner is going to make it so Pompeo has to play the Miner in this exact placement every time to prevent a Tornado King Tower activation.
So obviously you are still competing with some of the best players in the world on a day-to-day basis. In this matchup, I mean, for both sides, talk to me through both sides. Who wants to go same lane? Who wants to be constantly switching in order to keep their opponent on their toes?
I would say in general, if you have a Tornado in your deck, you probably want to go same lane in a matchup, just because you're going to be able to defend and then counter push with your Wizard, with your Monk, and you're gonna be able to use those tornadoes on offense to really like win bridge battles, as well as break through on the offense with those counter pushes. Another general rule is if your deck is more expensive, you're probably going same lane. You just have a little bit more beefier cards that you can defend and then counter push with. Pompeo deciding to continue to go same lane here. I think eventually he's going to have to switch lanes if he does want to win this match. At the same time though, you know, Sub not having a big spell is another kind of difference maker. The poison can be huge when going same lane, but Sub, if he plays as well with the Tornado, should get the job done in this same lane matchup. And we see it right here with that Wizard plus Monk combo.
It honestly feels like I'm relearning the game, because when we were doing Dagger Duchess, it's okay, well, you actually don't even have to defend, so forget everything else. You can just get aggressive on the opposite end, and who cares that a Hog is coming down the lane? All you need is Skellies, and you're taking 0 damage every time. And now we have to properly defend once again. It is so fresh, and I'm so excited to just play in general again. It's such a nice feeling.
Yeah, I think that the Dagger Duchess was one of the more unhealthy things to be added to the game. I mean, as you mentioned, it just makes the game completely different in how you play it in its entirety. Defense was definitely not a big deal during that Dagger Duchess meta. That's why we saw so much Giant and Lava Hound and these beatdown type decks. But, you know, once again, with the Princess Tower back, we're seeing all of these cycle decks back in the meta here at the top level, which, in my opinion, is a little bit more quote-unquote skillful, if that's the word you want to use, especially with all these minor control decks and these drill control decks. I mean, look at this matchup, for example. We see a very close game. No tower is below 2,000 HP, and we're heading into the final minute. This is perfect, extremely close Clash Royale. Maybe not so much anymore with the Wizard and Bomber splash on that tower.
Yeah, and you have to wonder if Pompeo should have activated the ability, doesn't do it in time, and so it's going to get shots on top of the tower. I mean, really, that is the difference between, I mean, that 400 HP is going to come in handy for sub as this game gets low.
Okay, Tesla does snipe, Tornado to activate, 35 seconds left on the clock. Pompeo having the big spells making a huge difference here. Sub trying to cycle back to an Evo Bomber to maybe get a connection. This Evo Tesla is doing a great job of preventing any sort of damage as well. And this is where you have to wonder, maybe a Golden Knight would actually be better than a Monk here to be able to break through. We have one last Goblin Troll and the Evo Bomber plus Tornado at the bridge, getting two huge shots on tower. Evo Tesla's a block, 8 seconds, but another Goblin Troll cycle already, and the Guardian is there to pick up the Miner. I think Sub just takes this win.
Yeah, brilliant stuff from Sub. That's going to be a 2-0 sweep. Sub just dominating. I mean, really, right there, Sub was kind of allowing Pompeo to stay with him.
Yeah.
Because he knew from the beginning that the Bomber, the Evo Bomber, was his win condition at the end.
Yeah.
If he stays within 400 HP, 500 HP, Evo Bomber plus drill, plus drill, plus drill is going to be able to win the game every single time. I love how Sub played that end game right there.
Yeah, I think the most important thing to mention was just simply the Monk in the back play. People don't realize it. Andrew talked about it earlier. The 3-card cycle is so important. He played that Monk in the back. He played the Bomber immediately. And then after doing that, it just took 3 cards to get back to the Evo Bomber and cycle. There's so many different things that you have to keep track of in this game nowadays with evolutions. You have to keep track of your opponent's cycle, of their win condition, their opponent's cycle, of the card that they have to counter your win condition, but you also have to keep track of when their evolution is in cycle, especially a kind of semi-win condition evolution like the Evo Bomber, like we see right here with that Evo Bomber plus Tornado combo, just getting so much damage. But then on top of all that, you have to keep track of the fact that the 3-card cycle is going to make all of those cards that I just mentioned becoming a cycle a lot quicker just by having a champion on the board.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's starting to get stressful to be a Clash Royale player, and that's honestly a good feeling. I don't want my games to be easy. I want to be constantly thinking, adapting, and all that. And actually, with that game, so obviously we see that the Evo Bomber was able to win the game for Sub overall. But I'm looking at that again, and I feel like Pompeo had the opportunity to go with the Evo Tesla, like try and cycle to it a little bit faster, try and do a few other things. It does make me a little bit nervous. He has plenty of time to reset and everything, but I want to make sure that Pompeo resets for his lower bracket again, because I feel like there was a few things that he was missing out on. Rich, what are your thoughts from that set we just saw?
Well, I really liked what you just said about the adding extra win conditions with Evos. And you think about, I mean, the Evo Bomber is maybe the easiest one, but just how much attention is focused now to the explosiveness of Evos, right? Where if you don't control Evo skeletons, next thing you know, they're like vines creeping all the way down your side, suddenly attached to your tower, and then chaining from there to your king tower. Like, there's so many things like that happen that make this game, as you guys were saying, just so much harder than before. And I think we saw that there, where Pompeo, like, you know the Wallbreaker Evo is coming, but you're trying to keep track of so many things that at some point you're gonna not be able to keep up with it, and then it's GG well played. And speaking of GG well played, no one's out yet, but we're about to get there. Let's look at the bracket And we've finished our first round. Upper bracket, Light versus Morten, the 2022 World Championship rematch. Lucas will now face off against Sub in our other upper bracket matchup, the Battle of the Brazilians. Elimination matches coming up. Arden and Pompeo. This is a big moment for Arden, of course, playing against a guy who he's probably looked up to and watched for a long time as he was a younger player. And then coming up next, Rainbow and Clown. It's loser leaves town time, boys.
Oh, yeah. Nothing better. Nothing better than, well, I mean, as a viewer, nothing better than watching these players fight for it all. And yeah, we got some exciting games coming up.
Well, let's take a look at the caster predictions for these next couple of rounds. Jump on in and see where we are so far. And I went 3-0 to kick things off, but then from there, you know, the classics didn't hold with Pompeo losing this one. I think we're gonna get these prediction graphics up here in just a moment for us to take a look at where we are and where we're going. There we go. So right now, you and I, Josh, leading as we had stuck together.
Whoa.
Andrew just behind us, although with the current picks, not a lot of opportunity. Although with you and I both, or with me being the only one picking Morten, that is going to open up a door here where either you or I are going to jump way out into the lead, it looks like. And Juicy, a lot of ground to make up, having taken some pretty big L's to open things up. Now, I am very interested here. We're all picking Clown, all picking Arden, all picking Lucas. I am the only one deviating here and going with the old school, hoping that Morten can pull it out in our upper bracket matchup. But, Josh, with all those things coming down the pipe in the future, we have one right in front of us. And talk to me about your Clown pick here against Rainbow.
Yeah, I mean, Clown, I think this is one of the easiest choices I've ever had to make. Clown's games against Morten, yes, he did lose. Yes, he did get reverse swept. I was so impressed by Clown overall. I felt like there was one or two things missing. I think it was Juicy that was talking about it. Man, everybody is just name dropping Juicy. Like, we have to come up with some stuff ourselves. Yeah, but this is ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, Clown just played such an amazing set overall in his first set of the day. I think Clown is definitely the runaway favorite, should be the runaway favorite. And 70-30, that does make sense to me. Round
number 1 against Morten. Clown opened up running the Minor Archer Queen cycle deck, got the win there, but then after that, the Monk Drill Magic Archer deck, not able to get it done. And then finally he went with the Evo Goblin Giant Skeleton and took the L in that one. And as you guys recently saw here with Rainbow in his opening matchup, a little bit of a trouble there. 0-2 running Royal Giant with the Demolisher to kick things off against Mohamed Light, took the L to Hog Rider, and then went with that same Minor Valk Archer Queen deck that had success for Rainbow, and we saw it fail against Mohamed Light. And, you know, we're getting kind of some 2021 CRL vibes where we've been seeing this Archer Queen Monk matchup over and over again, and it has not been going well for the Archer Queen today, Josh.
Yeah, and I think it was Clown that was playing the Archer Queen really well in his matchup against Morten, but Rainbow overall, I think he was playing the Archer Queens a little bit too low. He was allowing Mohamed Light to just kind of overwhelm them. It just felt like there was a little something missing with Rainbow's Archer Queens. Hopefully he was able to recognize what was wrong with his gameplay from set number 1, and we'll see him fix that in this set here.
Golden Knights from both sides. Maybe some drill here. There is a pretty popular drill deck that has a lot of these pieces, and we are seeing drill out of Rainbow. Royal Ghost will be a nice counter to that. And it's going to
little damage. As little damage as possible, but the Demolisher coming in. This is such a fun card to watch, really. It's an extra set of, it's an extra bomber, it's an extra set of wall breakers. It's definitely one of my favorite new cards that's been released in such a long time.
And Demo going to sneak away here, doesn't quite get the connection. And an easy King Tower activation there. The swipe will be a little frustrating for Rainbow to take some stabs from the skeletons as well. And I think that's been the story of Rainbow today, Josh, just giving up little touches of damage that maybe were avoidable.
Yeah, I genuinely think that's all it is. And that's what happens when you're playing in these top 8 rounds, especially going against the competitors that you... I mean, he went against Mohamed Light. You can't ever afford to give up any amount, any ounce of damage. And so far, Rainbow, macro-wise, has been playing fine. He's been playing even good, probably. But it's just those little tiny interactions that you just can't afford to give up.
And a King Tower activation for Clown, very nicely played, and that's going to be helpful against some of those goblin spawns from the drill as we go into double elixir time. The lead for Clown holding a little over 400 HP.
And I'm not a huge fan of talking about posture all that much, unless it's just like somebody who doesn't know how to say it, which is a lot of these Clash Royale athletes. But right here, it just looks like Clown is so relaxed. He doesn't really have a care in the world. It feels like he just knows what's going to happen, what the end result is going to be.
Well, so far has been so good, although with a little Magic Archer work, Rainbow starting to get back in the game, trailing by about 260 if you look bottom left to top right as we go into sudden death overtime. And this is where it starts to get interesting because Rainbow does have the better direct counter, you would say, with the Ghost, a more traditional counter, but the Demolisher with the Log's been doing a pretty good job, and Rainbow able to create seemingly more pressure out of it so far.
Yeah, and right here, Magic Archer at the bridge, only going to get one shot, but it's also going to force the Demolisher to just, I mean, be wasted, really. So I really like that. And right there, another Tesla to stop it at the bridge. These Ghosts have been quite wonderful from Clown, always defending perfectly, and then even just forcing out Skellies, which Rainbow doesn't even have in cycle. He's always getting a lot of damage or a lot of elixir forced out from Rainbow.
Good Tesla to pick up the Magic Archer on the side of Rainbow, but still does give a bit of damage, so dual lane opportunities right now for Clown, and the dueling NATOs keep the damage off his tower, and you see Rainbow again, the body language, just that little tilt of the face, little grimace, feeling like he's seeing his CRL slip away.
Nice little prediction from Rainbow. Gonna place the Golden Knight so that way the Tesla doesn't snipe the Magic Archer. And so far, I mean, these NATOs, it's always been the right concept, the right idea from Rainbow. It's just not getting the value that he needs. It's just either a tenth of a second too late on an interaction, or Clown's always predicting. He's doing a great job so far.
Golden Knight on the board. This is a good opportunity here, potentially, for Rainbow, as he's going to go with some dual lane pressure. The Golden Knight high to control. He still has some Evo Skellies on the board. Tesla wipes them off. And Rainbow does have the slight elixir advantage, does not have the ability to take away both the Ghost and stop a Log from clearing out his goblets as they spawn. And that's going to be a game number 1. Easy does it for Clown.
And see, these are some of the most enjoyable matches to watch for me. First of all, it feels like it's kind of been forever since we've seen one of, like, specifically a drill versus drill or minor versus minor kind of mirror match. But also, it's just like the player who played better won that game. And I think it was pretty clear to see. And sometimes the game can feel like matchups. Right there, it was just the better player won. And I always like seeing that in competitive matches.
And so pretty close. You're talking about matchups. Both players playing very similar decks. The primary difference, actually, in fact, the only real difference here being the Ghost versus the Demolisher. Talk to me about that difference in these two decks, Josh.
Yeah, the Ghost was pretty advantageous for Clown. Early on, I couldn't really recognize why I felt that way. I just kind of assumed. But really, it's just that pressure. I mean, first of all, if you're playing it correctly, which Clown always did, you can always defend the drill, have it give off 0 damage, and then it's always going to have a counter push. And the counter pushes are so nice. Even when it doesn't get to the tower, especially because the King Tower is helping out, you're still forcing out things. You can force out the Evo Skellies, so that way it's not really getting utilized correctly. It forces out the Golden Knight to protect the Magic Archer, and then that push isn't going to be that strong because you have your own Evo Tesla in cycle. So it's always about making it awkward for the opponent, and the Ghost does a great job of doing that.
Phenomenal job indeed. And we saw this deck or a similar deck earlier in the week from Rainbow in his group play. Did like playing a lot of drill, a couple different variations than the ones he played, but all of them did run some NATO with that drill. So in those opportunities, he would go to Hog as another possibility. After that, we did see him play some Lava, and then Miner and Ram Rider, both. All of those being options he's run after going drill. Clown, on the other hand, has been so difficult to pin down, and as he went on his 6-0 run, his dominant 6-0 run during the group stage, really was kind of all over with his deck picks. And I think that, Josh, you know, you mix in the confidence, you mix in the micro and macro. Clown's deck pool has grown so much deeper over the last year and a half.
Yeah, I'm so excited to continue to watch Clown evolve and become a better player. Just last season, he was able to finish, I believe, 6th and 8th overall. I had his Twitter pulled up earlier today. Yeah, 6th and 8th overall end of season. He's just on a tear so far this year.
And you know, you talk about unpredictability here, and you know, it's how often do you see Hog run without Log? Well, Clown's one of the guys who's been running Hog with Barb Barrel, not inconsistently. This is not the first time he's done it through this round of CRL competition.
So this is going to be an interesting defense. See how many shots he's going to be able to give up. Ram Rider only gets 1, and that's going to be a relatively healthy Mighty Miner. The P.E.K.K.A does get 1 swing. But Clown, this is going to be a nice little counter push, and we're going to have to see what Rainbow is going to do about it.
And Hog should get 1, and it does. Zappy's not able to stop all of that. And forcing out the Bomber to just prevent the little extra. That would have been some significant Mighty Miner damage. And that evens the Elixir. They are pretty much on the dot with each other as we pass the midway point of regulation time.
And I hate that I don't know this. Between the Barb Barrel Barbarian and the Ghost, I believe that the Ghost gets more DPS on top of or damage on top of the tower. Right there, maybe a slight misplay from Clown, giving up an extra 20 HP worth of damage to not just defend the Ghost with the Barb Barrel directly.
Final minute of regulation. Elixir starts to go a little bit faster as Clown sets up his Mighty Miner to the left-hand lane, and the confidence that Rainbow has now, knowing his Zappies can help control against the Hog, and he goes Zappies in the back. So P.E.K.K.A to the right-hand corner, Zappies in the back. Rainbow feeling pretty confident at the moment. And
Clown able to protect his Wizard just in time. And yeah, it really is about these Zappies. It is so difficult for Clown to take him out. You would have to assume that the last card for Clown is going to be Earthquake, or do you know what the last card is for Clown?
Not entirely sure. Earthquake is common. I think we would have seen Fireball by now if that were the case. People have been running some Poison in some of these stranger Hog Rider decks as well.
Right there, Wizard able to take everything out. Zappies not on the board. We're gonna have to see how Clown, and there we go, we do see the Earthquake. Clown recognizing, hey, I have the HP advantage, I cycle quickly, it's hard to get past these defenses, so Clown quickly recognizing that he's gonna have to spell cycle him out if he wants to take the victory.
P.E.K.K.A cycled in the back. A no champion deck out of Rainbow in this one. Keep that in mind as we get into the later stages. The ability for the 3-card cycle to try to get past some of these defenses and get those EQs on the board. But this is, again, why we're talking about a Barb Barrel Hog deck versus a Log Hog deck. A little bit harder for Clown to put that burst spell power damage at the end of a game.
And that is fantastic timing. The question is, does he get the second shot? It does. Rainbow cycling the P.E.K.K.A in the back because he didn't, I mean, it looked like Clown was going to spell cycle. That is a great recognition from Clown to switch up how he wants to play each and every specific interaction. I love that he went in with a hog right there.
And this time, happy to let the Void take the Wizard off the board is Clown, not needing to protect that one. And now he does need to worry about this Ram Rider. Bomb tower down again, this time Void trying to make a little pathway through, and Ram Rider just barely doesn't connect.
Are you kidding me? Gorgeous defense from Clown. That's going to be another hog shot on top of the tower. With the help of the Earthquake, we might see a second. Doesn't even need it. Clown, unbelievable defense. It's not just Mo that can do it. Clown showing why he's getting most of the votes from the casters.
And this was just easy, right? There was never really a moment in doubt between these two rounds of gameplay. Clown totally relaxed, and Rainbow pretty much from the beginning looked resigned to his fate. Camera goes, and Clown goes on to the next round.
That was a special set right there. That was a joy to watch from Clown. I really think he has the opportunity to just make it through the lower bracket. Even after losing his first set, I forgot to mention in the chat, but I have Clown the rest of the way. I'm always choosing him against any opponent.
Well, certainly has the skill set for it. You talk about the practice regimen that he's on to get himself in shape for it, and we're seeing the results right here. I mean, this was a really excellent deck call, but you know, you talk about some of those some of those macro choices where it seemed like Clown really understood when he was going to be able to get value out of those Hog Riders, and being able to break through all the stun that was on the board to get 2 shots regularly just opened this game wide open.
Yeah, I mean, just Clown's defense overall. Let's take a look at the decks, because this was special. I liked your call out with the Bar Barrel with Hog. You just don't expect it. Like, if Log is out of cycle and you know you're, I mean, I love that he has this in his deck capabilities. Ice Spirit, Bomb Tower, Hog. What are your thoughts on Hog? Are from what we've seen so far today, do you think it is the strongest win condition out there right now?
You know, Hog is, I think, a really polarizing card, especially to newer players who feel like it's the strongest thing in the game. I'm looking at this saying, hey, you have 2 stun cards, a P.E.K.K.A and a Ram Rider, and this was one of those ones where I guess maybe you were worried about getting spell cycled out. It felt like there were a lot of answers to be able to shut down a Hog here, and the fact that he couldn't makes it feel like maybe we're in an era where Hog is too strong, but it's one of those cards that hasn't been balanced in such a long time, and we've seen bad metas for it, we've seen good metas for it. It's one of the ones where I'm really hesitant to think about touching Hog Rider, considering that historically it's always been kind of right where it should be, it feels like. Juicy, is this just a strong moment for Hog, or is Hog a problem right now?
It's a good question. People have been talking about this for a while, even before the Dagger Duchess was added to the game. You know, everyone was using Hog Rider as well, competitively and on ladder and everything. I think that what happened is that in general, the cards that counter Hog Rider have been getting nerfed over time. There's been a lot of building nerfs. There's been a huge log nerf. Back in the day, log used to knock back like twice as much. Always get that log in the hog last second, no hits. But I think the log nerf was a big turning point where a lot of Hog Rider decks seem to always you just get that extra hit or just get even a second hit. And it seems like maybe Hog Rider could use a nerf, but I'm with you in the reasoning where it's like, it's always been okay. It's always been a solid win condition. We really want to change such a cornerstone of Clash Royale, but you know, that's a different question. Let's hop into the bracket to check out what match we have next.
Yeah, talking about some changes, we are now down to 7 as Rainbow, our first man out on this beautiful Saturday. Clown will stay alive in the lower bracket and await some results from our upper bracket to figure out who he'll be facing to keep his hopes alive for this one. Coming up next, going to be Ardentoas and Pompeo in an elimination matchup. And as we talked about before, you know, Juicy, this is one of the most famous players in Clash Royale, an OG of the game, huge content creator, one that I know a lot of Spanish-speaking fans, especially fans in Mexico, have been watching for a long time. This has got to feel like a pretty cool opportunity for Arden to take him on live on stream.
Yeah, and I wonder if that does play into factor with some nerves. We know that Arden used to deal with some problems with nerves, especially at live events in the past, but he kind of proved everyone wrong with his solid performance at the World Finals last year as well. I don't see Pompeo winning this match. In fact, at the beginning of the cast, I predicted that it would either be Clown or Ardentoas to get this golden ticket. So I don't see Pompeo having the biggest of chance. What would you say percentage-wise that Pompeo has chances to win this versus Arden here?
20-30%, if I were to try to put that on there. I mean, it really comes down to, but can Pompeo win game number one?
Yeah.
I think if Pompeo loses game number one, him trying to work through the couple of fights in games 2 and 3, it just seems like the deck pool challenges will arise. So it really comes down to game number one. Ardentoas, you know, I think that one thing we talked about last year is that Ardentoas is one of the best players when playing from home on the planet. We've definitely seen that. And then, of course, he added in the ability to perform live with finally getting that monkey off his back with some wins at World Finals, where, you know, I was picking him to get absolutely trounced at Worlds because of that nervousness playing live on stage. But you add that performance into, he has been one of the best from his chair players on the planet now for a little over a year. You see the voting here. It's rare you see someone as popular and famous as Pompeo losing in the votes, and that, I think, speaks to what this matchup really is like.
Starting off right away with a Miner plus Fire Spirit, Pompeo picks up with the guards and the Ice Spirit, and then immediately counter pushes. Really good play from Pompeo to start this off here, taking advantage of that early aggression, counter pushing, and getting a hog hit to start.
Wizard to control. Poison in response from Arden. We've seen this deck a few times today. Very popular for some Miner control play. What is it about this deck that works so well with them? Obviously, Miner control overall very nice, but we've been seeing this one, and I'm assuming Archer Queen is in here, a lot today.
That's a good question. It probably is just a really solid cycle version of Miner of a cycle deck that can also allow for using Hog Rider later. That's why we see the guards instead of skeletons, the Fire Spirit instead of like an Ice Spirit, maybe the Queen instead of another champion like Little Prince or like a Firecracker. It just seems like it's a solid deck that can counter Hog Rider decently, as well as leave open options for cards in the future to use another cycle deck like Hog Cycle.
Pompeo with the slight lead, but giving some poison value into his weak side tower. Minute 40 already passed as he sets up Giant Skeleton in front of the Evo Wizard.
Valkyrie gonna do a great job cleaning this up a log here, trying to break maybe some guards, but that's not gonna work out too well. Archer Queen does have to use ability. This is a really good Tesla from Pompeo though, because the Tesla will go underground when the Archer Queen goes invisible because there's nothing to target. So it kind of counteracts that ability and is able to take out this Archer Queen, and Pompeo continuing that damage lead here.
Good early Ice Spirit from Pompeo. The catch going to work against the Miner. But with that poison to Ardentoas takes us back pretty close. Log will give him his first lead of the game. 37 seconds left. And Arden starting to get some momentum.
Another Miner inbound. It does connect the tower here. That's going to be some solid damage. A guard surround on the Wizard. And we see Arden with the damage lead for the first time this game. And I think that's just because the Miner is a little bit more consistent as a win condition. You know, obviously, if Pompeo gets a Hog Rider to the tower, that's going to make a huge difference. But the question is, can you get the Hog Rider tower, especially going against such a good player here and having that Evo Tesla for the defense?
Shutting down the push one more time as Ardentoas as we go into sudden death overtime. And Fire Spirit will not add to the lead, 2066, 1955. The marks between these two, and Pompeo, you see, has a really long competitive career yet. You can check out the check on the wall behind him from back in the CCGS days, and then spent a few seasons in Clash Royale League. Didn't ever quite match the success, but when you're as successful as a content creator he is, the success in competitive play is just icing on the cake.
Absolutely. Very close match here. I mean, this is so evenly matched. The poison and the log is actually going to be the main damage dealers here. Pompeo having the Ice Spirit plus guards or Ice Spirit plus giant skeleton to deal with the miner is huge. But once again, like I said earlier, if Pompeo does not get a Hog Rider hit, he will 100% lose this match. He needs to get a Hog Rider connection. The biggest difference, or the biggest reason for that, is going to be the fact that Arden has the Archer Queen. He has that 3-card cycle. He's going to be able to get more poisons and more log on the tower here, even if the miner never connects.
Continuing to chip away with those poisons is Arden. Lead right now for Pompeo. Miner's in fast, does not get the miner catch. No, he does with the Ice Spirit. Poison and log going back and forth. 1156, 1042, poison in deep. Tesla up high.
Wizard up high as well, trying to snipe that queen. Sorry, go ahead.
So Pompeo does not have the advantage of that 3-card cycle to bring pressure this year at the end. So that poison should be more than enough, and Pompeo knows it. Put it in contention, but Arden able to hold on and win by a couple hundred HP.
Yeah, and it came down to that 3-card cycle, like you said there, the Archer Queen allowing to get more poisons and more log on the tower. The miner a little bit more consistent in getting a couple chip shots here and there. Ice Spirit was really good from Pompeo to pair with the guards or the giant skelly. But, you know, like I said, very beginning of the match, you know, one Hog Rider hit, it was not enough to win that game. Pompeo needed just one more Hog Rider hit. And honestly, maybe this deck from Pompeo is also just missing a Firecracker. Perhaps maybe using the Firecracker Evo instead of the Wizard Evo could be a huge difference maker to allow for some extra damage. That's why Firecracker is paired with Hog Rider most of the time. Because if your Hog Rider can't break through, say your opponent has Tornado and a building or Fisherman and a building, at least you have chances for Firecracker as a secondary win condition.
Now here's a fun question for you, Juicy. Between these two, which player has more CRL monthly final appearances overall in their career?
Well, I want to say Ardentoas, but since you're asking the question, it's probably Pompeo, or else he wouldn't have asked.
Nope, it is Ardentoas. This is his third appearance on a CRL monthly finals, making his debut at the end of 2021, and kind of that collection of rookies who all made their first appearance in round 8 of 2021. Made another one last year in our 5th edition. This is his 3rd time. Pompeo making his CRL monthly final debut today. Has never appeared in a solo monthly final in his history.
Wow, yeah, I've seen him a lot in the group stage and also the Swiss, which is where he's able to get a lot of the points and stuff like that. But it does make sense. Arden, just another caliber of player currently, 1-0 so far. And the other thing to mention here is Arden now has the option to use Hog Rider. This is duels formatting best of 3s, ladies and gentlemen. So any cards you see in these first decks from these players cannot be repeated for the rest of the best of 3. So that might give Arden a bit of an edge. And I'm still waiting to see Pompeo pull out the Pompeo deck. I want to see him just use the Pompeo balloon deck, despite the fact that he might get countered. But no, he's going to have a Prince. And Arden actually using Lava Hound here, going to the skies.
And bait from Pompeo, and it's the Evo Goblin Barrel. This will be an interesting one to watch.
Rascals on the defense versus the Lava Hound here. Going to do some Really good DPS, especially with the arrows being out of cycle here. Princess as well, trying to get the perfect timing to lock on the lava and shoot, and then get all the lava buffs splashed. It doesn't end up mattering, even with the missed Princess timing there. But here comes some spam with the arrows and Void being out of cycle, but he has Zap as well. Ardentoas with the triple spell versus the bait matchup here.
Lava triple spell plus barbs. Fascinating choice from Ardentoas.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the deck, you're just like, what even is the substance here? He's got 3 spells. He's got 2 defensive cards with the barbs and the tombstone. The last 2 cards are probably just an Inferno Dragon and some Skeleton Dragons, no Balloon. He's going to be focusing on getting just Lavahound chip damage, basically. Usually you see Lavahound paired with a second win condition, like either Balloon or maybe even a Miner. But no, this time it's just Lavahound with triple spell and some defense.
Rascal's Dark Goblin. No, here is the Loon.
Oh, wow.
And Void to take the Rascal Girls off the board. That Loon's going to be a real problem. Maybe a Dark Goblin low, but not enough elixir for it. And that's going to be a ton of damage. Prince going the opposite way, though. So Prince on the right-hand side, tower trade situation imminent. And the Balloon causing huge problems with that triple spell supporting, but Pompeo able to take advantage.
Yeah, I don't see, like, Arden's deck on paper looks like it's a great matchup, but the synergy is simply just not there in Arden's deck. Yeah, I mean, you have the triple spell for the bait, but you need substance, right? You need some Skeleton Dragons, you need some minions. I think that Pompeo could end up winning this just based off of a better synergizing deck with more pressure. Arden, you know, using spells when he can, but, you know, he doesn't have anything to actually defend against something solid like a big push.
Arrow's a little, the Dark Goblin a little close to the Goblin Gang, so Arrows get plenty of value there on the +3 trade. And we're just going to keep on seeing that Tombstone set up behind that left-hand tower. And now the Evo Goblin Barrel, not... I mean, maybe he'll get some actual value here as he does get some chip damage onto the King Tower. Sudden death overtime, and let's see if he can defend against this Loon.
Wow, I mean, yeah, this is where it gets rough, right? Because it just doesn't seem like either of these players can really defend against each other with all the spells. But then these barbs going off lane. Here comes the Tombstone and the Goblin on offense. Does he have another spell in cycle? Yes, he does. He always has a spell in cycle. This actually might go Arden's way here. He just needs like maybe one more balloon death damage and then maybe just spell out from there.
And the Void will get its job done, and the spell value in particular has been huge. That's another time where we're seeing a +3 trade for Ardentoas with this spell work. Final minute approaching, and the opportunities for Pompeo to get this damage back beginning to dwindle.
I love the pre-Dark Goblin for the Balloon here, but it's just not enough. Like I said, Balloon gets the death damage, Void gets some damage. Now you just throw arrows and zap, and I think this is over. Go to game, call out, and Arden going to take a 2-0 sweep versus Pompeo here.
Lava triple spell comes out and gets it done. Yeah. What a wacky choice, but ended up working out very nicely for Ardentoas as continuously the amount of spell value he got against Pompeo was just astronomical.
Yeah, it just seemed like he always had an answer, whether it was Rascals or Goblin Gang or Goblin Barrel or Princess or the Dark Gob. You know, you think with that many bait cards, eventually you'll run out of spells, even with 3, but that was just never the case. I also loved Arden's ability to realize that he needs to get this tower trade. This right here is a perfect replay pull from the replay team, ignoring the Goblin Barrel, going for the lava in the back, ignoring it, going straight for the balloon, and then sending every single spell that you have. Not to mention letting the Prince go on the right hand side. I feel like a lot of players would overreact versus that Prince, but he lets that Prince go. He keeps one of his towers healthy enough as he realizes eventually you're just going to be able to do a good enough job. You get that balloon death damage, you throw the extra spells, and that was just enough to take the win.
You know, I'm trying to go see if I can figure out Pompeo's decks that he played during the group stage, and if this bait was something that we saw a fair amount from him, because, you know, it kind of felt like there was a bit of a trap laid there as the log was out, and Pompeo, you know, sees, hey, yeah, he has played some Goblin Barrel Evo in the group stage after log had been played. So, you know, I'm wondering here if this was if Arden kind of knew he could shut down a bait deck with this triple spell, and was maybe anticipating a bait attempt out of his opponent, who might have been, I'm looking at this, at least 2, maybe 3 times that Pompeo played bait during the group stage.
Yeah, and I think that is probably the most underrated thing about being a high-level pro player, is that you're going to have a coach, you're going to have experience picking decks, you're going to have experience sniping certain decks. You know, when I was playing, you know, in some CRL stuff last year for fun, I mean, I would be winning against maybe some players that weren't as, you know, big in the kind of scene, and maybe not as big of a coach. But as soon as I get like a good player with a good coach, I was getting literally hard countered every single time, and it is just not a fun experience.
Well, Andrew, that was an interesting one to watch. Thoughts on Lava Triple Spell?
Yeah, I mean, what a weird deck there from Ardentoas. I think it's a bummer we didn't see Pompeo play his deck at all. I would have loved to see him come out with it in game 1 in either of the sets. I think that's when you really have to do it. Obviously, again, hindsight is 2020. I think the other thing that I noticed, and I couldn't stop thinking about, is that Goblin Barrel Evo needs to have like a double tap function or something, to where once a tower is gone, you can change where that second barrel goes, because you're literally losing a card. Once you go to a 2-tower game with Evo Gob Barrel, it's not useful. It really isn't. You have no way of creating pressure with that evolution. You have no way of taking advantage of that evolution. I think there's a lot more that goes into why that game went the way it did, but it's just something I was thinking about tangentially, of like, we need Goblin Barrel Evo to matter in a 2-tower game. Let's take a look here at the bracket, as we now said goodbye to 2 of our players, and then there were 6. And honestly, guys, and I say this with all due respect, I still watch Pompeo's stream pretty regularly in the nighttime here on the West Coast, but I'm not really surprised by our 2 first eliminated players.
That's definitely, I think, 2 players who were kind of high on the list of being early eliminations in this one, but still 2 really phenomenal players. But I think we are down to the top 6 here in more than one way, Juicy.
Yeah, and as we head towards predictions, we'll be able to see how we all predicted for these matches that are getting a little bit more difficult to predict. Looks like we all got those right. In this next match, we talked a little bit earlier, we all picked Mohamed Light except for you, Rich. Tell me why you picked Morten to beat Mohamed Light here.
Picking with my heart, not with my head. I love both these guys. They're both phenomenal competitors. But, you know, if there's anything that the Clash Royale universe wants, it's for Morten to go once again to World Finals. Mohamed Light's already there 3 times over this season. Let's get Morten one step closer to making that trip to World Finals one more time, because at this point in our career, Andrew, what is a World Finals without Morten there?
100%. And let's take a flash back to the past, to 2022, the year of these 2. Obviously, Mohamed Light being crowned the king, but it wasn't after he was sent down to that lower bracket by a good old player named KK, right? You guys remember KK? I love KK. Well, KK 2-0'd Mo Light back in 2022, and then it was Mo Light who did what Mo Light does. 2-0 over Pandora, 2-0 over Sweep, 2-0 over Vitor, 2-1 over Air Surfer, 2-0 over Mugi, 2-0 over Basoto. And then he came back to beat Morten back-to-back in those sets. And it was Morten, obviously, who stayed in that upper bracket. He was able to take down Mugi as well, Air Surfer, and Ender G. Oh, yeah, and Samuel Basoto. So these 2 guys were doing everything that they needed. But we all know who held the crown at the end of 2022. Last year in 2023, a little bit different for both of them, right? We said goodbye to Morten on day number 1. And, of course, Mohamed Light ended in the exact same place that we just saw the winner of that last set, Ardentoas. They were our 7th and 8th place finishers. 40K in the bank. And now we'll see what they can do here in 2024. Numbers, though, always in favor of the golden-chaired golden boy, the pharaoh, the go to Clash Royale, Mohamed Light, 89 to 11%. How do you feel about those numbers?
Honestly, Nothing against Morten, nothing at all, but I am surprised that we aren't even seeing a single digit on Morten here. It's just so difficult to pick against Mohamed Light. He has won every single monthly finals so far this year. He won every one except for 2 last year as well, especially after Mohamed Light is actually winning his first set. I mean, maybe that's actually why people are voting for Morten. Maybe it's weird that Mohamed Light is winning the first set and not losing first and then making that lower bracket run. Maybe Mohamed Light's out of his comfort zone here.
And a fortuitous monk, we'll call it there, blocking the void that I don't know how he could have known that Morten had, but it is Mohamed Light. You never know. Arrow's going to come out to clean all that up. So an interesting start here. Light just taking a lick of damage, or excuse me, giving a lick of damage to Morten.
Morten with a Void Arrows combo, one of the best spell combos in the game. Not exactly sure what deck it could be. I mean, really very possible to be a wide variety of win conditions. And then we see Mohamed Light at the top with, once again, a super weird deck. We saw him run a weird deck like this in the first set versus Rainbow as well, just using a Monk plus a Miner with Wall Breakers and then 2 small spells. Maybe just a weird double small spell Miner control deck like we saw in that first set. We didn't see Rainbow use his deck, you know, to the utmost ability to be able to beat this Monk Wall Breakers deck. Let's see if Morten is able to prove what I hope to be true, that this deck is not the best deck of all time or anything like that. But I mean, give Mohamed Light any deck and he's gonna do pretty solid with it, right?
And RG out early here from Morten. Is getting RGs out in single has now become the way to go. So you can get an Evo RG, but Morten will definitely not get that second RG down before we get in the double elixir. Yeah, fascinating with this deck here. I mean, Morten definitely has good ways to get on top of those wall breakers, but the biggest problem, as we saw with Rainbow, was that Monk reflecting the log back, and Morten here getting predicted. One of those connects, then the Demolisher gets thrown away. Now these Evo skeletons are non-factors, and that was a really nice prediction there by Mohamed Light.
Great prediction, and yeah, I was really surprised to see those Evo skeletons survive the log somehow there, but it still wasn't enough to get the defense. The wall breakers connecting. Now the Evo wall breakers are in sync. A really nice Goblin Demolisher there. I don't know if that was on purpose or not. Either way, Demolisher does a great job of cleaning that up. Now Mohamed Light has to defend this Royal Giant.
Yeah, really well played there by Morten. Even if it wasn't on purpose, the idea of it being played high and in the middle there to play both lanes if the opportunity were to arise, and definitely does for him, is that Phoenix gets some good damage on that right-hand side, evening things, or close to evening those towers up. 2097, 2352 to basically 2 untouched towers here for Momo.
Goblin Demolisher at the bridge here, gonna try and kind of block the bridge yet again, which is really what you have to do in this Monk Mirror matchup. The Monk is not deflecting the tower, which isn't as important as it used to be versus a Dagger Duchess or something of the like, but still, Morten able to win this bridge battle nonetheless. Because of this, here comes the Royal Giant yet again with the Void on the offense as well, but the Bomb Tower plus Evo Zap defense combo, and like you said, Mohamed Light still without a touch, without a scratch on his towers.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Morten here maybe needs to eat a big offensive push from Mohamed Light so that he can start cycling these monks in the back and these RGs in the back. You know, Juicy, I hear you talk all the time, you know, on broadcast, when someone is playing Royal Giant, when they run into a brick wall, they need to just get 2 RGs out with champion in play. You know, you got that 3-card cycle. I think that's something that Morten has to work towards in this final minute. You know, one of the things that we saw Lucas do so well was get damage in other places, and then once we got to double and triple elixir, it was to turn on the pressure from the RGs. So this is kind of what I'm talking about in terms of you needed to take damage and to maybe get a push going, but there's no units alive on the board. There's no RG there. The Monk is just coming right back out, so the 3-card cycle isn't really a factor. And now we see an RG come down, but Mohamed Light, you know, is going to be able to defend this. So you need 2 RGs.
You do need 2 RGs because, you know, these pushes look scary. You get 1 hit, you get the Goblin Demolisher hit, but that's not enough in order to win this game. Maybe this push will continue, but even then, the Bomb Tower is there. The Phoenix is strong in defense. The Zap is back in cycle. The Void here is trying to hit something. At least it gets the Phoenix a little bit, but here goes Mo on the offense. I mean, it seems like Morten's trying so hard to just get one Royal Giant shot, and Mo Light sends wall breakers plus a pre-log at the bridge and easily gets even more damage just like that.
Predictive Void comes out, catches a little bit of nothing there. Mo Light with a double connection at the end. Won't take the tower, will take the game. And Mo Light with this Monk Wall Breakers deck is showing you that it can and is viable. I mean, you know, it's so tough because I think what's so fascinating about this deck is that, you know, okay, so I'm Morten. I know what I need to do. I probably need to have my Monk on the board. I need to figure out how to get 2 Royal Giants down, but Mo just does such a great job of creating so much pressure. And then even as we're seeing, you know, in these replays, this is the predictions. You know, that prediction is so early in the game. It's not even based off of how you defended last time. It's based off of what you have in cycle. That's how on top of it he is. And when you have those predictions happening, you don't really find a moment where you can sacrifice more damage. This is kind of where I was talking about, but Juice, I don't really know what he could have done differently other than just take more damage to maybe steal a tower.
Yeah, it was tough overall. We see Mohamed Light just changing the meta yet again. We saw him last season changing the meta with a Rocket Cycle no win condition deck with Princesses at the bridge, and then with this season, we are seeing him, I don't know if it's him or Juicy, but I mean, I've never seen this deck before. This is a Monk Phoenix combo with a Miner, without Poison, without Rocket, and then the Wall Breakers. I mean, Wall Breakers are not a very popular evolution, but he's making it seem like they're the best evolution in the game, using the Monk in order to protect the Wall Breakers, as well as not 1, but 2 predictions, using the Miner to predict that Goblin Demolisher and the Log to predict the skeletons to get to the tower seemingly every single time. And like, I'm looking at this deck, my brain cannot comprehend why it's working, but obviously it's extremely powerful, being able to beat Morten, like you said, without seemingly a single chance of being able to do anything.
It feels like it was a deck that was like created out of necessity to beat Hog Rider, right? There's so many good counters to Hog here, and then you have like Hog being played with Mighty Miner and Archer Queen a lot, or Royal Piggies being played with Archer Queen. You know, the Monk is a good way to stop the Hog. It's a good way to stop the Mighty Miner. It's a good way to stop the Archer Queen. You have the Guards, which is a great way to stop the most popular spell in the game right now, which is Arrows, you know, and then of course Miner and Wall Breakers are both a lot more impactful, as is that Phoenix since the change in Dagger Duchess. All 3 of those cards got a massive boost and uptick in win rate just because the Dagger Duchess is no longer there. Now you can send miners to tower. Now that Phoenix becomes that much more brutal and have to spend that much more to take care of the egg. And obviously the Wall Breakers, at least now, you know, you can drop them at the beginning of the game like you haven't been able to do for so long.
Spear Gobs at the bridge, dropping in the next game here. Mo Light with the Ghost to defend as well, and a Mighty Miner. So Morten going to most likely some comfort here with, you know, the Spear Gobs, the Wall Breakers, the Poison, the Goblin Drill / Miner here. And I think that's the play when you're going against Mo here. You have to use your best deck. You need to be able to use a deck that will allow you a chance to play, to be the best player in the world.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see how that Mighty Miner is going to stack up over time against this Wizard. You know, one of the things we talked about earlier is a lot of Valkyrie being played. The Valkyrie can be dropped right on top of the Wizard. Evo Valkyrie can pull the win condition back and still take care of the Wizard. Mighty Miner has a little bit more difficulty being impactful, so we'll see here. And Spear Goblins, Juicy, haven't seen a lot of Spear Goblins in general in the Clash Royale meta.
Yeah, they're an interesting card. I think a lot of the time you'd rather just have some skeletons or just stab goblins for the same or less elixir, just to provide a little bit more value. But Morten, you know, it is one of his favorite cards, the Spear Goblins. He knows exactly how to use them, how to split them, how to abuse that slight range that they would have compared to one of the alternatives to get as much value as possible.
And, you know, you talk about value in this matchup. Those Spear Goblins have an insane amount of value. No log, no small spell, no way to get to them.
Yeah, exactly. I was thinking exact same thing. Even the E-Spirit isn't able to take them out completely. So, and the other thing is versus the Evil Royal Giant. You know, you don't want goblins, you don't want skeletons. The Evil Royal Giants can be able to take those out decently. But those Spear Gods are going to be a sneaky amount of DPS just to help out a tad more. On the other side of things, Mohamed Light's deck, it almost seems like a snipe to Morten's deck here. Is Lightning for Tesla, Barbarian Barrel, Wizard, and Ghost for Goblin Drill. And the only thing, and even as E-Spirit for bats, I mean, this Evo bats is probably the only thing that might get some value, but even then, the Wizard is another threat.
And he should be able to cycle back to bats here, and there they are. Wizard comes out right on top because Mo Light knows that's the best way to defend. And this is one of those things, man, when you're playing against Mo, and I've been saying this for 3 years now, it's like you got to go to option C. You cannot go to option B. A, not even a question. Option B, really not a question. You got to go to option C. If we're sitting here talking about how good Evo bats are, you're going to cycle back around to them. They're going to get good value. The only way you can take care of them as a Wizard, you can't just play them up high at the bridge.
I will never forget what you said last month when I said I played against Mo and he predicted literally everything that I did. And you told me that, well, I must have been playing pretty good because Mo Light is predicting the best play possible. So like you're saying, option A, option B, option C, it's almost like you have to play extremely unoptimally just to prevent a prediction. And it's almost like playing worse is better in some situations. It's very interesting.
Yeah, that's such a weird bit of logic, but I think if anyone has been watching Mo Light for the last few years, they know exactly what we're talking about. So here we go. 90 seconds remain here. 26-71 to 24-28. A very close game here. Neither one has really broken through huge. And in this final 80 seconds, you imagine this Royal Giant deck is going to start to be able to turn up the pressure. But we all know Morten with triple elixir in a deck like this can do the same thing. Lightning comes in 21-11 now to 26-71.
Here comes the Goblin Drill and the Fire Spirit to pressure. Fire Spirit does get picked on by Skeletons. The Goblin Drill is placed very well. That one Goblin getting some very nice damage. And all of a sudden, we're evened up by quite a bit. But the defense needs to be perfect. You have to play high Tesla placements to prevent any sort of lightning value. You need to watch out for the Wizards locking onto your bats like that. Wow. It does stop the Royal Giant connection, though, but here comes another one.
Yeah, and that Wizard going down is really fortuitous there for Morten. Tesla comes out, Bat's going to do a lot of damage. Mo Light not being able to pick up those drills, and Morten is going to be pushing this. Maybe, still 30 seconds, a lot can happen. Might be able to push this to game number 3 in this set, but it does feel like he is on top of Mo Light's cycle at the moment, and I was just going to say, he's got to change up that drill placement. That's exactly what he does.
Wizard does get picked up by the Mighty Miner here. Ghost at the bridge on the right-hand side with the Wizard. Is Mo Light switching lanes here, or is he just trying to block at the bridge? Here comes the Royal Giant left side. The drill on the right. Both players need to defend perfectly here. The Royal Giant might be able to connect to the tower here last second with the Lightning, but the Goblin on the tower on the right, and Morten takes the game.
Wow, I mean, you talk about great plays there on both sides. Morten keeping up the pressure, knowing he's going to pull out a ton of elixir from Mohamed Light, so much so he thought, it seemed like he almost thought about changing lanes. Then you have Mo Light coming back with a massive swing, a perfectly placed bar barrel on top of that Tesla. Wizard hits it from the other side. Evo RG with a ton of HP, but Mo Light very rarely making a mistake and letting those gobs get on tower on the right-hand side. A beautiful photo finish from two of the best to ever do it.
This is what I've missed in commentating Clash Royale League. It seems like for a while we had the meta where it was just, you know, one player is just going to use their evolution or their Goblin Giant or their Giant Void and just destroy one tower within 60 seconds. But now with the Princess Tower back, we have these super picture perfect, super close games where right here, one Goblin, two Goblin, three Goblin hits is just barely enough to get this match going to game number 3.
What a freaking game, ladies and gentlemen. That is what this is all about. I love it. I'm the same, feeling the exact same way, Juice. We're tied up. One more game to stay alive here in the upper bracket. Morten doing a great job. We talked about him in Spear Goblins, 75% win rate when he's rocking those Spear Goblins, which isn't even as good as Mohamed Light's win rate when he's running Evo RG at basically 80% win rate. So you look at two guys just going and leaning on what they've been incredibly successful successful with. But now this interesting conversation comes up of what are we going to see in game number 3? I mean, the meta is split wide open. There's so many options out there, but obviously something that you have to think about is how well Mohamed Light has been playing Hog EQ with Mighty Miner and how many of those pieces are still available here. But I gotta say, Juice, I don't think he does it. I don't think he goes to Hog EQ. He doesn't have log, and also it's just a little bit too, I don't know if predictable is the right word, because there's obviously that mind game of will I, won't I, but for some reason I'm just not feeling Momo go Hog EQ.
I think I'm with you, especially with the skeletons and the guards being out. There's just not a lot of options for cycle card wise for Hog EQ. I mean, even looking at his face now, talking to his coach, I think he's really unsure exactly what he wants to go for deck wise. Morten, on the other hand, he used Roll Giant first game. He used Drill Poison second. So once again, like you said, split down the middle. It's very tough here in this game 3, and all of the time that is the case, right? Where you're using a lot of your best cards in the first 2 games, trying to get that advantage. But you know, I wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit off meta-ish decks here in this game 3 from both players, and it's really going to come down to who plays better, who's able to get those predictions, whose macro ideas are going to be strong as well.
I really like that Morten went with the drill instead of the miner there, right? You would think that he's going to go miner with, you're looking at the entire deck, you're looking at his play style, his history, you think it's going to be miner there, and that drill ended up being a really big part of the success of this deck. You know, had he been playing miner, the fisherman would have been able to pull it off the tower time and time again, skeletons to catch a lot of time. You would not have been able to get that load of damage at the very end of that game to win that game from just a miner. So actually a really great change up there by Morten, playing a deck that he plays probably just a little bit less regularly, right? He's much more of a miner poison control player. He ends up switching it out for the drill. Goes really, really well against a guy that had Wizard, Ghost, and Barb Barrel. So here we go. Game 3 and a little bit of a bridge battle to start things off.
Knight Evo and a Valkyrie Evo. Morten with a Valkyrie, Mo with the Knight. We see a Princess at the bridge using the Knight to push the Princess forward to get it locked on tower right away. We see a poison as well. So Mo Light being able to use maybe kind of a last meta deck with the minor control with Princess, and then we have Morten here going to the Hog Quake.
Yeah, you know, it's so funny. I was thinking that Mo might run some version of Princess just because he's been so good with Princess. You know, we haven't seen him play much of it at all today. And, you know, he really leaned on that Princess spell cycle or bait spell cycle. So he's going to go straight up Princess bait with Snowball Poison. Obviously, the Snowball and Ice Beard are here just to see if he was going to run into a Hog Rider, which he did. So nice call by him and Julesy.
Here comes another Hog right away. Tesla is on the board, understanding that Hogger will be coming through quickly, but the Valkyrie getting a hit, 2 hits, not 1 but 2 hits onto the Tesla makes it so that Mo has to use a snowball as well. And Morten's gonna be up a solid amount of elixir and a decent amount of damage here to start. I think that's snowball for Mo. Obviously he wasn't able to use log, but that snowball could be a huge difference maker in stopping these Hog hits.
Definitely. I mean, that Hog, you know, Mo had no elixir. He barely ticked to, I think, 3 when he threw that snowball, and Morten just behind on the EQ couldn't get the Tesla taken off the board as quickly as he would have liked, which would have given him a hit. So perfectly timed snowball on both sides now that we see snowball coming out for Morten as the 7th card. 24-10, 26-99. And opposite lane Archer Queens, it feels like, are going to be a big thing for Morten just to keep that cycle on top and be able to keep up with Mohamed Light's Princesses and Barrels.
Yeah, that's a good call out. Archer Queen is going to be allowing that 3-card cycle for Mohamed Light not having an option for that. Maybe he doesn't need an option. He's got a pre-poison and a pre-snowball onto Goblins here. With that UNI taking in some nice damage here. I mean, we talk about the snowball being strong versus the Hog Rider. On the other end of things, the snowball is not what you want versus the Goblin Barrel a lot of the time.
And Archer Queen goes to snipe that Tesla, but a Knight is there to catch. Now a Hog coming in with Tesla right back around in cycle. EQ there to clean it up. No Hog hit. Archer Queen, no ability, but full HP.
Goblins going to
late ability, here we go.
Barely get down time. And we do see that ability. Knight is able to tank most of it. And that snowball, once again, versus these defenses is very strong. I think Snowball is definitely one of the most underrated cards.
Definitely, and that really felt like that Archer Queen should have been able to tuck behind those goblins or behind that hog, stay alive somehow, but a perfectly placed snowball again from Mo Light. And this time Hog will not get a hit. Again, Knight plus goblins plus I think a snowball there at the top.
Yeah, misclick Tesla there had me gasping for a second, but the Hog defense is completed. That Evo Valkyrie getting on the tower on the right earlier. We didn't talk about it, but that's really what's allowing this massive damage a lead here. We see another Tesla in the middle, but the Evo Valkyrie, I mean, it's just damaging everything, and it's pulling the Goblins of the Night away, and the Ice Spirit hit, and the Hawk hits.
Wow, I'm starting to get amped. Morten is playing these defenses against the barrel really, really nicely, perfectly timed snowballs, and he is creating opportunities to get damage on that right-hand side based off of what you said, Juicy. A little bit of a mistake early on from Mo, allowing that Valkyrie to get as much damage as it did. The 3-card cycle from the AQ has already been really, really impactful here from Morten. Always having a snowball or Valkyrie ready to go, always having an option, always having a great way to deal with his Evo Knight, but those high Teslas, no EQ there because he's got to focus on the left-hand lane.
Mo Light is desperately trying to spam enough Gombrels to get a connection. He's sending poison cycles as well, but at this point, Morten's gonna be able to drop Earthquakes on the tower as well. He needs to get a Gombrel hit, or else Morten is taking the game for the upset here to prove everyone wrong.
Yeah, perfectly timed snowball there. Morten is not, he's one of the best bait players in the world. He is on top of this, now looking for that Princess at the bridge. AQ still alive, high Valkyrie. You know he has a snowball plus goblins ready to go if he needs it. And Morten gets the reverse sweep against Mohamed Light and stays alive in the upper bracket. I am so happy to be wrong. Morten pulls it off.
Oh my gosh, and Rich is in the chat saying, I am a genius in all caps, the only one to believe in Morten here. Wow, I mean, I'm kind of speechless. This is the first time that Mohamed Light has lost, other than the first round so far this year. Look at these community predictions. Yeah, I was even saying, I mean, maybe it should be single digit for Morten. I mean, Mo Light, there's just no way he loses. But, I mean, really well done. Huge respect to Morten. Maybe Morten is Mohamed Light's kryptonite. Maybe Morten is the only one not affected by the Mohamed Light effect here. But you look at the replay here, look at this Evo Valkyrie. Look at this Evo Valkyrie, such an underrated evolution, pulling everything away from the Hog Rider from the opposite lane. That dual lane pressure was immaculate, and the Ice Spirit just a little bit late. I mean, that's the other thing is I don't think that Mo Light played perfectly in this match. If he did play perfectly, I'm certain that he would have won, but there's just too many hog hits, too many Evo Valkyrie connections on that right-hand lane tower.
Yeah, and you know, Morten really did a great job of recognizing, look, the damage is going to come from the barrels and the poisons. There is not going to be a princess that connects to my tower. And after that early game, he was like, there is not going to be a goblin barrel that connects to my tower, not even one stab. And once he locked those two things down, it was really just about sending in hogs to create pressure, pull out responses, and then hoping that because of your defense on the left-hand side, you can create opportunities, just like what we saw there with the Evo Valkyrie allowing the hog on the right-hand side. If you're able to have that Archer Queen down on the left-hand side with that Valkyrie, you have your spells ready to go, and you're just sending in hogs on the right-hand side and using your 3-card cycle, it becomes near impossible for Mohamed Light to get any damage on tower from anything other than the poison. So then you think about, okay, well, maybe he can poison out the Princess Tower. You get those high Archer Queens, and then you are just in a world of hurt if you're Mohamed Light. You got to be able to take care of that DPS there. AC, what a great turnaround set from Goten. What happened there? Did Mo fall apart? Did Morten play better to them? Was it matchup? What were your thoughts?
Yeah, I think overall it just comes down to really solid defense from Morten. Mo was doing what he could on offense when it comes down to the final minute and a half, but Morten didn't give up any damage whatsoever. The defensive snowballs were always perfectly timed. He was always protecting his tower from getting princessed at the bridge. It was just kind of aware of everything, and Morten's too good. So like once he got that advantage with the hogs, it was over just like that.
And what I think was really great also was that we didn't see Morten going for the Valkyrie barrel cover. It's such a tough interaction that if you mess it up, it can be so brutal. You need that Valkyrie up high. I love that he wasn't doing risky plays. AC, it sounds like you have something you want to break down for us here from that last set. What do you got for us, brother?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious. We're going to go to the end of game number 2. So we have Mohamed Light. He recognizes towers. He needs 400 HP worth of damage. So he blocks perfectly with the skeletons. The goblin's not getting it. Okay, and so let's pause it real quick. I love that he goes in with the E-Spirit right there to take out the bats. He knows that he needs one RG shot. If he gets just one RG shot plus the lightning, he's going to be able to take the lead. Let's continue the replay right there. And he's got 6 elixirs, so the lightning does come down in time. He just doesn't see the goblins. The goblins are going to be able to take it out. I don't think there was anything he could have done. I always talk about it. It's my favorite thing to talk about. But you need, actually, and no, I'm glad we're doing this replay. If that wizard would have been placed back here, maybe, it would have been able to walk up perfectly. It would have been able to take out the drill. I forgot who it was. I think it was you, Andrew. But he played great, but he didn't play perfectly. He didn't play like the Mo that we usually know and see. And it really comes down to, if he places that wizard up high, he wins the game. Instead, he gets reverse swept.
Yeah, I mean, almost like dare I say, a slight panic play from Mohamed Light, right? And I don't know how he doesn't do them more often. I don't know how these guys don't panic more often with the pressure that comes in those moments. Let's take a look here at the bracket. Mohamed Light is human, in case you guys forgot. Morten stays alive in the upper bracket finals, and he is just hoping that Mohamed Light does Mohamed Light things in the lower bracket. And if Morten can just win one more set, he could be at World Finals, right? Lucas, Sub, and Morten are all just dying for Mohamed Light to do what he does best, which is run through that lower bracket, because then they don't have to beat him. They don't even have to think about winning the grand finals. Then the upper finals become our grand finals, if you will, for that golden ticket. If you don't understand what I said, just stick around, watch the rest of the show. Match number 12 waiting to be decided between Lucas and Sub. That's our match up next. And then we got, of course, Mohamed Light going up against Ardentoas, a couple world finalists there. Clown waiting to see who is going to drop this next matchup. As we take a look at the predictions, he was gone last month, but he is back with a fury. Rich is in the lead, 6 up, 2 down for him out of our 8 matches. An incredibly high hit rate there. AC, you're behind by just a bit at 5. I've also got 4, and then we got Juicy at 3. So things have changed. How the turntables, is that what the kids are saying these days? I believe so. Rich doing quite well here as we're heading up into our next match, and we all have Lucas picked for this match. I think I'm saying goodbye to Juicy. I can't remember. I don't know what I'm talking about. Whoever I'm saying goodbye to, what are your thoughts on this match before you go? You guys don't know. Juicy, it's you.
Honestly, I think this match is also very close. I think both of Lucas's matchups have been very close so far. I did pick Lucas. We all picked Lucas across the board here. I think that Lucas just has a little bit more experience. And I think, I mean, as we've seen in this Morten versus Mo matchup, experience is a huge factor, helps with the nerves. I think most people would be nervous to play against Mohamed Light, but it seemed like it was the opposite way around. Lucas here for Sub, I think that experience is going to play a huge factor as well.
And you see there, both of those guys having a 68% win percentage, and we did not get Lucas at our World Finals last year. Definitely missed him, and he ended in that 9th to 12th position back in 2022 with $30,000 going in the bank. It was Lucas, Sweep, Dominic, and KK that all ended in that spot, and Lucas has been the only one of those guys that has been popping up regularly here in the World Finals in 2024, looking pretty calm, but, you know, I'm sure there's a lot more going on behind the scenes there than Lucas is letting on. You know, obviously Sub wants to make it to his first World Final. Sub wants to become one of those guys that all of us are talking about like we know well, but Lucas here has to be feeling the pressure. You know, he got a lot of backlash, if you will, last year for not making World Finals and not showing up as much as he'd like, and here in 2024 it feels like this might be the must-win tournament for the Brazilian.
Yeah, it really does feel that way. And, you know, as a viewer, as a spectator, you have to be pulling for this guy. It is clear there are very few players in the Clash Royale community that are more passionate, that care more, that want it more than he does. In fact, there might be 0 players. Lucas is not one to be shy about expressing his feelings on Twitter and any kind of social media. He wants to see the game do well, and he grinds like nobody else. I love telling this story, but we were supposed to pick up Lucas for, I believe it was SSG, and my coach told Lucas, okay, I want you to test this deck. And then 6 hours later, he came back and he said, all right, I played 50 games with 2.6. I played 30 games with this deck. What do you want me to do next? It had nothing to do with how many games he won. It had everything to do with, I want to put myself in a position to succeed. Tell me what to do and I'll do it. I will train.
Hog EQ AQ here for Lucas most likely, and we've seen Archer Queen come out for sub as well. I mean, Lucas is arguably one of our top 3 favorite players in the entire game, I think, from all of us casters. He's such a fun guy to be around. I love the trash talk in person. He's just got a great attitude. But when it comes to the competitive scene, you know, he is just really, really finding himself just falling a little bit short. And I think for all of us and for him, hoping that he can kind of put things together here with a meta that feels like it suits him for once. But we'll see what his Twitter says about that in just a little bit as Sub busts out the MK.
Yeah, we'll find out later or not, like, whether or not he won or if the meta's bad.
And already to both the Evos there as the Evo Ice Spirit plus the Evo Skellies do a lot of work.
Yeah, Sub running MK, and I believe, I could be wrong, I've missed 1 or 2 games, but I believe that might be the first MK that we've seen all day.
First one of the day, and maybe the only one of the day, honestly. MK has been coming up just a little bit more. There's that good old MK Skelly Barrel minor deck without a big spell. Now it has Evo Bats and I think Evo Zap in it, but you know, not seeing that a lot at the highest level.
And one deck that we're seeing a decent amount, and by a decent amount, I've seen it twice today. This Royal Hogs Archer Queen. Archer Queen has shown to be a pretty spectacular card in this meta right now. And then the Royal Hogs, definitely a decent card that seems to be getting value whenever it's placed on the field.
Yeah, Royal Hogs AQ, it's really exciting to see it back. I mean, there was definitely a time where it felt super, super overused, but now Archer Queen with, you know, the most popular spells being like arrows and poison and things like that, it feels like we're not seeing a lot of lightnings, but I gotta say, it really feels like Sub knew what to expect here in this game. He has Ram Rider, he has MK, he has Bandit for damage, he's got Lightning for the Archer Queen. I mean, he really just doesn't have a direct way to stop like a Hog Rider specifically. You know, like a building, but it feels like he was looking for Hog EQ.
Yeah, it's just like once it hits that double, the late double triple elixir, Lucas's deck, and we saw it in the game earlier today, these Royal Hogs, once it's triple elixir and you don't have that second Mega Knight that you can place down on top, it is so hard to stop them once they get that split lane pressure.
And AQ ability does get pressed, but the delivery comes down, and I guess I'm not 100% sure whether the elixir was returned or not. This is those Evo Skellies do a great job against the barrel. Piggy's up high, and now those Evo Skellies are actually going to take care of the MK also. And Lucas just getting a lot out of his evolutions in this game, which when you have 2 1 elixir Evos and you're getting a lot of value out of them, that is a great way to win the game.
Yeah, and right there, like, I know Sub gave up, I don't know, whatever it was, like 1,000 HP worth of damage. It almost felt like that was the best scenario that could have happened for him. I really thought the game was going to be over just like that, but the skeletons didn't start spawning on top of the tower, and it saved his life completely. And that's triple cannon.
Yeah, triple cannon, and you got Lucas letting a lot of damage come in on the left-hand side, but really just to kind of even up the 2 towers. Now we have a bomber being played defensively. Somehow, with the MK, with the bomber, with the barrel, Hoggies still connect down to 641. And, you know, this is exactly what we were mentioning before, is just as we're deeper into double and triple, there's just no way to stop those Royal Hogs coming in. You need a building, you need some sort of slow or some stun. You can't just straight DPS them down. And Lucas obviously not giving a lot of good Archer Queen value. Archer Queen connects on the left-hand side, though. Not going to be enough. 641, 1247.
Ram Rider not going to be able to connect to 1247, 641. Lucas, I mean, especially what he's done with these pushes, he does the Evo Skelly's low and then the Royal High high. He's done a great job of setting himself up. It's just whether or not Sub can take this tower right here.
Yeah, and you know, there's no way he's going to be able to. Small misplay there by Lucas, allowing that Ice Spirit to get taken off the board. But, you know, I really love what Lucas was doing in terms of putting his opponent in a really, really uncomfortable spot from top to bottom. You mentioned it, saying that the best option for Sub at one point was just to take 1,000 damage. Right after you mentioned that, Lucas goes Evo Ice Spirit at the bridge, and that Ice Spirit demands a Bandit response, and then all of a sudden you're getting a 3-for-1 trade because that Bandit is not going to do anything with that Evo Ice Spirit ability on top of it. So just really, really brilliantly played there by Lucas. I love that he comes out in game number 1 with the deck that you want him to play, right? You want him to play Hog EQ. So what does he do? He goes, all right, that's maybe just a little bit too predictable. Let me go Royal Hogs EQ with AQ and see what we can make happen here. And what we have happen is a pretty brilliantly played game. And I think the biggest thing here too is that when you look at the damage that occurred on the left-hand side, that was all damage that Lucas gave to Sub, if you know what I'm saying. It was always evening up damage, never I'm losing control of the game damage.
Yeah, there's two main things I want to point out. One, triple cannons. Like, there's something there for sure, because the lightning, it's too heavy a spell. The bar barrel, it's not getting any chip damage on the cannon whatsoever. So the fact that he was able to cycle all those cannons on top of the field, it slows the game down so much. Sub doesn't really have the opportunity to actually make pushes that get past it. And the other thing that I was really impressed by, his pushes, he did it either 2 or 3 different times, where it was Royal Hog's bridge, Evo Skelly's low, and then it forces out the Mega Knight from Sub, and then the bar barrel on top of the Skelly. So that's 9 elixir, and now you don't have enough, even in triple elixir, you don't have enough elixir to make a correct push. The Ram Rider needs to be placed too close to the bridge. You don't have time for the lightning. Even if you get the lightning, Lucas now has the Evo Ice Spirit. Lucas played it so fundamentally strong. Like, that is how you play that matchup, 100%.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, that is a tough matchup, and the value that we kept seeing Lucas get from his skeletons. I mean, how many times did we see a chain of skeletons on the board with Evo skeletons? Starting from the second time, I mean, the very first offensive push that Sub had, Lucas was already 2 Evo skeletons plus Evo Ice Spirit, and the value he got from them time and time again on the Mega Knights of all things with that splash damage. And then you talk about the fact of all those cannons were demanding that lightning to come down, which meant that the Archer Queen could do whatever she wanted from Lucas. When you see lightning against an Archer Queen, the average player goes, oh man, now where am I going to play my Archer Queen? Lucas goes, all right, I'm going to make you spend your lightning where you don't want to, and my Archer Queen is going to be putting in mad work and giving me that 3-card cycle whenever I want. And then also what you're talking about there, I loved those late skeletons because he knew how Sub wanted to defend, so we would regularly see those skeletons start to chain or demand a response out of Sub off of that bar barrel, right? So everything Lucas did was just correct from top to bottom, and we'll see if he can do that again here in game number 2.
I mean, it makes sense because obviously this is July. We've had this is our 4th monthly final now, but there are so few mistakes from these players. It feels like in the first 3 months, even month number 3, where it was like, all right, you know, that is a massive error. He lost the game because of that. It feels like we're seeing small errors and, you know, some gameplay being, you know, a few major mistakes. But for the most part, this has been beautiful gamelay today.
Yeah, it's been really, really cool, clean from top to bottom of the entire show. And Ram Rider here coming out for Lucas, which, again, you talk about Ram Rider from Sub. I mean, that's a guy that had an 89% win rate with Ram Rider in the qualies. He went 8 of 9 in those games. And Lucas just adding to that L column because Sub had not experienced it much with Ram Rider. And now Lucas, like I said, coming out with Ram Rider of his own, Evo Zap plus Bar Barrel. And, you know, it's been a while since we've seen a deck that looks exactly like this.
And Lucas also going to be running the Mega Knight as well. So 2 different players running the Mega Knight variation. Can he take the Wizard off of the map? Wow. This is going to be potentially scary for Sub.
Yeah, this is real scary for Sub. Now that the Fish Boy comes out, that Fish Boy being out of play, Inferno is on the tower, no E-Spirit in cycle, has to fireball, then the Ram Rider's gonna come in. There's the Ram, that's the game, ladies and gentlemen. I just do not know how you can come back from this much damage and this much of a deficit against someone as good as Lucas.
Yeah, I mean, Sub minimizing damage where he can. A great E-Spirit right there to chain on top of the Bomber and the Ram Rider. But as great as that E-Spirit was, your tower's still down to 1220. And I mean, RG is always going to struggle against Inferno Dragons.
Yep.
Inferno Dragon can always keep it at bay. And that's exactly what Lucas is prepared for right now.
Yep, cycle it in the back. That way it's the card that comes back around. First time you go 4 around, even if the RG goes opposite lane, it doesn't have the support of the Monk or the Wizard or the Fisherman. So just really great stuff here from Lucas. Also creating pressure on that left-hand side to demand Elixir out of your opponent. Now Sub is barely ticking to 6. He's not going to drop an RG into that. He hasn't even gotten one RG out yet. And yeah, it looks like everyone is in agreement here with the Inferno Dragon kind of being the X factor for Lucas, and I'm sure he knows that.
Yeah, and he really, I was going to say earlier, I feel like he was not protecting his Wizard enough. And then right there, again, he gives it up. We saw in Cloud's gameplay how important it is to protect your Wizard, how important it is to protect the troops that are on the field. It's going to be game.
That's the game, yeah. I mean, it's one of those things where if you're playing against Magic Archer, it's at the bridge. If you're playing against Magic Archer, that's gonna be played at the bridge. Like, I know that sounds too easy, but it's just gonna happen. You watch the best players in the world, and until you are predicting them numerous times in a match, that Magic Archer comes down at the bridge. So then this is the exact same situation where it's an if-then. And if this is going to happen, if you're going to play a Wizard, then a Void is going to come down on top of it. There's no other way around that conversation. What do you have to do? You've got great options to protect against that Void. You've got the guards. Those guards aren't needed anywhere else really brutally as bad as they are on top of that Wizard to protect the Void. And that's just a huge misstep by Sub, right? The beginning of the game went off kilter. It's tough to come back from that anyway, but you're not going to do it by not protecting your Wizard and not getting out your Evo RG. I mean, look at that. 1 minute 55, game over, hasn't even played his win condition.
Yeah, it's not all that often that we see that. Just Sub consistently on his back heels. Let's take a look at deck number 2 overall. So both players electing to go in with the MK decks. Lucas having success with it, Sub not so much. And really, it's hard to play the RG if you're Sub, because the Inferno Dragon is always going to keep everything at bay.
Yep.
The Mega Knight, even though it's not like super strong, especially without the Duchess, and really without the ability to activate King Tower, because the Fisherman can do it, but then you're giving up so much damage, and then the Ram Rider behind is going to take tower. So I liked how Lucas protected the opportunity of taking or activating the King Tower and just never let that happen. Lucas always made sure that his pushes were set up correctly.
Yeah, I mean, Lucas playing really, really well. And as we are getting our predictions in our Discord chat here on the production side, you hopefully got your predictions in earlier. event.supercell.com/Clash Royale. You can follow along with how you are doing. How'd you do? You getting rewards? You getting points? Are you playing as good as Rich is today? For our sake, I hope not. But Rich, interesting matchup there. Lucas dominating, looking like the Lucas of old, if you will.
Yeah, it's really fun to see Lucas playing at the level that he's always known he can play at. And it's been a while where Lucas has really kind of seemed out of the game, really, to put it bluntly. And seeing Lucas play really, really well, make good deck choices, and then just keep his composure throughout all of these games so far today. You know, I'm looking forward to seeing Lucas and Morten go head-to-head a little bit later, and it's going to be a tough one, I think, for anybody who's been a fan of Clash Royale for a long time to figure out who to root for there, but it is, in the end, really fun to see Lucas playing at a high level once more, and it's I think we've gotten ourselves down to a point where this top 6 is starting to get really interesting, because I'm also seeing our predictions come in, and if they hold, we might have the best top 4 that we've had on the year.
I mean, when you look at the caliber of players that are here in the mix, I guess you say something about Clown and Sub maybe not being around as long, but in my mind, those guys have really put in the work over the last 18 to 24 months to be in the same conversation, right? I mean, you could argue that, you know, Morten hasn't had as good of an 18 to 24 months as some of those guys. So now we're evened up all the way across the board. All of us picking Momo to take down Arden, and then of course Clown to take down Sub. So it will be fascinating next couple elimination matches here. And again, Morten and Lucas sitting up top, sitting pretty, just waiting to see if Mohamed Light can do what he does. And then it's just 2 games you got to win, right? If Momo can go through that bottom bracket, you just got to win 2 games to punch your ticket to World Finals.
And I think that's the big one here, right? Is everyone keeping a really close eye on what happens to Mohamed Light going forward? Because, you know, if Mohamed Light continues going forward, winning that upper bracket final between Morten and Lucas becomes the golden ticket match, right? So there's, once again, Mohamed Light's successes and failures controlling so many other people's destinies, and specifically his successes at the moment. So, you know, you have him coming up against Ardentoas next. This is a matchup that most people are going to pick Mohamed Light to win. He's been so phenomenal in these matchups, and today looked really good. Ended up against a tough matchup where Morten played some of the best Clash Royale he's played on the year. And I don't know about you, Josh, but I look at this Mohamed Light and Ardentoas matchup as one that's kind of going to be more about Arden than it is about Mo. We know how good Mohamed Light is. He's already won this monthly final 3 times. For Ardentoas, this is one of those ones that I think that he's kind of been magical playing online. This one, if he doesn't have a good showing, he has to at least have a good showing here, I think, to hold confidence for the rest of the year.
Wow, and right there, 93% of the votes going towards Mohamed Light. And really, I mean, I get it. Mohamed Light is obviously incredible, but I'm very impressed with Ardentoas. I mean, he's having himself some electric Path of Legends, like finishes on the leaderboards. And really, one thing that I do want to point out is that from his set with Pompeo, that Lava triple spell deck is ingenious. Like it is a great deck to use, and that's the kind of deck that you need to be using against Mo if you want to be able to beat him. And I mean, yes, Mohamed Light, he doesn't lose very often, so if he loses once, it's probably not happening again. But I'm feeling pretty confident if I'm Ardentoas. This is the kind of player that can knock Mo Light out.
I think you made a really good point there. You know, we talked in the first match today for Rainbow, potentially going for kind of swinging for the fences with a Lava Hound deck in game number 2. Ended up going for a Miner deck and ended up trying to play Miner for Miner with Mohamed Light, which usually goes wrong for most people. But we saw that creativity from Ardentoas' side in his matchup against Pompeo. That's what he needs here. So let's see if he can do it against Mohamed. Logs for both, and most likely opening with that Miner Vault Queen deck for Arden after seeing the first few.
Mo still could be using a few things, but it's probably going to be RG. Now it's just dependent on whether or not it's going to be the Zappy's Skeleton King, or, you know, the Giant Skeleton version, or even just, okay, and there we go. It's going to be the quick cycle version coming from Mohamed Light.
Fisherman going to go to work on the Archer Queen, but Tesla plus Queen able to limit this to no shots. Arden is going to need to make sure he's controlling those Royal Ghosts. This is a good, a nice log out of Arden to prevent the Electro Spear from getting in there. Still takes a couple of big shots, 23-22 on the bottom left-hand tower.
And Mo Light finally doing what I feel like I've been waiting all day to see. If you have RG, why not just try and cycle it quickly in single elixir? It is so difficult to stop the Evo'd RGs, and that's in double and triple, even if they don't have anything going with it. So I love that he had multiple RGs out on the field, so that way he could already see an Evo RG get some damage on the tower.
Mohamed Light, 7 for 10 in this CRL monthly campaign using Royal Giant. And Miner for Ardentoas, coming at a 59% clip. And the lightning so impactful as that's going to evaporate that Archer Queen. The Tesla does retarget the Royal Giant, but damage already done.
And that's kind of a surprising play from Ardentoas. It feels like you should never allow the RG to get on top of the tower, especially when you have that Evo RG. The Archer Queen just isn't going to do enough, but he hadn't shown the lightning, so I do understand where the mistakes can be made.
Evo RG in. Low Tesla this time, trying to spread out the defenses, wary of those lightnings. And Miner to the front this time. You saw the pre-ghost there trying to get early. That's a nice little King Tower activation for Arden against that, or for Mo against that Valk. Well read.
And right there, the Esper able to escape, make it to the tower. This is a lot of fortunate things going right for Mo Light. You just have to assume the RG is going to get a shot on tower. You see it happen. You see Ardentoas get frustrated. Everything went right for Mo Light. Everything went wrong for Arden.
A little over 90 seconds left in this sudden death period. Good fire spirit to get on tower, but Arden knows he cannot defend against this Royal Giant. He is a little stuck here.
Yeah, frustrated beyond belief. It is so strong. The RG plus the lightning combo, even when he stops it, he's not really stopping it because he's able to quickly cycle to another. I mean, he's always going to have the wizard in cycle to be able to defend. And the lightning's still getting 300 HP worth of damage on top of that tower. It feels like even when you make the best play, it's still advantageous for your opponent.
Arden, a two-time world finalist for Clash Royale League, made his World Finals debut in 2022, and early exit for that one, and trying to prevent an somewhat early exit here with 38 seconds left, and that's a good lightning to cover for Mohamed, but the Miner poison together doing some damage, but you can see this, the body language of Arden is so resigned to his fate right now. Let's see if he can put up any sort of real pressure. Archer Queen at the bridge, Miner gets picked up. Would love to get some 3-card cycle with the Archer Queen, and you know, I'm wondering about, I understand why you put Archer Queen there, but it feels like you're gonna get more value out of cycling Archer Queen the opposite direction and trying to go Miner poison log, Miner poison log.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point, and I fully agree with it. I think a lot of it comes down to just Arden is clearly very frustrated. This is as perfectly as you could possibly play. You will still lose that matchup 9 times out of 10. The lightning is so strong, it can always take out the Archer Queen, it always takes out the Tesla, so I understand why he was so frustrated that he wasn't able to make that play, but I think you're 100% correct. You gotta give yourself an opportunity. It felt like Arden was resigned to his fate, and that it didn't really matter anymore. It felt like the last 2 minutes wasn't even Clash Royale. Like, it wasn't like he was trying to give himself a chance. And which isn't even really his fault. Mo just played a really good game and he had a really bad matchup. But yeah, it just felt like Arden was kind of resigned to his fate and didn't really think properly.
You know, think about how often you're playing a Miner deck that is slower to get around than a Royal Giant deck, right? And you see that 4-card cycle for Mohamed Light, able to get back around very quickly and not quite as fast for Ardentoas. So how the times have changed. And this was just a very difficult one for Arden, who certainly unhappy with his performance in that one.
Yeah, and I forgot who it was, but one of the guys was talking about how we're seeing, I think it was you with the 2021 decks or something like that. This is RG Quick Cycle Lightning with the Princess Tower going against Miner Poison Valk with a Princess Tower. This is what we used to see. All these decks that were in the meta for 18 months, and I vowed to do what I could to never have to see them again. I'm so excited to see them again. It feels so refreshing to see that.
Arden's been kind of leaning on this deck throughout the competition, and easy read here for his opponent. Now, we have seen Arden go to Lava Hound both with this funky construction that we saw against Pompeia with the triple spell, but also with some more simple Lava Hound that he went to. He's been playing Lava a lot on ladder as well, so I'm very curious what his choices might be, although I think the Lava in particular would be a rough call given what's still available for Mohamed Light. After facing this RG Lightning deck, where do you see Arden going in game 2?
You know, first of all, I want to say, I think Arden could have potentially brought out the Lava in game number 1, and that might have set himself up for success. I think I would have liked to see that in game number 1. Obviously, hindsight is 2020, so it's kind of hard to say. And then as far as what he's supposed to use in game number 2, I mean, Lava obviously is an opportunity for him. I think I would take a look at what's been ran today and see if I liked anything. I mean, Hog is never a bad option. You know, maybe potentially using the Hog Bar Barrel Bomb Tower deck that I believe Clown was using. That's something that could be a possibility for him, especially with Lightning out of cycle. I wouldn't mind seeing Hog Bar Barrel Bomb Tower coming in from Ardentoas.
Lightning out, NATO is still available though, even with the Fisherman out. Tesla also open for Mohamed Light, and we've seen Mohamed Light run some of that deck that's been popular, that Drill, Demolisher, NATO, Golden Knight, Magic Archer deck has been one he's been running on in his ranked matches. Might be an option here, and it's Arden who's going to go Drill to open. Demolisher for Mo.
Yeah, so we're probably going to see Drill versus Drill. See what the Demolisher can pull off with this one. Monk should be able to push it back, so not going to be a problem whatsoever. And no, Light going to go in with the Evo Goblin Giant. And there's something there with how Light plays his tanky evolutions, because he places it at the bridge as often, as quickly as possible. I think some players need to recognize what he's doing with these evolutions, because I really think there's something there.
Well, he forces out a response without you having time to think about what response you want to do, right? So that's one of the big things about playing the Goblin Giant there, rather than in the back and giving you time to build Elixir and plan a defense. But then also, this is a very quick Evo, right? So you talked about that with the Royal Giant, getting the Evo out aggressively. And same thing here, getting aggressive with these Goblin Giant Evos and taking advantage of their ability early on.
Ardentoas expressive once again. Arrows, guards, Dark Goblin, Zappies. I mean, and the Demolisher, all of them pretty great responses against the Drill. We're going to have to see what Mohamed Light's last card is, because if he has an answer for the Bomb Tower to make it difficult for Bomb Towers to get value, it might be game over just like that, but still have to wait.
And Arden's body language continues to be really, really negative, which, you know, I think that's also one of those things when you recognize you're being watched while you play. I wonder if Arden is as expressive when no one's watching, right? Whereas here, maybe he's kind of letting the viewers know, hey, this is a really bad situation, almost hedging against the comments, if you will.
Yeah, and right there, phenomenal defense. Cleans up everything really nicely, and will have a little baby counter push coming in if he so chooses. But instead elects to go opposite lane. Drill gonna go down on the left. Should be cleaned up very nicely by the guards. Even with the arrows help, should be still pretty simple and only one shot from a Goblin.
Ice Spirit to hold at the bridge. Goblin Giant behind the reflection. And just pressuring right now is Mohamed. That's a lot spent all there, but now Arden forced to respond. Demolisher will clear a lot of that out, and it's just, you know, figuring out when to press the gas pedal, when to put on the brakes, such a key factor. And you see Mo's been going all gas, no brakes, and here slows down and goes from the back.
Yeah, Ardentoas, even when he gets these perfect defenses, it's never massive counter pushes on its way. It's never a huge positive elixir trade for him. It feels like he's hanging on by a thread And it just feels like a matter of time before Mo gets past him. And I think this might be the matter of time right here.
And yeah, bomb tower out, but the Evo Goblin Giant is in. Tons of goblins, and that's a GG. That's a well played. That's a 2-0, and Mo joins our top 4.
Yeah, I mean, obviously phenomenal gameplay from Mo. This is definitely going to hang mostly on Arden. It's something that he's going... I mean, it's tough. We know how stressful it is. There's only one more month after this, and you have to go against Mo Light in the lower bracket. Like, this is... It's a brutal situation for him, but he's definitely going to have to figure something out so that way this kind of blow-up doesn't happen again in the future.
Yeah, definitely was not what he was hoping for, and you know, that's maybe the gif of the day, right? Is Arden shaking his head as he continues to find himself just from bad to worse. And you know, I was curious to see if we would see much in the way of Evo Goblin Giant today. I think that's its second appearance on the afternoon. We've seen it come out a couple of times, and it was one of those ones where you look at what Arden had and trying to create pressure, control the Goblin Giant, and then get on that stack once it builds behind ended up being too much for him, and Mohamed Light rolls on through.
Yeah, and taking a look at deck number 2, and what was deck number 1? It was Miner Archer Queen Tesla going against RG Lightning. At the end of the day, as much as we can analyze and say, oh, the body language is, you know, not that great from Ardentoas, he has a lot to work on, they are two brutal matchups going against Mohamed Light. Neither one of those matchups is fun. It doesn't matter what kind of opponent you're going against. You're not happy about going into a game with those matchups, with those decks. So it's definitely something he has to figure out. But at the end of the day, it's tough. I get it. I probably would have done the same thing.
Andrew, it was a hard couple of moments there for Ardentoas, but we've seen some nice work, and as we always expect, Mohamed Light's deck pool extremely varied this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, look, Ardentoas won one game in 2022 World Finals. Last year, he finished in the exact same spot that Mohamed Light did, right? And now we're seeing Ardentoas stream more and more and more, which means he's getting more people watching him win and more people watching him lose. So Arden is a guy that he has faults, and they really slow him down, right? 2022, it was nerves. You know, today you could say it was his own mentality, but he's also shown that he can course correct exponentially, if you will. If you look at what he did again, 2022, he wins one game, and then 2023, he's back at World Finals. A lot of people didn't think he would be there, and he finishes in the same place as Mohamed Light. He needs to just grow up a little bit, and I say that with love, because yeah, you guys know me. I'm a passionate dude. My passion's got me in trouble. You can see Ardentoas there.
It'll happen again.
It's gonna happen right now. No, but you see Ardentoas there just really in his own head. Yes, they're bad matchups, but like, you watch the best in the world, even when you go all the way back to the early first seasons, people like Canario, right? We were like, and we talk about Morten for over half a decade. You gotta stay dialed. You gotta believe in yourself. You cannot let your emotions run this set, as we saw Arden do. So hopefully next month is Arden's month. We'll see. But let's take a look here at the bracket as Mohamed Light was sent down to the lower bracket, but doing Mohamed Light things. 2-0 there over Arden, who ends up walking away in our 9th match of the day. Next up is Clown versus Sub, and then Mohamed Light, match 11. Can he beat who he's faced up against? Because then match 12, that is going to be our golden ticket match between Morten and Lucas. And I know those two guys with all their experience are definitely feeling the pressure. But first, Sub and Clown. And this is two of the not the two least experienced coming into the competition, right? We'd say that was Rainbow and Pompeo in terms of, you know, CRL over the last couple of years, especially in the individual competitive scene. But two guys have shown that they are a force to be reckoned with. Rich, we both went Clown on this. Is it more about him just playing better? Is it more about his track record? Or is it something that you saw from Sub that you didn't love?
I think that Clown is the next guy knocking on the door of elite status, and I think he has been that for quite a while. We saw last year in the non-CRL competitions that Clown was regularly Mo's kryptonite in team play, and he's continued to be really good. Missed World Finals by just a little bit, I have a feeling that we're kind of at the top edge of Sub's capability. I mean, Sub is a player who's top 30 in the world, but I think that's kind of where we've reached the limit. This will be a big one. He could shut me up right here and put a big win over Clown and go on a run, but I don't think that Sub has quite reached World Finals status yet, and I think that you see that reflected in a lot of the votes so far.
Clown with a 72% here from the audience, which again makes sense. I completely agree with all the things you're saying. I really do think Clown is knocking on the door of S tier. We know that him and Mo practice together. We see him being able to keep his calm for the most part, but you do wonder, is he rattled, right? Is he rattled after going up one game to Morten and then losing back-to-back and being sent down to that lower bracket? Sub on the other side of it, he gets 2-0'd by Lucas, so both of them obviously coming off of losing sets, being down in the lower bracket. But, you know, which one did more damage mentally? I think that's really the big question here, and who can stay more dialed in as we look here at what Sub has done here today. Obviously starting the day off against Pompeo, that really felt like he was in the driver's seat that entire set. You know, Pompeo is a guy that it's so tough when you are one trick and you know you don't know when to play it, you don't know where to play it, or you just don't play it at all, and you wonder if maybe Pompeo should have just a little bit. And this moment was really great. I'm really glad you guys pulled this replay. Pompeo was looking for that bomber over and over and over, and Sub was able to show restraint, patience, wait until there was definitely a NATO lineup or NATO back in cycle, and he just wins the game right there at the bridge. And that's the kind of poise that you need to go to World Finals.
Yeah, but then I think we saw what happens when he's up against a guy who is really in tune for high-level competitive play when he faced off against Lucas. That was a completely different story in that second round, that second round of the winners semifinals bracket. And we just found himself against a different class of competitive player. And my suspicion here is that what he finds, as that's what he's going to find against Clown, but he has up to 3 games to prove me wrong.
And I love that he's going minor first game here, right? He's going up against RG. He should be able to control this well. He's got a great option and a tank there with the Evo Knight. So this is going to just be all about Clown just doing damage with that minor. We know he is an incredible minor control player, and I'm sure he's had to defend against RG many times before. You got the little prince there for 3-card cycle. You've got the little prince there to push things back. Lightning in early from Sub.
And, you know, we're seeing Sub kind of take a page from Mohamed's book, going with the quick cycle Royal Giant with the Lightning. And it worked really well for Mohamed against Ardentoas' minor control deck. But the couple of key differences there, one is running that Clown is running the Little Prince rather than the Archer Queen, right? So you have a 3 elixir situation against Lightning rather than a 5 elixir situation. He's running the Knight, the Evo Knight, rather than the Evo Valk. So while the Evo Valk can pull away the Royal Giant, Evo Knight will do a little better on that single target damage. And then the Ice Spirit to stun and slow things down. So I like this matchup for Clown in the minor control versus Royal Giant cycle better than the very similar one we just saw between Mo and Art.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially because with this deck that Clown has, he has the ability to stop the RG without it shooting a lot of ways, right? You got the pushback, you got the guards at the bridge, you got the log, or excuse me, the Ice Spirit as well to lock it up, and then you have the Evo Tesla to lock it up. So you have all these great ways to stop the Evo RG with it never even shooting, and that's going to be a huge part of the game plan here for Clown. It's just going to be defend how I can with the guards plus the Knight plus the Little Prince for the cycle, and then just get minors in on the opposite side, and then as the game goes on, minors plus poisons.
And has to get the Little Prince out in the back to take care of those Evo skeletons. Sub happy to take the negative trade there and get the Little Prince off the board early.
Yeah, you know, it feels a little odd to keep doing that negative trade, but it's just, it stops the ability of that Little Prince to be a big, impactful part of the game, right? You're doing that -3 trade, but he also knows, Sub also knows you can be that aggressive, because the worst thing that can happen to you is that you have to ignore a minor, right? Like, that's literally the worst thing that can happen damage-wise, is Clown goes minor plus poison because you have an elixir deficit. And I like the guards catch there by Clown.
Sub starting to build up a pretty nasty push here.
Yep.
Log
This
plus
is what we were kind of waiting on all day, right? With these big Evos. I don't know how he stops this.
Oh yeah, Clown is so low on Elixir. The lightning erases the night, and
That's
the RG
it.
stays up. GG.
Very, very well played there by Sub. I mean, he did what we talked about all day, and he didn't even have a champion to do it. He just had a really cheap deck, right? He's got the Barrel, he's got the E-Spirit, he's got the Skellies, and of course the Fish Boy or the Royal Ghost. You know, Phoenix obviously is going to be a problem too. Doesn't have a great way to get on top of the Phoenix, does Clown. And so, again, you talk about taking those negative trades on the Lightning over and over again. What's the worst that could happen, right? It's like when you're going up against a Balloon deck or a Hog deck or something like that, and your opponent just played their Loon, you know that they can't really punish you, so you can kind of overspend as long as you can get back to ways to defend. And that's what Sub did early on in the game. I can lose 3 Elixir every time with this Lightning because the worst you could do with the 3 Elixir advantage is mine or poison me, and that is not going to take my tower. And then it goes to the other thing that we've been talking about all day, is you gotta get second RG down, especially when you're playing against someone who is as good at control as Clown. You've got to be able to overwhelm him at the bridge, and that's exactly what we saw Sub do. The macro understanding was beautiful.
Well, we just saw the blueprint laid out by Mohamed a few minutes ago. Sub playing that one to pretty much perfection as he gets out there a little bit fast, a little bit heavier than the Mohamed variant, or a little bit different with the Phoenix, actually a little bit lighter with the Phoenix versus the Wizard that Mohamed Light played. And a good game 1 win for Sub. In the previous round where Mohamed Light played the same one, he had mixed this up with some with a different look, going with the Goblin Giant. I don't anticipate Sub staying heavy though here, Andrew. I think Sub's going to go back to what he's more comfortable with a little faster cycle.
Yeah, you know, and honestly, if we even saw Sub go to something like what we just saw Clown run, it could be pretty frustrating for Clown to deal with, right? He's got the guards out. Guards are one of the best ways to catch Miner right now, considering how popular arrows are. You know, it's tough with the whole Hog Rider situation, just because it almost feels like it's like such an obvious choice so regularly that I feel like people have started to stray away from playing Hog. You know, we saw a little bit more Hog at the top of the day, but then as the day's gone on, we've seen less Hog, more Royal Hogs, and just different variations. I think because of Clown losing with his comfort in game 1, not having guards, not having Poison or Ice Spirit, I'd like to see Sub go to almost the same thing, or maybe Valkyrie AQ in game 2, just to see if he can control the pace of it and go back to what is more comfort for him as well.
Well, we have a few moments while these players go and try to figure out what they'll bring for their next game. And of course, we only have one more monthly final. After this one, the pressure does begin to mount. You're talking about Ardentoas earlier, and both of his world finals, he's qualified by winning in the 5th month in an event where Mohamed Light didn't play. So if Mohamed Light doesn't play next month, we might want to chalk in Ardentoas as our 5th monthly finalist. Otherwise, one of these two players will be joining him in the battle for that final golden ticket. So, you know, as this year is the hardest year to qualify for World Finals ever, you have to imagine the stress is starting to get to these two.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. When you talk about the competition this year and the lack of opportunities, right? And then, of course, that compounding stress when you are facing elimination, knowing that you've only got one opportunity after this if you lose today. So the pressure is definitely on with our penultimate monthly finals almost in the books here. And Sub, top of your screen, going Void Demolisher. Clown at the bottom, busting out that Evo Valk.
And you see once again Sub happy to take a little negative trade just to prevent easy damage from his opponent. Mortar comes right into an Archer Queen.
Happy to see the Mortar. Definitely not a very popular win condition these days, and there's just no way around that conversation. But a Mortar Rocket deck here from Clown. Very interesting.
Okay. And you saw Sub go, oh, hey, look, your Mortar is gone. I'm going to push immediately in the opposite lane with a Ram Rider, and the Rocket there very quickly to shut that down.
Yeah, and you know, Clown has the E-Spirit to kind of lean on here is a great way to slow and stun that Ram Rider. The Evo Valkyrie is another way to kind of hold that Ram Rider in place. But again, when you talk about Mortar just not really being a popular win condition, I'm curious if he's kind of hamstrung himself at all here.
This is the kind of stuff that he was doing during the group stage, right? Getting a little bit out of the center of the meta and playing some things that maybe you don't anticipate. We'll see if that pays off for him.
+2 trade there, and then a lot more having to be spent. So now down 4 elixir is Clown, and we'll see how Sub wants to punish for that.
Clown did win a game with Mortar during the group stage against Jors to round out his 6-0 run through the Sunday.
And I want to see a hold on the Void here. I want to see him play it at a different spot. And that's exactly what we see from Sub, trying not to be predictable. And there it is, late. And it will be enough with the zap. And that's a really, really nice play there by Sub. He knew that Clown would be looking for a way to block that Void. He plays it late, gets a little bit more elixir out of it from the Goblins and the E-Spirit to try to block.
I cannot believe this defense is going to work, although
Clean.
It does put Clown very behind. And there's a Mega Knight set up in the back for Sub.
Yeah, you know, and you wonder how many more of those defenses are going to go that well, Rich. We've seen this for years now, where you see a defense, you're like, man, that was incredible. How many times can you replicate it? And that was a much better job there by Clown, keeping his AQ alive.
So despite the action and Sub really putting pressure on in the first couple of minutes, this game is still fairly close. No damage on the Brazilians' towers yet, but Clown, with a little bit done to both of his sides, 27-64, the weak tower on the right-hand lane.
I don't know how I feel about this deck, Rich. I mean, the damage is really going to come from rocket cycling. You're not looking to get too many mortars on tower. We are seeing Clown start to create opportunities to get those mortars on tower. But as this game goes forward, I'm really curious as to how, you know, how Clown is going to get as much damage as he needs, and then how Sub is going to abuse moments when his opponent has to use Rocket for damage. Where does he pile things up at the bridge with the Mega Knight, with a, you know, a Mega Knight plus Prince plus Ram Rider push? I'm very curious to see how the rest of this game unfolds.
And wow, goes for the MK pull to get the mortar on tower. That is absolutely massive as a connection. Forces the Void out. Clown does have to contend with a healthy Mega Knight plus Queen on the right-hand side. Gets his Queen down, but just like that, Clown has taken the lead for the moment.
Yeah, and that's a really cheeky NATO. It's a bummer he had to activate King Tower to do it, because those Goblins become just a little bit less impactful when they do get on tower. But now we see the defensive mortar pulled out with only 37 seconds left. And that might be enough for Clown, right? Because obviously Rocket Cycle is going to beat Void Zap Cycle. And with that one play, that could be it.
And he's still putting mortars onto that left-hand side for pressure. Really wants to force the action that direction. Void plus the Mega Knight. Demolisher getting pulled all over the place. First rocket in on this cycle. And that might be the victory here. Clown needs to get another mortar down, but I mean, what a game from Clown here in number 2 to get it done. GG, well played. We're going to game number 3.
Man, if that bomber got on top of tower, that would have been a beautiful steal there. Obviously, mortar too high, not going to get that double bounce. And that's one of those cheeky plays, man. The NATO on the drill, the NATO on the Expo. Nah, how about the NATO on the Evo mortar? You love to see it. I love to see it. It's been a while since I've seen mortar be impactful at the highest level. And Sub just got by a incredibly, almost too calm-looking Clown.
Yeah, I mean, that was too calm considering the situation, right? He was having so much trouble earlier on. He did a good job here of keeping this Queen on the board, but these defenses, so many of them are absolute nail-biters, where you're just one slight mistake away. And you see the Demolisher just, I think Sub was recognizing the possibility and recognized it maybe a half step too late. And if Sub does get that Demolisher down a half step earlier, it's 2-0, and we're saying bye to Clown. Instead, able to get the connection on tower, hold on, use the rocket. It only took one, but that was an all-important one.
Yeah, the double NATO was super cool, right? You got the NATO from the Valkyrie, and then that way you're able to use the actual tornado to create brilliant moments like that, or able to use it defensively, as we saw him pull back an Evo Bomber plus AQ earlier. I mean, Clown just really doing all things the way that you expect him to do. Just so well played from top to bottom, doing a really good job of protecting his Archer Queen once it got a couple times, right? There was 2 times early on where the AQ was once picked off behind the Princess Tower, the next time in front of the Princess Tower. From that moment on, nah. The AQ's got to stay on the board. I need that 3-card cycle. I need to be able to stay ahead of you. I need to be able to get 2 Valkyries down on defense, and just really nice recognition of macro and then brilliant execution of micro from Clown.
So looking at these decks, on the side of Clown, Tesla, Log, Ice Spirit, NATO, Mortar all out. It feels kind of like it's ripe for a Hog Rider out of sub.
Yeah.
Looking at the possible counters that Clown has.
Definitely. I mean, you talk about how much sub has favored Hog Rider anyway, right? And then you talk about all those things that are out, like you said, the Ice Spirit, the Log, the Tesla, the Guards, the NATO, the Mortar, all that stuff. Even the Goblins kind of come into that conversation. So I'm really curious to see what he does. I mean, I'd almost like to see him take it one step further and run something kind of weird like Evo Firecracker plus maybe Royal Hogs, right? Who knows? Because then he might be changing it up a little bit. Maybe you think he's going to run regular Hog Rider, you come with a counter for that, and then all of a sudden Royal Hogs become a little bit more impactful. Yeah, I don't know. That's the thing about the meta right now, is it's so kind of up in the air that I love that we're not painted into a corner in Game 3, where it's really felt like that for a long time.
Game 3 on its way. Clown going to open up with bats. Let's see if sub does go heavy once more, or if he goes something a little bit faster cycle. It's Clown going to go with the Hog Rider, and maybe a minor control deck out of sub.
Hog, Evo, bats. Okay.
Okay.
Why not?
Sure.
I'm here for it.
So am I. Obligated to be. Also happy to be. But Mega Knight, and into a Mighty Miner.
There's the Firecracker from Clown. So Evo Cracker, Evo Bats going up against Mighty Miner and Evo Wizard.
I mean, what an interesting kind of a throwback of a deck out of Clown.
Yeah,
I don't think I've seen Hog MK Prince in a long time.
You know, I was just going to say, what's the option there to get rid of those bats? And an Ice Spirit Plus will be just enough. 2 basically untouched sides here, as Clown is technically behind at 29.94.
What's Sub's answer for the Mighty Miner into his MKs?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely going to be frustrating, especially because, you know, you talk about not having a champion so far from Clown. Sub's going to be able to use that 3-card cycle to create pressure, get those miners out, and then also always have the opportunity, like you see right here, to have that Mighty Miner back in the cycle. Biggest thing for him is then worrying about Firecrackers, which, there you go, Firecracker at the bridge, High Wizard. Ooh, Wizard, though, not on the Firecracker, and a Prince comes out. This could be brutal for Sub.
And you look at that, Sub has to play the Poison to get that Firecracker off, and now he's going to have to play to defend against the Prince, and this is going to put him in a bit of an elixir deficit.
Yeah, I like this. Clown goes Royal Ghost to the left-hand side. Maybe he goes Hog plus Bats to the right. I like the idea of dual lane pressure. There's Hog. And Evo Tesla, still good enough.
Clown used to lean on this a little bit in some of our old, like when this overall idea, right? Because you've seen this with this same kind of the MK Ghost Prince combo with Miner. You saw it become popular with Hog. And Clown used to play this a fair bit in some of the smaller leagues when it was more popular. Fascinating to see it here today.
Yeah, I mean, and that also gives him a huge advantage, I feel like, with, you know, just like we saw Mo in set number 1 going back to his tried and true Hog deck. Is like, if you have experience with a deck that has not been favored in the meta for a while, Wizard gets a shot there to even up the towers, then it can kind of be an ace up your sleeve. We'll see if that's the case here with Clown, who is, you know, technically behind, but still a lot left to be played here with 2 minutes of OT.
Clown's
EQ. Ugh.
I'm looking at this and seeing that Clown with Mega Knight this season, 4 of 18 So a 22% win rate. What a choice to go with here. And having so much trouble trying to figure out some way to get past these Teslas because he can't really build those big pushes as Sub is just able to shut down the MKs with his Mighty Miner every time.
Yeah, I mean, this is really interesting. I think he has to create like a an MK plus Prince push, and then like a Royal Ghost plus Hog Bats push, and then yeah, you have to have like a Firecracker behind the MK. It just feels like too much has to happen that costs too much going up against a deck that is really defensively strong and really cheap.
Well, so far so good for Sub. He does have a bit of a large push to contend with. Ice Spirit slows everything down. And once more, this Tesla just holding down the fort for Sub.
Yeah, I just don't love the synergy of this deck from Clown. I just, you know, there's just something that doesn't feel quite right about it. And I could just as quickly see him win this game by some great offensive push. But as of right now, he just seems to have all the answers.
Evo Tesla has to go over to the side, though, and so the EQ might open up enough. Log has to come out for the Hog, but now here's the push and the pressure you were talking about, Andrew. 20 seconds left. Gonna go into that strong side lane here. Good Ice Spirit to distract against the Firecracker. Hog wants to get through. Hog can't get through. 9 seconds left. EQ in. Does the Hog hit? No, it doesn't. Is there one more spell for Clown? No, there isn't. The poison gets it done. No, the Firecracker hits! The Firecracker hits! Clown steals it with no time left. Unbelievable!
61 HP. I mean, I can't even. A myriad of emotions. It was like, oh, Sub one, oh, Clown one, oh, Sub one, and then Clown with the Firecracker hit at the end, just trying to keep up with the DPS, trying to keep up with the numbers. And what a finish! The Firecracker, 1840, 1901. See you later, Sub.
Man, I really want to see the replay to see if Sub could have done something a little bit different there at the end. And that's one of those moments, right, where you lose track of one thing, and that Firecracker gets on tower. This was Sub really in control for a lot of this game. Clown did a great job of putting this one back in contention late, and the defense have been so good. But let's take a really close look here, and we have it slowed down. The Firecracker is at the bridge, the guards, and it's the Evo Bats help clear the guards out of the way for that Firecracker, and we left the replay just a half step early so that we didn't get to see actually the final moment there. But man, it looked like it was the Evo Bats that cleared things up for Clown to make sure that actually hit.
I mean, we were at 25 seconds left, and Sub had still basically not been touched. But then you all of a sudden see an Earthquake and one Evo Firecracker connection come through, and then at the very end there, one more Firecracker shot is just enough. And I'm sure it's happened to you. I know it's happened to me, whether it's been a Firecracker or a Magic Archer, that one last piercing shot, and it steals the game, eliminates Sub. I mean, that is a very, very expensive Firecracker, Rich. Juicy, how's it feel when that happens, man?
Oh my gosh, it does not feel great. That Firecracker was very surprising. I was with Rich. I thought the poison was definitely gonna be enough. I did not expect the Firecracker to reach from all the way over there, and just one little chip. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. This is the Clash Royale that I love to watch, down to the wire, down to the last second of one little itsy bitsy amount of Firecracker damage to take the win.
Well, a big win, because that's going to keep Clown's hopes for this golden ticket alive and move him along in our bracket. Let's take a look at our final four for this beautiful Saturday in our fourth monthly final. Coming up next is going to be Clown and Mohamed Light. If Mohamed Light beats Clown, he will once again be in a situation to essentially award a golden ticket to somebody, as the winner of the upper finals will be not quite yet guaranteed as long if Mo can make it all the way, or if the Mo does lose at some point. But Clown could also turn this into a real three-way horse race. We'll find out more of that later. And then, of course, after that, Morten versus Lucas. Andrew, what a great Final Four we have today.
I mean, that's just such a cool situation that we have, right? We either have a golden ticket matchup between Morten and Lucas in the upper finals, or like you said, we have a 3-horse race here with 3 people that definitely deserve to be at World Finals, and Clown, Morten, and Lucas. But it's just like, what is Momo gonna do? And we all pick Clown. He's able to come through. We all pick Mo Light. And then you go down here, we all pick Mo Light, but looks like the old dogs are going with the old dog, even though Lucas has been around for a while. You and I going with Morten. Juicy and Josh going with Lucas. Juice, what's your thoughts here? Why is your pick Lucas over Morten after he had that great comeback set? I mean, 2 great comeback sets.
Honestly, it's really a tough call. I feel like all Lucas's matches so far have been like, it really could go either way, but he keeps winning. And I mean, Morten's the same way, where, you know, he wasn't playing against, you know, scrubs. I mean, he beat Mohamed Light. But more than anything, I'm trying to catch up with these predictions. I mean, I need to pick something different than y'all.
The truth comes out, the real game at hand. And Rich, I believe we're going to say goodbye to you. I know that you're picking Mo Light in this one. Clown, obviously one of his practice partners. Is there any way that Clown can steal this, or is Momo just doing his Momo thing in the lower bracket?
Absolutely, Clown can steal this. Clown is the guy who I would venture to guess that in competitive play overall, Clown probably has more wins against Mohamed Light than anybody else in CRL right now. When you talk about adding in the team competitions, the non-CRL competitions, if there's anybody who can do it, it's been proven that Clown's the guy who can. Just he finds himself in a high-pressure version of doing that same thing.
I think that's a really, really great point that you make. And I think, honestly, even though the crowd has only given him a 7% chance to Mohamed Light's 93, one thing about that having to come together, Juice, is what do you feel about the decks we saw out of him in the last set? Evo Mortar, NATO Rocket, definitely not popular, but somehow pulls off the win with a cheeky NATO. And then game number 2, we have a deck that, you know, might have worked back in the day, but really didn't seem to come together. Do you think the decks need to be cleaned up, or do you think it was a matchup situation? What are your thoughts?
Ooh, I mean, there's a lot of moving parts to this. I think that number 1, you know, the decks need to be a little bit better, especially versus Mohamed Light. This is kind of a bit of a coach matchup here. We got Mohamed Light's old coach coaching Clown here, Jeebus coaching Clown, and Julesy coaching Mohamed Light. It seems like Julesy's been pretty on top of the deck so far, but you know, the gameplay has to come out as well, and I think that's what happened with that Evo Mortar Tornado from Clown. I think that he went to a one-trick deck. Maybe Jeebus gave him that deck. Maybe Jeebus gave him a deck, and Clown said, no, I'm gonna run my one trick and I'm gonna win. And I think that's also something that's gonna be very important in this match. And you know, like Rich said, Clown very adept in playing against Mohamed Light, not only in other tournaments but in practice as well. So he knows he can win. The question is, are the nerves gonna be a factor as well?
Yeah, I mean, definitely got to have a little bit of nerves, even though Clown never really seems to show those nerves. Mo Light on the other side, he does show nerves, but you know, it doesn't really ever seem to bother him other than in match 1. I'd love to see Momo just go straight to Hoggy Q game 1. I want him to go to the most obvious dominant pick that he started the day off with. I think your opponent doesn't think he's going to run it, and then maybe he just dominates with it in game number 1. We'll see. We're going to find out right now. Mo, bottom of your screen. Clown, top of your screen. Clown just dying to get to those world finals, and he's got a big out ahead of him.
And we see Mohamed Light again with this Evo Wall Breakers minor, no big spell. Maybe we'll see the Monk and the Phoenix as well. I do want to take a minute here and just talk about the Monk in general. I think that obviously during the Dagger Dodges meta, it made sense that it was strong, but you know, I play a lot of Mega Draft. And even with Princess Towers, Monk seems to be such a strong card, especially in this duels formatting, where it's able to really block out a lot of the good cards like Evo Wizard, like Bomber, but just in general, just being such a solid tank. It's so good. I believe Mohamed Light, I saw from the stats earlier, has an over 80% win rate with Monk, with over 50 games as well with the Monk. Oh, whoa, this Prince. That was kind of scary.
Yeah, and right now, Mohamed Light having to put everything together to defend. Prince still on tower. Miner going to be tanking for this AQ. Luckily, the bomb tower stops the bleeding. And a couple small misplays there from Mohamed Light.
Yeah, but he's able to, not lose the whole tower here. And I think that's why Clown is using this Mega Knight Prince deck specifically. It's actually very strong versus these quicker cycle decks. The Mega Knight plus Prince synergy in single elixir can get some mad damage like it just did. But as we head into double elixir, Mohamed Light's going to be able to control this a lot easier. The Monk to deflect the Archer Queen, to tank the Mega Knight, as well as the guards for that Prince. It's going to be tough to recreate that from Clown here.
Yeah, I mean, you're really going to have to make sure that you can demand the guards out up high with the Prince so that you can actually get the Miner on top of tower without having a great response, right? Because if the Miner is on top of tower, guards are out of play, you got to play something like a Phoenix or a Bomb Tower or a defensive Miner, assuming that the Monk is already out up high to deal with something like the Archer Queen.
Monk ability tanking the Prince here. Phoenix doing a fairly good job. Miner getting a bit of chip damage as well. Clown is going to be able to defend this.
That's a lot of chip.
Yeah, and try to convert a counter push. Instead, he goes opposite lane. Interesting.
So Miner in right to the spot where the Bomb Tower can shoot it. Not sure if that's the best placement, but Bomb Tower does go down before the Miner is taken off the board. MK still tanking, so going to be able to even things up. Now you assume guards are going to come out for that Prince.
Guards are down. Evo Zap can be a good counter to guards. Maybe that's the one way where Clown can actually win this game. Because look, Mohamed Light just chipping and chipping away. He's having solid defense, and that will continue unless Clown can get a Mega Knight plus Prince with the Evo Zap for the guards in order to break through.
So now guards out on the left-hand side. We'll see if a Prince comes down in front of this Archer Queen. And it does, technically, because the AQ can use her ability, does sneak around in front, and Monk ability just in time.
Yeah, just barely in time. Ghost on the left line, gonna have to counter that with something. Goes for the guards here. Maybe that will allow the Prince to get something going, but that's the other thing about having two small spells and kind of using the Evo Zap as your quote-unquote big spell is your cycle is just so quick. You're always gonna be back to exactly what you want, especially with guards. A lot of the time we see skeletons instead of guards in decks like this to cheapen your cycle, but the guards are so good on defense, and then the small spells allow for the quicker cycle to continue.
Wow, MK dropped right on top of those Evo wall breakers, but with the help of that Miner, one of the wall breakers still connects. 1509 to 2063 here in game number 1. Remember, if Clown wins this, we have a 3-person race for that golden ticket. If Momo wins, it'll be between Morten and Lucas in the next matchup. Double connection there, and that is gonna do it. That is more than enough to close this game out. Evo Zap on top, and Mohamed Light is just back in his favorite place to be, which is dominating the lower bracket.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, when we saw Mo Light beat Rainbow in that first round, I think we were, I was kind of surprised, but it seemed like the nerves that would have happened in the first round normally actually happened versus Morten in the next round. But now that he's in that lower bracket, like you said, he is in his element and he's playing perfectly. On the other hand, Clown here using the Goblin Curse for the first time that we've seen today, and it just didn't get the job done. I mean, I thought Goblin Curse plus Zap would be enough to counter those wall breakers, but instead they connect, and it seems like that was the theme of this match and the theme of this deck in general that Mohamed Light has kind of created here. It seems like that Monk and that Miner taking over those wall breakers or the evil wall breakers always seems like they find a way to connect, and you see it right here.
Yeah, it is crazy how much those wall breakers connected in this game, right? You look at a card that was literally a non-factor when Dagger Duchess was popular, and now you see it screaming back into the highest win rates here at this monthly final just because of Mo Light running this deck. And you know, this is the other thing, and obviously I wish I would have said it instead of the Hog deck, but this is the other one, right? He's got the 2 decks that he's basically just kind of dominated, and this is the one he's gone to over and over and over again. Just run what they think you're gonna run and run it perfectly. What's the deck that he invented? What's the deck he's been dominating with? What's the deck he has a perfect win rate with? And then he comes out with it in game number 1 and does exactly what he's been doing with it over and over and over again. The Monk abilities, the wall breakers behind, the timing on the Miners, it's all just been picture perfect for Momo.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the deck right now, and I'm trying to think of what actually counters this. I mean, you have Phoenix for solid air, but you don't have a big spell. Maybe some sort of lava deck would be solid, especially with the bomb tower being the building of choice rather than Tesla. I also think that maybe another minor control deck with a big spell like Poison could be solid as well. But once again, it just comes down to those wall breakers. It seems like whenever he's got a monk in front of those wall breakers, you're just not stopping it.
I know, and I'm looking at other matchups and like, well, what would E-Giant do? What would Graveyard do? You know, he doesn't have a poison, but there's so many ways to get on top of everything, right? Yeah. I mean, and then the other thing is that it's such a fast cycle deck with the Monk out, the 3-card cycle, you can get back to a second building. You can just zap log skeletons away from a Graveyard. You can push the tank back at the bridge. Like, this deck really, This is going to be one of those times when I look at a deck that was run by a pro and I'll be like, man, that deck is amazing. I can't wait to go practice with it. And I just get completely destroyed with it because I have no idea how to play. This deck is perfect for that.
Honestly, I 100% agree because I just don't, I look at it and I said it earlier, it just doesn't process. The synergy just doesn't seem there. But when I start to think about like what actually counters it, it seems like he has a really firm hold on everything. It seems like that Monk Phoenix combo, I mean, they got released at the same time in the game, and they used to be super OP together when Monk was 4 Elixir and before the Phoenix nerfs. And maybe people just didn't realize that it's still good. And we're seeing a lot of that today, actually, not only this minor deck, but in other Roll Giant decks as well.
You know what, chat, let's use your powers for good instead of evil for once. There's 4,000 of you watching on YouTube right now, and what do you think counters that deck? Tell us, break it down for us. It's easier to do it when you're not on broadcast. Maybe you're able to go through and look at Royale API. Maybe you're able to figure it out. Let us know in the chat. How do you counter that deck? What would you wish that you had against those 8 cards? If it was Mohamed Light running it, who knows, probably wouldn't matter. But if it was me running it, you know, what would those 8 cards be? Let me know in the chat. Why not? As it comes to this game, this match, this set, really fascinating stuff. Again, Mo Light 1 game away from putting himself in the top 3 once again. And obviously Morten Lucas watching very, very closely. And Clown probably just trying to reassess the situation that he's in. E-Barb's Rage. Great. Thank you, Bob. That's really helpful. Lava Hound. A lot of people saying Lava Hound.
Yeah, I was thinking Lava Hound just because no big spell and limited air defense. But I mean, I've seen Mohamed Light pick apart Lava Hound decks so like unbelievably before. I think that the Lava Hound plus Inferno Dragon would be the one though. I mean, you do have the Zap and Inferno, but Inferno is historically the best monk in Phoenix counter.
A lot of people saying Lava Loon, Lava Clone, Lava Loon Freeze. So it looks like a lot of people saying to go to the skies. Some people saying recruits. So really interesting stuff there, but it doesn't matter anymore in this set. It's already been played. Maybe it's something for people to think about and then following sets as Mo Light goes to Mortar. Hey, all right, I'm going to pay attention.
If you guys don't know, Andrew, really good Mortar player. Very, very big fan of Mortar. Let's learn from the best here. We have a Mortar Drill deck. We have a Knight at the bridge as well to tank for the drill. And Clown on the other hand looking like Pekka. Pekka bridge spam with Evil Ram.
Man. I was just going to say, like, you know, aggressive Peck at the bridge. You take a lot of damage from the goblins, but at least you have a great counter push.
And then it's gone. The Inferno Dragon absolutely slaying out here on everything. And Mohamed Light's going to continue that. That's the one thing that differentiates Mohamed Light from other players is like once he gets damage, like I feel like most players after they get that much damage, they would sit back in defense and be like, yeah, I'm just going to chill now. But no, he's like, I know I'm still up Elixir. I'm going to Mortar again. I'm going to take more. And then drop an Evo Knight on the batter and then take more. He's just continuing this pressure and this tower's going to be gone in no time.
Bro, double building snowball with Inferno going up against Pekka Ram. I mean, it's like, what is this? How is this? And if I'm Clown, I'm just pissed off, honestly.
Yeah, you can't really tell motion-wise where Clown's at. As per usual, he looks up, and that's about as much as we're gonna get. And we do end the double elixir here. A slight mistake from Mo there. I don't know if everyone back at home caught that, but the Evil Bomber at the bridge trying to lock onto that bandit. The tower would have been down if the Evil Bomber was placed a little bit later, but the question is, once again, Can Clown break through? This is the time. He's got the P.E.K.K.A.
Yeah.
He's got the Evil Battleram. He's got the Evil Bomber. Snowball does slow. There's a lot of pressure here. He's looking to be okay. Wow. Evil Barbs are scary.
Yeah, Evil Barb's gonna connect. Bandit does not connect arrows to clean up the skeletons. And even though Mo stopped the Battle Ram from connecting, Clown gets a huge amount of damage. 644, 1211. Mo Light cannot survive another defense like that. 16 seconds remain. Clown needs to survive to get another Evo Battle Ram on the board. I think that is his #1 goal as you see Battle Ram coming down right now.
Snowball drops down, slowing it down. The Void is blocked by the Evil Knight. The Evil Knight doing a great job of tanking and pulling everything in range of both towers. Very important with the Princess Tower to make use of it as much as possible. Both players kind of resetting here. Mo Light, he's in this situation that he knows, though. He's up damage. He's holding on to that damage, and he's continuing that damage. It's up to Clown to try and prevent this, and it's just not working.
Wow, the late bomber allowing the first goblin to get on top of tower. Now it's in poison range. Game over. Clown really kind of closing things up here, almost making it a game. And then does catch the Evo bomber here, but a poison is all Mohamed Light needs. Really, really well played there by Mo, and, you know, a valiant effort to come back there by Clown. Mohamed Light staying alive, undefeated, down in the lower bracket.
As per usual, wow. I mean, what a match. We have Clown's reaction here. He's
he could be on fire right now. Who knows? He could be getting robbed. He could have just won the lottery. He could be on fire. Same reaction all the time.
Yeah. You know, he did great though. Clown, what is that? That's 4th at least. I mean, that's a very solid amount of money on a Saturday playing a mobile game on your phone. So he should at least be proud of that. But I'm sure that he's not content. I would not be surprised to see Clown come into the next monthly finals.
Definitely. I mean, he played really, really well today. You know, some of his deck choices to me were just a little interesting, if you will, but I won't call them wrong, right? I mean, he still won the prior set. But when you talk about this set here against Mohamed Light, I mean, that game #2, what on earth? Like double building, snowball, inferno, the ability to get back around, to get any of those cards back down if you need them. Just really impressive stuff there. Clown had one good offensive push that took like half of Mo's tower, and that was about it.
And it really just came down to that beginning sequence as well, right? Where, as you mentioned, just got so much damage. But also, most importantly, that Inferno Dragon on the P.E.K.K.A. immediately. And if Clown had enough elixir for the Lecture Wizard, it could have been a completely different story. But the pressure was so mounting that he didn't have the opportunity, especially in the single elixir. So good on Mo realizing the matchup. You know, we saw how defending that Evo Battle Ram plus Evo Bomber combo was very difficult, actually, for Mo. But he pressured early in single elixir so that the game would not get strung out very long. You know, if it was gotten to like triple elixir overtime and there was lots of stuff happening, that game could have been different. But instead, Mo is just taking a massive, aggressive attack at the beginning to make sure that does not happen.
Yeah, and like you said, aggressive defense, knowing that his opponent wouldn't have enough elixir to get the E-Wiz down, get that Inferno Dragon out right away. AC, what are your thoughts on what we just saw?
I mean, really, there's nothing to talk about. Game #2, it has everything to do with the hot start. He was able to snowball that into a victory. Even though he did make a few mistakes, it really didn't matter at that point. In game #1, it's all about the Monk plus the Wall Breakers. Try and get the Evos in cycle so that way you get a ton of damage. It's pretty much as simple as that for game 1 and 2.
Any thoughts on the deck to counter the Monk Wallbreaker Miner deck? Do you think Lava's the way to go?
I think so. I mean, only having Log and Evo Zap is something. Yeah, I guess. I mean, chat did better than all of us, so you know, props to them for at least coming up with Lava.
Yeah, never say that again. Okay, never say that again, ever. As long as I know you. Let's take a look here at the bracket.
It felt bad.
Giving chat their love that is deserved. Mohamed Light, he's back. He's on top, and he has done what he does over and over again. If he loses and is sent down to the lower bracket, you can bet your bottom dollar he is most likely not going to lose again. Morten and Lucas, next match is the match for the golden ticket. One of our OGs will be back at World Finals. Really exciting stuff here for Morten and Lucas. Great position to be in. You know, once Morten took Mohamed Light out, I mean, that is exactly what I think Sub, Lucas, everyone wanted in that upper bracket. You get Momo down below, that means I don't have to beat him in grand finals. I don't have to beat him in the upper bracket finals. Morten and Lucas, two of the best to ever do it. This is going to be an exciting one.
So, Josh, quickly, I do want to ask you, it was me and you that picked Lucas here. Why did you pick Lucas? Because I was struggling to find like some solid answers. Obviously, he's a great player, but I want to hear from you.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it comes down to Morten has played pretty well so far, but I think Lucas has played just a bit better. I feel like Lucas, he hasn't made very many mistakes.
Yeah.
And I really like his deck choices that he's ran. When he ran the Royal Hogs, Archer Queen, I felt like he played that to a T. The 3 cannons on the field, how to cycle, what to do in this exact deck. I feel like he knows this meta just a little bit better than Morten comparatively.
Interesting. So Morten known to play. Wow. Okay. So we got 74% for Morten here, 26 for Lucas. Morten very known to play the drill plus wall breakers. Lucas more known to play the piggies earthquake. Who do you think would have a matchup between, if it was just that straight up matchup of their best decks, who would win between a hog earthquake and a drill poison type of fight?
Oh, so you're saying hog earthquake going against drill NATO or minor poison?
Probably like a minor poison or a drill poison. I don't think Morten is using tornado as much.
I see. That's a good question. I would
Sorry, putting you on the spot.
No, this is a fun question at least. It's not like, yeah, I get to actually think. I think I would have to give the edge to Lucas, and I think
Sure.
it has nothing to do with the decks. I think it's just, I believe that Lucas is the better player with his deck than Morten is right now.
I see. That makes sense. We've seen, as you said, Lucas go kind of Insano style with the Piggies Earthquake. I feel like that was probably one of the most impressive matches of the day, actually. Beating a Mega Knight, Inferno, Dragon, plus Lightning for the Archer Queen with Piggy's Quake. Really, at that point, your only defensive capabilities are those Evo Skeletons, which did kind of allow him to win that match, especially versus a Barbarian Barrel. But he did a great job of just keeping that cycle in tow, like in cycle perfectly the whole time.
So one thing to note for both of these players, Morten has won his first 2 sets 2-1, 2-1. On the flip side, Lucas has gone 2-0, 2-0. So Morten has shown a few more decks, you know, and
Yeah.
Lucas and his coach are going to have a little bit easier of a time to try and counter what Morten is going to bring out.
Ghost in the back. So we have Lucas actually with a drill deck and Morten with the minor poison. Most likely Lucas is going to be using the tornado as well, which might give Lucas a bit of an edge here, especially versus the minor.
So Lucas, in his first game of the day, he did run the quick cycle, Demolisher, Drill, Tesla, NATO. Gonna switch it up just a little bit, but still run that Drill, NATO combination.
Mine on the left here in the anti-tornado placement. That's going to drop down right away. You can see Morten shaking his head a little bit when he sees the Monk. Monk is the natural counter to Archer Queen as seen here, which just in general is going to mean it's a lot easier for Lucas to keep his 3-card cycle activated. He's going to be able to get some more positive elixir trades potentially, and it's going to be a little bit more difficult for Morten in general. What Morten has is the poison, though. The poison is going to be a big difference maker, especially once we hit into triple elixir, where the poison cycle is going to be getting lots of damage.
Yeah, we're going to see how Lucas wants to attack this matchup with no big spell and just the tornado. These Archer Queens, these Valkyries, these guards, when placed on Morten's side of the map, are just going to get so much value. It's going to be so difficult to take them out if you're Lucas.
Ghost does pretty good versus Archer Queen. You have to respond. He drops the guards as well. Monk, the minor. Morten doing a great job of applying dual lane pressure here, realizing that he cannot go the same lane has Lucas here. Lucas, same lane with the Wizard and the Monk is going to be brutal. So he's getting damage on both sides so he can switch lanes whenever necessary.
Tesla out of cycle for Morten, just taking off the map right there. Trying to figure out what Morten is supposed to do, because he keeps cycling the Wizards, the Magic Archers in the middle of the bridge, not really trying to... and right there, just outside of the range, that's going to be 3 shots. That's a good interaction for Lucas. But I'm just trying to... Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how Lucas wants to set it up, is specifically the Wizard and Magic Archer, and how he wants to keep them alive on the map.
Yeah, especially versus the Poison. I guess you just need that evil Wizard in cycle. And yeah, the Tesla is also a great card as well here because Tesla does not get deflected by Monk. It's kind of an anti-Monk building. A miss the Wizard in the middle here makes it so the Valkyrie has to be responded to as well. But once again, the Ghost is just so underrated. It's able to stay invisible here and just walk straight past his Tesla.
Yeah, and right there, somehow it doesn't walk past the Tesla. Tesla gonna awaken multiple times in order to take it out, so a very fortunate situation for Morten right there. And Lucas just gonna pop the ability, try and take the Archer Queen off the map, and see how he wants to attack this final part of the game. 15 seconds away from triple elixir. Both players relatively even. Lucas, both of his towers at 2450 HP.
Guards might be the MVP of the day. The guards are so strong after the buff a while ago to not die to arrows. Of course, being able to survive log as well. Guards are being used from both players here to defend the miner, to defend the drill. The question is, who's going to be able to counter push or to break through those guards more efficiently? And I think that answer is going to be Lucas. He just needs one good Wizard or Magic Archer on those guards to line up on tower. But if he can, then Morten might just win this just once again with those poison cycles.
Yeah, it really looks like Lucas has one more opportunity to push. He's going to go in with kind of a fake push on the first one, go in with the Monk at the bridge, then the drill. But that second push is going to be the one that matters the most. Right there, is that 2 shots from the Magic Archer that I saw?
1 or 2. The Valkyrie eventually takes it out, but now here comes a double Wizard at the bridge with the drill. The real push, as you said it. Galba Drill is a massive threat here with the Magic Archer. Not able to stop, but the Fire Spirit connects as a fireball's worth of damage on tower for 1 elixir. Now this Magic Archer needs a connection. Wait a second. Misclicked on the defense. The Valkyrie is late. The Magic Archer connects, and Lucas takes game number 1.
Wow, a rare mistake coming in from Morten right there. Doesn't get it down in time. Oh my goodness, I need to see the replay on that. If he didn't have the elixir, if he was panicking, what the situation was right there. Because I thought the game was locked. I didn't think...
I'm with you.
I didn't think there was an opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Lucas' face, I don't even think he's that happy about the win. He realizes that he probably shouldn't have won. Morten just slightly late on the Valkyrie. We're going to be able to see this replay right here. We see the evil Wizard just tank for everything. You see the Magic Archer. The Fire Spirit and Miner connect. Should have taken the game, especially with the poison. But you're right. The Valkyrie, there might not have been enough elixir. He might not have had enough elixir to play the Valkyrie in time. Maybe he just had to be more patient with the poison there in order to win the game. That is a tough pill to swallow for Morten here.
So did he poison offensively before he put the Valkyrie down on defense?
Yes. He played the poison first. He was low enough on elixir. He played the Valkyrie, I think, as soon as he could, and it just wasn't quick enough.
So what must have happened for his hand was poison offensively. He has Valk, Archer, Queen, Tesla in cycle, and then he's trying to get to the Fire Spirit or Miner or Guards or Log, can't get it in time, forced to play the Valk, and then doesn't get it off in time. It has to be that combination of cards, because if he had any of the Miner, the Guards, or the Fire Spirit in hand, he would have been able to place those on the map. It had to go exactly like that.
No, yeah, I'm with you. I think you had a Valkyrie and a Tesla, which are 4 elixir. You had the Queen, which is too expensive as well. And I don't think the Log would have got the job done either, because the bats were tanking for the Magic Archer. So he just had to delay that poison with his Miner a little bit. He just needed to defend that Magic Archer first and then play the poison to clutch up the game. A slight misplay, but in the highest level of Clash Royale, this is a $1 million league, or you just can't be making mistakes like that.
Yeah. as crazy as it sounds, like it can't be done. That is such a minuscule error.
I know.
0.05 seconds away from being able to get that. That is brutal, but great for me. I'm now one step closer to tying up Rich.
I'm not even trying to catch up to Rich at this point. I'm just trying to tie up with Andrew. But looking at this matchup here, we have Lucas at the bottom now with the minor poison, and Morten at the top with the P.E.K.K.A here. So this is another one of those matchups where it's like, if both players play perfect, Lucas is most likely just going to win just because the defense is very strong and the minor poison damage is consistent. But it is also in Lucas's core to not make any mistakes. One mistake and a Rainrider connects, one mistake and a P.E.K.K.A hits or a Wizard connects here or there, and then it's going to be almost impossible to come back from that point.
And right there, that should be a shot unless he uses the log, gets it off just in time. Valkyrie plus Ice Spirit plus log, able to stop the Rainrider from getting a shot.
Another thing to mention here is that in single elixir, as we talked about before, it's not actually the cheaper deck that is better in single elixir. It's the more expensive deck, because the cheaper deck does not have a lot of the time, doesn't have the facilities to be able to defend these big pushes in single elixir. Morten played this fantastically at the start in order to get that elixir advantage, in order to get his back to the back to make this push. The problem is double elixir comes in at the perfect moment for Lucas, and he's able to defend without a big deal at all, and he's going to be able to continue that for the rest of the match now.
So both towers perfectly healthy for Lucas. Morten's lowest tower is still at 2691, so definitely anybody's game. And Morten finally able to set himself up with these big pushes. P.E.K.K.A plus Rainrider plus everything on the left. Could be trouble for Lucas.
Okay, Lucas is doing a good job of having some solid defense, though he cycles back to his second Tesla to pull the battle ram, but also to take out the Phoenix. Wizard, a small threat, but he just uses the Ice Spirit to tank one shot. That's the first damage from Morten of the game, but he's still not in the damage lead.
It really is. I feel like if I wanted to become a better player, I would watch all of Lucas's games where he has to use buildings, because what he does with in terms of placement is something that I haven't seen before by any player, even Mo. So far, it has worked out spectacularly for him, where it always seems like he's making the right adjustment.
Evil Valkyrie tries his best to stop everything, but the Rainrider does connect, and that is the small mistake I'm talking about. Whether it's a mistake or just a, just an unlucky cycle, he's not able to stop this Rainrider charge, and now all of a sudden Morten is in the damage lead, and Lucas needs to come back, and that's not what Minor Poison is best at. Minor Poison is best at having a damage lead and continuing that lead and having solid defense. But now in Triple Elixir, he's going to have to focus very aggressively with Minor Poisons to get this damage back.
Yeah, and if I'm Lucas, I'm poisoning the left. I'm trying to get a poison on top of the tower plus the Wizard. I feel like in this matchup, you don't want to go same lane, but Lucas is disagreeing with my hypothesis and trying to do so.
Yeah, at the very least, you will get some good spell damage off your poisons by going same lane. I love this miner to the back, too, pulling the P.E.K.K.A backwards, allowing the Valkyrie to connect, and there you go. The damage lead is back for Lucas, and all of a sudden, it's not looking great for Morten, but he's making the plays he needs to. Look at this dual lane pressure. It's like we're watching Roll Giant. We got two P.E.K.K.As on the board with the Rainrider. Look at this Tesla placement, though. You called it earlier. These building placements by Lucas are legendary. That was a beautiful defense.
And he gets the next Tesla up as well, 1900 to 2065. He needs to get a poison on top of the tower. The Evo Zap gonna go in with a miner. Can he get the poison down in time? Ghost going to hit it.
The Phoenix. Wait, the Phoenix explosion. Wow. Oh no, but Lucas takes the win by like 20 HP and gets the 2-0 sweep, knocking Morten out, and I don't know what else to say. That was so close.
20 HP, both games going down to the wire. Who can make the least amount of mistakes? Lucas coming in with the first ever Tesla placement up top in the left corner pocket. I mean, it is incredible what he was able to pull off. we talk about making all these minuscule mistakes at the end game because you have to make 1,000 decisions at the very end. He didn't make a single mistake. Everything was calculated, and that's almost impossible to do. The elixir is supposed to be overflowing.
This defense was the defense. Tesla's already in the middle. He's already back to another Tesla. He knows that, or maybe he doesn't know. Maybe he just gets lucky with this Evo Tesla pulling this Ram Rider from all the way in the opposite lane. He gets the miner down. He logs the time perfectly to stop the Ram Rider charge, but also to stun the P.E.K.K.A. to keep the miner alive enough. Then he's back to a third or fourth Tesla. I don't know how many Teslas at this point. And then he finally is able to go on offense with the miner plus poison. And now he's just saving up elixir to stop this Phoenix. He gets the Valkyrie down just barely in time, unlike Morten in the first game, barely having enough elixir to get the Valkyrie in time to stop the final troop of the game.
I mean, you could easily break down every single placement that Lucas made. The log timing in order to push the P.E.K.K.A. off just so that the miner can get that final shot on top of the Ram Rider. The tower is still targeting the P.E.K.K.A., so had it not gotten that, the Ram Rider would have gone to the tower. The Tesla placement, the Ice Spirit placement, the Evo Valk placement. I feel like...
This is the Clash Royale that we love. I love the Princess Tower troop because it's so consistent, and players have been playing so long with the Princess Tower that they don't have to worry about it. They don't have to think about, you know, being out of daggers, for example. So instead, Lucas's only job, his only thing that he's thinking about is, I'm going to try everything in my power to keep everything that Morten has on both sides in the middle, in the center of his map, so that both of his Princess Towers are able to work together to slowly chip everything down. And that's exactly what he did. He used the Evo Tesla, he used the Evo Valkyrie, he used the Teslas, he used the log, he used the miner, just placing things in the middle, getting everything down just barely in time to give his towers enough time to get the job done.
Man, boys, 2 devastating last-second losses for Morten in a row in that one. And if you guys saw the replay, I believe that miner got one last little hit at the end.
Wow.
There was a ghost trying to pick it up. And I don't know if you guys know this, but a ghost can't pick things up. So real devastating last, you know, you have the Valkyrie a half-second late, the ghost being the thing that Morten tries to pick up the miner with, and both of those leave him just lacking by the tiniest of margin. And now he has to go down and face Mohamed Light. And now if you're Lucas, you're in the strange situation where you are rooting to face Mohamed Light in the finals, because that would mean that you have your golden ticket already all sewn up. So that's the big question, guys. Can Morten do it? Can he beat Mo a second time today and then go back and try to make a game of it against Lucas in a grand final?
Well, Juicy, you take it.
This is a tough one. Obviously, like you said, Morten has beat Mohamed Light once already today. The question is, you know, is Mohamed Light in the lower bracket the same as a Mohamed Light in the upper bracket? It seems like once Mo's back is up against the wall and he knows he needs to win, that's the only thing he does. We see the win rates here. I mean, Mohamed Light definitely the best player in the world right now. Everyone knows that. His win rate is, you know, skyrocketed. It's so high. I mean, back in the day, 70% win rate used to be the best player in the world. It used to be like 70, 75. You were the best. But Mo has completely changed that.
No, there was a regular season where one of Josh's teammates made his debut as a rookie, ended up with I think a 71 or 72% win rate, and that was absolutely unheard of. And Morten here is at a 70% clip, and he's not the winningest guy in the competition right now. So Josh, that to me is just, as Juicy is saying, kind of speaks volumes to the frightening nature of Mohamed Light.
Yeah, I mean, and it really is incredible because when Lapacati, that's who you were talking about, right? Yep. Just want to make sure.
Yes, correct.
When Lapacati came into the league, he had this like air of superiority where everybody who went against him knew they were the worst player. And so Lapa was able to use that to his benefit, and players were so nervous. And at the end of the games, it's like, hey man, like I know I lost to you, but that was pretty good. Like that was a serious conversation that people would say. And right now, Mo is 15% higher than he was back then. So it's just truly unheard of. You're not supposed to see an 84% win rate. It's not real.
You know, I have to wonder how much of that differentiation is dual mode, right? Where you do have more control over matchup. We're talking about in the team era where we were playing in 2019 with no bans in head-to-head play, and either a 1v1 best of 3 or in King of the Hill. So a little bit more unpredictable. I'm curious if what Mohamed Light's win rate would be if we redid teams now and we weren't playing in dual mode and no bans. If it would be the same thing, if it'd be better, if it'd be worse.
Yeah, it's I don't know. How do you beat perfection? But at the same time, you just have to assume he would at this. Yeah.
Drill Marcher for Morten in game number 1. Mohamed Light going to go ahead and NATO. That Royal goes to the middle. If you're having trouble with that NATO play, folks, go ahead and just replay that one. That was the right timing and placement to not give up the very frustrating swipe of the Ghost.
And brilliant
Just
placement
barely
right.
gets the quarter.
Yeah, brilliant placement right there. The Ice Spirit to retarget for the opposing Magic Archer. And then, I mean, he gives up 2 shots, but then he gets 2 shots himself. So a great situation right there.
And a nice late reflection from Morten to capitalize on the reflection to the King Tower, to the Wizard, and to the Princess Tower, opening up a nice lead and putting that Evo Wizard in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, right here should be a decent push, and this is scary for Morten. Morten only has 3 elixir left. That's a Ghost on top of the Wizard, but it's going to get 3 shots on top of the tower. 1046 right there, and Mo, he doesn't have the NATO back in cycle, but he's still going to be able to defend that very easily and apply more pressure with the possibility of him activating his ability.
Final minute of regulation, and Mohamed's starting to turn up the heat. The late Marcher from Morten to get the Wizard off the board. Mohamed Light there to clean that up. And trying to protect these bats. They get taken away because of the tornado placement. And it seems like there's an Evo Wizard on the board every 2 seconds.
Yeah, and I really think this is just impeccable preparation from Mohamed Light and his coach, because this is basically a mirror match, but instead of the bats, you have the Ice Spirit, so it's going to help considerably, I believe, in this matchup. And then you also have the logs, so you can get that chip damage if you need to. You can get the Magic Archer pushed away from the bridge if you don't have NATO in cycle. It just looks like a mirror, but you have the advantageous cards.
Drill in for Mohamed. Guards to cover, but once again giving up Magic Archer damage. It's been a problem for Morten all day today.
Yeah, game's pretty much over. We're gonna have to see how he wants to defend this, and really Morten's in a position where he can't go on offense because Mo can just monk bridge and the game's over. This is basically what happens, and yeah, just like that, game should be over right now.
And you see he was trying to maybe get the double reflect in, wasn't quite able to do it, and that's GG, well played. Game 1, Mohamed Light.
Yeah, I mean, really nothing to talk about. It's the fact that it's a mirror, but he has the log, he has the right cards in it, and Morten confused and probably a little bit worried because it feels like game 1, he was fully predicted on what deck he would be using.
Yeah, that was pretty tough. The log for Mohamed Light ruining guards. No log for Morten against the guards. And really the other half of the story, though, was just the continued perfected work on the NATO from Mohamed Light. Able to clear stuff off, clump stuff together, get these continual lineups with the Magic Archer. There were a lot of Magic Archer shots that Mohamed landed this game where the angle almost fell off, and then he caught a corner. And this was just dominant game number 1 for Mo, and now Morten doesn't really have much to work with in terms of deck selection thought process. He does still have the log available, but maybe that helps Mo put him on something.
Yeah, and I'm trying to see, I can't tell what's different. There's the Ice Spirit and log, and then there's the bats and Where's the other difference?
Wow, I feel like bats and ghost.
Okay, there we go. That makes so much more sense. They look pretty similar. I feel like I'll give myself a break on that.
Yeah, no, the bats and ghost for Morten, the ice spirit and log for Mohamed Light. That's the difference, and also means a significantly faster version of the deck for Mohamed Light, with those accounting for 3 elixir versus the 5 elixir for Morten. So you put all those things together, and then you don't have the log for the guards. Tough spot for Morten, and he's in a tougher spot where he has to win 2 in a row against Mo, and then go and beat Lucas, and then go beat Lucas again if he wants to get this golden ticket. And that's a lot to ask of anybody.
Yeah, and Lucas has to be feeling so good right now. He has 2 opportunities for Mohamed Light to beat Morten. Right now, he is just waiting, probably not patiently. He is waiting to see, and really, especially for somebody like Lucas, you want to see Mo in the finals against you. You want to be able to beat him so that you know that you deserve to get there. He's waiting with bated breath right now.
And Morten trying to figure out how he can make it an impressive 6 World Finals in a row. Made his first World Finals in 2019 as part of SK Gaming. Went back again in 2020 and has made it to all 3 of our solo World Finals. The only time he didn't make it was in our inaugural season 2018, when SK Gaming came up just a little bit short against Team Queso in the CRL European Finals. Of course, his season's not done yet, but he would love to get it locked up here and now.
Game 2, Morten cycling both of his evolutions in his first 2 cards, Evo Zap, Evo Skelus.
Have not seen a lot of Bandit today.
Yeah, usually the Bandit's paired with the MK, but it doesn't really feel like it's always in the MK decks either. Just one of those cards that completely fell out of the meta once Dagger Duchess was introduced. And now that we're starting to see Princess Tower, it's a little bit more natural to see it.
Much slower game than we've been accustomed to today. Both players taking their time to build a little bit. Royal Giant down for Mohamed.
Yeah, as soon as Morten popped that ability, you're spending so much. The Little Prince plus the ability for 6 elixir, and you're not really getting a ton of damage. So I feel like Morten should be a little bit worried about popping the ability so early like that.
Able to clean that up. You saw having to wait for the P.E.K.K.A. to allow the Fisherman to walk into range so it wouldn't get pulled away from the Royal Giant.
Mo Light not able to activate his ability in time. Does he want to go aggressive? He should have the Evo RG, I believe, 1 card away. But instead, just going to rage up his Knight. An interesting play, but I like it. Forces out the Little Prince from SK Morten.
And Morten opting not to protect the Little Prince here, learning his lesson from the guard play last time. Sets up P.E.K.K.A. way in the back and decides to void. Protection will keep the Queen alive a little longer. Oh, and a nice ability to negate that Bandit.
Yeah, finally gets it down in time. If he can protect his Fisherman, which I believe he's going to do everything he possibly can. No, it's going to take out the Fisherman right there. We're going to have to see what happens with this defense. Needs to be able to protect the Archer Queen.
That's a good connection. Guardian will come in. Morten should have a P.E.K.K.A. ready for this, and he does. Fisherman, though, out, and that P.E.K.K.A. is not going to do enough. A great zap, and wow, what a defense from Morten.
Yeah, it looked like Morten was just trying. It felt like he waited just a tad bit because he knew that the zap was going to be able to properly take it out. And this is a really good counter push. That's going to be tower all the way down to 1370, and it's not stopping just yet. This is a great opportunity for him, and we might be seeing game over.
Wow. Wow, what a sequence from Morten to even things up.
We are going to a game number 3. It really does come down to, he knew that Mo was trying to set himself up with that final Evo RG push. He gets the P.E.K.K.A down and gets the perfect zap. He was definitely in control, even though it looked like Mo was having his way with him for a while, but Morten able to recover nicely.
Well, you know, you're in a situation where your only real way to deal with a Royal Giant is 7 Elixir of Mama P.E.K.K.A. And you're up against a Fisherman with some coverage for the Fisherman as well. And Morten just did a brilliant job of using the Zap, using the Void, using the Bandit to all kind of avoid all those problems. And we saw getting good damage with the Void, the Skeletons getting cleared, and that was just a really beautiful, beautiful performance by Morten.
Oh, yeah, brilliant. A little bit distracted right now, getting a cramp on my foot, but I'm fully back.
Well, it's cramps notwithstanding, we're watching some great Clash Royale today, and Josh, I'm going to go on a limb here and say I think this has been the best gameplay of the year that we've seen. Not necessarily this, not specifically this game, but today, of the 4 we've had so far, the level of what we watched has been tremendous. And look at this one get put together here. Knows that Mo's thirsting a little bit and is able to get everything away. The stuns, the stuns, the stuns. And I think maybe a big one here we're not thinking about a whole lot is just the return of Zap to the meta. Because of Evo Zap has really brought us back to a lot of interactions and gameplay that is just plain fun.
Yeah, the reason why I really like zapping in the meta is because it's all about reactionary, the reactionary skill. Can you get this down in time for you to protect it? Is there a Skarmy on the map? Can I get the zap down on the Skarmy before it takes out the Hog, so that way my Hog gets 4 shots? These are, I feel like it's very necessary for the game to have quick reaction, fast twitch muscle usage, in order for it to be a skilled game, and I really like zapping in the meta.
Log, NATO, both out with the drill deck for Mohamed Light, Lightning, and the Rage alongside that Royal Giant deck. Lightning out, Monk out. Does this open up an opportunity for the Archer Queen for Morten? We saw him do really well with that Royal Hog cycle deck earlier. Yeah, we did. The fact that Lightning is out is definitely something that we could see from him. I don't know. It's we're just gonna have to see. Well, we'll get to that in just a couple of moments. Reminder, folks, we do have one more month of CRL monthly finals after this one. You can participate as well, make it top 1,000 on Path of Legends, and you qualify for the next phases of CRL. Could fight your way all the way through that to this stage if you play your cards well enough. If you haven't already yet, you can go to esports.clashroyale.com for all your information on CRL and all of the other Clash Royale esports offerings, and go to event.supercell.com/Clash Royale if you just want to watch and pick along with us and try to earn rewards inside the game. And we are ready. Game number 3. Morten, Mohamed Light, let's go.
I mean, how could you not want to pick alongside these games? This is what we've all been waiting for.
Is Morten going bait? Yes, he is. So if you're a Morten fan, one of the all-time greats with log bait. Let's see what he can do here in a final against, or in a lower bracket final elimination match against Mohamed Light playing log bait against Arrow Zap.
And you have to wonder if we're going to see another situation where Morten pulls out the log bait and then his opponent pulls out triple spell. Mohamed Light could potentially use the Void as well.
Have we seen Evo recruits before today?
No, we have not. This is a first for them.
Mortar does go towards the Fisherman once and doesn't get a shot off. Well executed by Morten. Bandit has to come out to prevent the flying machine connection.
And Juicy's saying potentially no flying machine counter, and that's exactly correct. We still have to see what the last card is going to be for Mohamed Light, but if you only have a Little Prince, you are going to struggle against this deck. The recruit's just placed in the middle. All you have to do is put a flying machine in the middle of the bridge, and you just win the game. This is one of the more simple decks you could possibly imagine.
Giant Skeleton, Demolisher on the other side, and the first set of Evo recruits gets distributed.
I mean, if we see a potential, another reverse sweep come in from Morten, it's clear that he wants it. So excited to see that.
And almost all of that running away from the Giant Skeleton bomb. Now we see the first double barrel. And that's a lot of damage very early. That right-hand tower absolutely demolished, and Morten completely in control with 40 seconds left.
We are going to see it. Mo Light, I mean, there's nothing he can possibly do. Only the Little Prince for the flying machine. All Morten has to do is cycle recruits in the middle, put the flying machine on the map. It doesn't matter where you place it, it's going to get insane value, and that's exactly what we're seeing from him. This is going to be game over already, although he has a chance.
Morten in a lot of trouble here. Does have to be careful. Bandit's going to dash, get on tower. And Morten is very, very low on elixir. He might lose this tower on the left-hand lane. A zap, the Guardian, and Mohamed Light extends this. Morten raising his eyebrows, cannot believe it, and he just got caught thirsty.
Oh my
He's got
goodness,
nothing.
The giant skeleton in the pocket to try and get it to the tower. I mean, it's not going to go to the crown tower, but it should still go to the king tower. No, a brilliant placement right there. And that, I mean, Morten, if he didn't place such a good demolisher, that could have been trouble for him. Instead, still has the lead, and we're still going to have to see what's going to happen with 1 minute and 38 seconds left.
I mean, that is really challenging. Morten had to think he had it sewn up there, but you saw it just got caught so thirsty out there on an island with nothing for it. And that's a nice use of the flying machine to just get the defensive mortar out of the way. Mohamed Light now setting up on the left-hand side. These giant skeletons could be really challenging for Morten on the long run, because there's plenty of ways, as we see, to remove them from contention. And that giant skeleton is going to tower, and he can't do anything about it.
Oh my goodness, that giant, okay, but the fisherman is going to be able to yank it back. He doesn't predict the fisherman. Had he predicted the fisherman, that could have been game over. Instead, Morten giving himself one more opportunity to win.
But he has to protect against miners and against giant skeletons. Evil recruits come out. That miner is just going to town. The tower is distracted. Demolisher has to come out. King Tower down to absolutely nothing. 373. Morten now trying to see if he can put the pressure on with this big push, but the giant skeleton has just completely turned this game around.
Recruits at the bridge. Morten knows what he has to do. Just place everything at the bridge. Hope something works. Trying to go for the king tower, the crown tower, everything. Just trying to spam. But that little prince, it did get nerfed, but it is still a beautiful player.
Flying machine gets on the tower for a little bit, but that's not enough. Morten tries to go Demolisher in the pocket. Goblin Barrel not going to be able to make this thing happen. And Mohamed Light stole this one back from Morten and has gifted Lucas a golden ticket trip to World Finals.
Wow. It shouldn't have been able to happen. That shouldn't have been able to happen. Morten feeling sick to his stomach. Mohamed Light elated. And Lucas is going to be our July golden ticket winner officially. Lucas will be making it to the World Finals at the end of this year.
I mean, I'm absolutely speechless. Morten seemed like he had that one pretty locked down. And 3 games, the 2 against Lucas and this one against Mohamed, just where, you know, maybe the eye came off the ball for a second, whatever it might be. The prediction on the fisherman by Mohamed Light. And this is just, let's take a look at this, Josh. This is wild.
Yeah, so the Evo Zap coming down, I mean, it's going to get a lot of value. Right here, there was an opportunity for Mohamed Light to win the game outright. Instead, Morten making a great play, giving himself an opportunity. He was able to get the giant skeleton off of the tower, but it really comes down to the lack of, I guess, royal recruits that were used throughout the match. I feel like had he just used the royal recruits with, I believe it was about 45 seconds left in regulation, the game would have been over just like that. He just needed to place it on the map. And there you go. I'd be celebrating too if I'm Lucas.
Lucas heading back to World Finals. Absolutely pumped after a bit of a hiatus from that upper tier. Back in it, and what a match this was. I mean, this was a back and forth between two of the all-time greats, and Mohamed Light once again in a monthly final.
That is going to stick with Morten for a very long time. Mo Light, I mean, he only has the Little Prince to take care of the flying machines. That is one of the more wild matches that we've seen all year.
And, you know, we talk about this. Sometimes you get the tower and you spent so much to get there that you're completely out of it. Jackson, I'm going to come to you first. I think you got some thoughts stored up for us about that one.
I'm not gonna lie. When I saw that double Gonbro recruits push from Morten, I thought the game was over. I was spamming in multiple chats. I was actually literally typing up a tweet. Goten is back, and I was freaking out. And then I looked away for once. I look back, and Mo Light's got a minor bandit on the tower. The tower's dropping, and it's like it's scripted. It's like Mo Light's the main character, and he's got plot armor. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's happening.
Plot armor indeed. Andrew, welcome. What are you thinking?
Oh man, I that was an emotional journey. Those last few sets, like it's a win-win. I love Lucas, you know. I love Morten, I love Mo, I love all these guys. But like, my God, you talk about 2 games being lost by 1 hit, and then a game being lost by 1 second. The ability to pull the fisherman, the giant skeleton away with the fisherman, like that was maybe the greatest set of Clash Royale I've ever seen. I was screaming, I was jumping, I was yelling, I lost my mind. I thank you both. Thank you both to Morten and Mo for one of the best sets I've ever seen in my life.
It was a lot of fun to watch. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket as we've gotten down to our grand final. Lucas clinches his place at World Finals with a golden ticket, but still has a chance to win a whole lot of money. Mohamed Light will need to win double, as this is the grand final. Lucas has not lost yet today. Mohamed Light has already lost once, so Lucas a chance to sew up a monthly final championship right here. Mohamed Light would love to make him run it back and go for 2. And this is as classic of a matchup as you really can get, Andrew. Mohamed Light,
yeah.
Lucas in the solo era. This is what 2021 was really all about.
I mean, you look at the matches that we've had from like basically match 9 forward have just been absolute barn burn. I mean, all day has been incredible, but you look at how close these have been, the level of competition, the storied history. There's just so much, and it's just incredible, man. I'm seriously speechless right now. At, you know, we've talked for so many months about, something like years now, about how great Mohamed Light is and how good Morten is, and I just cannot get over that set. I cannot get over Mohamed Light coming back at the end of that game. And you know what? Now it doesn't matter. This set, obviously the money matters, but we know both of these guys don't care that much. Mohamed Light probably cares just a little bit less than Lucas about that money, already having won 3 monthly finals. But Lucas is just thrilled to be back at World Finals, just as I am thrilled for him to be back at World Finals. I'm excited to see him there. But right now it's about putting that feather in your cap of taking down Momo. No one has been able to beat him when he comes through the lower bracket. Can Lucas do it?
Well, I have to imagine that Lucas definitely, you know, I've talked to him a little bit. That extra 7K, the 17,000 versus 10,000 for first would be great for him. And then you add in, yes, the bragging rights of beating Mohamed Light here, of being the only guy to do it so far this year, would be tremendous for a guy who's been, you know, people if there's any pro, like true pro, who's still in the scene actively competing, who people use the word washed about more than anybody else, it's been Lucas. He's been getting hosed off over and over again pretty much when people talk about him and his skills in the community. And so this is a vindication here to add being the only monthly finals winner not named Mohamed in 2024 would be tremendous.
And I love that for him. I love that for Lucas because, like, he's a friend. I'm a fan. And you see how hard it is to be at the very top of the game in Clash Royale for year in and year out. I mean, that's why Morten is such a fan favorite. Whether he wins or he loses, you still gotta love Morten because, like, he has somehow consistently always been there at World Finals. I mean, we might see the very first ever Clash Royale League World Final without Goten, and I hope that's not the case. But if you talk about Lucas, like, good for him because he is an incredible player. He deserves to be at the top. It's always good to have your naysayers go down, and you know what? I'm all there for it.
And here we are in the predictions, and looks like all four of us picked Mohamed Light last time. All four of us picking Mohamed Light this time. And you have to expect that pick. Lucas, though, very live. And this is just the grand final. We will have a reset prediction potentially as well here. And we'll see how that one goes if we do get there, but we got to get through this one first.
And I think Lucas knows exactly what he needs to do. He needs to win this set, period. That is what he needs to do. He has to win this set. He cannot go into the reset. I mean, even if he does go into the reset and somehow wins, that's almost like winning the lottery. I know that seems like a very grand statement to make, but Mo Light has just been so unstoppable in an upper bracket reset, in a grand finals reset, that I think Lucas needs to close this out in a maximum of 3 games, and then, like you said, be the only person that's at World Finals so far that was able to do it on his own.
Zap log to open things up.
How did you keep it together, man? I was screaming.
That's, all you can do, really, is just try to stay focused and keep talking. But I had the benefit of being on
Ice Spirit not be evo'd here. You'd think it'd be Ice Spirit Evo with Skelly's Evo with Royal Hogs, but maybe it's just going to be the Evo Tesla instead.
Very curious to see if that's the case. Delivery doesn't land on top of him. Still brings them all in together.
And if I'm Mo Light, I'm hoping that I have the Evo Tesla instead of the Evo Ice Spirit. And there it is. That's going to do well here in the skies. And you know what? Maybe this is the idea of, all right, people have been talking, the casters have been talking, everyone's seen this deck that I've been running that can't be beaten. Everyone's saying Lava Hound is the way to beat it. So what does Lucas do? He runs Lava Hound. Mo changes things up. I don't know if it's quite as binary as that, but at least if you're looking on paper, it might feel that way.
Well, that works out nicely for Lucas in the opening exchange of damage. 1474 on the right-hand tower. Lucas undefeated today, has not dropped a game. And off to a good start here in the grand final.
Yeah, and him doing it over Arden and Sub and Morten is just so incredibly impressive.
Queen, Delivery, Ice Spirit, Evo Tesla to try to deal with this aerial pressure. And early protection against the Void spell.
Nice timing there by Lucas, just kind of waiting, and then he waits to, waiting to play that Void, but Mo Light knows that that's basically the final moment that you can play that Void and still have any effect, so he drops some protection around it. Really good job there defending. 1593, 1474, as this Valkyrie will get kited all the way around the map, and she won't be doing a whole lot.
Do we anticipate like a zap Void here? Clear the Skellies, hit the Queen.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's definitely the way to go, is you want to try to use your Evo in conjunction, and there you go, Rich. Perfect call there. Zap, Evo Zap plus the Void spell, but I think Mo's ready for it, right? He gets the double Tesla down. He gets the Evo out to pull the balloon in. Evo ability goes off. Second Tesla focused on the balloon. Really nicely played there. And now just a second late here on the delivery because he wants to catch actually the Skeleton Dragons instead of just the Lava Pups. So nice sequencing by Mo, but that's a lot of damage, and that Lava Hound is still relatively healthy. AQ goes down.
And then a zap on the Tesla. Pups trying to help, they can't. 572 to 795, just outside of death bomb range.
And Mo, I don't think can attack right. Oh no, never mind. It's not Evo Valkyrie. Okay, so Mo just kind of holding, pausing.
And you know that Lucas wants to get back to that Evo Valk.
And now that the Archer Queen is 3 cards away or 4 cards away, you wonder how Lucas is going to attack. And I really love the patience here we're seeing from Lucas. Gets out that second Tesla now. Evo Tesla off the board and sets up a lava in the back. Now he's back to Evo Valkyrie. This is really, really nicely played by Lucas.
And goes with the zap. Not playing the Void yet. Does drop it late.
It's an interesting Evo Skeletons off to the left-hand side.
Man, maybe trying to kite the skeleton dragons away. Doesn't get it done, though.
And second Loon in. Should be able to get back now to the Void. Evo Zap comes down. There's the Void. And Skeletons do protect. AQ stays alive. This is an incredible chess match right now.
This is so tense. Absolutely tense. EQ in finally. 33 seconds left. Lucas has to be aware of that problem. He's suddenly behind because he's not even able to get any extra damage onto that Princess Tower for a while now.
Yeah, and I think there it is. He's forced to use the Evo Valk to create some space because he knows that Mohamed Light has recognized where those piggies are, where they are in the cycle, and the only way that Lucas can get damage is by getting a balloon through, getting a lava hound through. Mo doesn't need the damage anymore, and that was just absolutely incredible from top to bottom from both of these players. Mohamed Light did not use his win condition for 2 minutes because he knew that mental game of the Evo Valkyrie was going to be played until he baits out the Evo Valkyrie, and then at that point it's too late for Lucas to put together another offensive push. Just phenomenal.
I mean, a master class. Lucas was playing a phenomenal game. A really phenomenal game. He did a great job of some creative sequencing early on, using his spells in different ways, and then Mo just decided to slow way the heck down. And once he got that little bit of a lead there, he knew that, hey, as long as I am close at the end of this game, I can shut down defenses and get that EQ on to win.
I mean, you could watch that game 100 times and find something else perfect about it. Everything about that was so dialed from both competitors. The will they, won't they that was going on for so long on the Hogs and the Evo Valkyrie were incredible. That defense right there that they were showing in the replay with the late delivery, then the Ice Spirit, then the Skellies, just doing everything he could to protect that Archer Queen. And then the ability to get the Archer Queen back around on the board over and over and over again, even when the Void Zaps were out. I mean, that was just... you don't see anything like it.
Well, I think he realized this really important fact, right? That Lucas didn't want to split Void damage off the Archer Queen and onto the tower because he needed to get the Archer Queen off the board. So there's all these moments of Mohamed Light able to play his Queen in this really advantageous position because he's not worried about giving up ancillary spell value to the Zap and to the Void. And man, just beautiful. You know, both players... I see Juicy and AC talking in the chat. Both players were under 900 HP. They were very low on HP as we entered sudden death, and still we had the slow play all the way to the end of time.
I mean, the finishes that we've had today, the gameplay that we've had today, and the matchups, and almost like the lack of their involvement in the conversation, I think really shows how exciting this balance is right now. I mean, we haven't had game finishes and gameplay like this in a really, really long time with this much diversity in decks. And I mean, you look at the last 3 sets, 4 sets that we've seen, and this is literally what competitive Clash Royale is all about. This is the heart and soul of what competitive Clash Royale is.
This is the best we've had this season, this year, both between
Definitely.
The level of play and where the meta is supporting that level of play. So very exciting to see. Hopefully it continues to trend in that right direction as we go to the back half of our year and take a look at both our final monthly qualifiers and the monthly finals and on our way into World Championships.
Yeah, I mean, I just can't even... It's not rare that I find myself stuttering this much because of how great the day has been. I cannot get over the last few games that we've seen. I'm so excited for the rest of this. And again, Lucas is just kind of playing with house money here. Obviously, he wants to win. But he's already got the golden ticket. You know, the biggest thing you could do now is just take away that achievement for Mo of just winning every single monthly final in 2024. So we shall see. We'll see if Lucas can actually turn it back around as we hop into game number 2 here. Mohamed Light wins. It's an upper bracket reset, a grand finals reset. We'll go to match 15. And if Lucas wins, we'll be going to game number 3.
Yay.
So early look at the Evos for Mohamed Light. Lucas maybe showing bait, and he is.
He goes, that worked pretty well for Morten. For most of the game.
For most of the game. It's just so interesting how Evos really have done this this amazing thing. And, you know, is everything that gets new into a game absolutely perfect? No, absolutely not. But Evos have done a great job of resurrecting cards, of giving cards new life, and without having to think about other aspects of balance necessarily, right? One of the hard parts about balancing Goblin Barrel is you're not just balancing Goblin Barrel, but in a lot of ways, unless you're talking about deploy time or things like that, when you balance Goblin, if you change the Goblins, you're changing Stab Gobs, you're changing Goblin Gang, you're changing so many other cards. Whereas this Evo has suddenly changed things where, hey, you're just adding a little something new.
Yeah, I think the evolution's really, you know, like you said, it's impossible to, I think, release it into the wild and it just be perfectly balanced when it starts. And a big part of that is how brilliant our analysts and coaches and players are, right? They see something and they go, wow, this is a glaring oversight now that this change has happened, whether it's champions, evolutions, balance, what have you. And yeah, I really do think Evos in general are very close to the best they've ever been, if not the best they've been. Also, yeah, what is Mohamed Light playing? I agree, whoever that is in chat. I mean, we've seen him do this numerous times where it's like, okay, that card hasn't been played at all in competitive, like Electro Dragon. And this is a beautiful Evo Bomber. My goodness. The value, the damage.
And then look at this, the guards to protect that Dark Goblin was like a lemming. It just walked directly into its own death.
Gets the King Tower activation, does Lucas, but at what cost, as we see here? Stacking up a ton of damage, though, against Momo. Evo Bats just not quite doing it for him. 960 remains, about 1,000 HP behind.
Evo Goblin Barrel is wild, though. I will say that. It is wild when you split both sides. You're like, what am I supposed to do about that?
Yeah, it's something that you can really get punished by earlier in the game, right? If you find yourself overspending or without a response, you're just in a lot of trouble. I mean, right now we're going to see Mo take three more stabs there, down to 720.
And Lucas going to go ahead and eat that Evo Drag, or the Electro Dragon. And we haven't seen Princess at the Bridge yet. That's a nice connection for one.
Yep, that's huge. And the protection there on the Dark Goblin. Now all of a sudden this pressure can get turned way up.
And maybe going long here with the barrel. Yep.
Yeah. Good pressure on the right-hand side, though. That's not going to kill those stabs. That's game.
Wow. Game 3 on its way. Let's go.
Let's do it, man. Incredible stuff there. And this is actually really fascinating because, you know, you look at the way that Lucas won this game and you look at the way that it appeared Morten was going to win that other game. And this bait overwhelmed situation that we're seeing is really fascinating. It's something that Mohamed Light, it's kind of like a blind spot, if you will. He doesn't seem to have a way with the decks that he's been constructing to deal with the barrel and deal with a Goblin Gang at the bridge. That's basically exactly what happened in the other game. It was like a Goblin Gang plus like Rascals or something. I can't remember exactly when Morten took the tower. And then similarly here, it's an early Evo barrel that takes so much of your tower. And then later, it's just a regular barrel with the baiting of your response and then a Goblin Gang. And that's all it really takes right there. Boom, Goblin Gang at the bridge. You have no good response other than the NATO. That's not going to kill everything. Now you have no good response for the Dark Goblin. Just beautifully constructed decks and beautifully executed.
Who was it back in 2019 who used to get caught by giant skeletons like that? Like they were ironclad. Oh yeah, Javi with giant skeletons, right? Like Javi was ironclad that 2019 season, and every once in a while a giant skeleton would just ruin his day. And right now it feels like this Evo Goblin Barrel with the weight that comes behind it is giving Mohamed Light a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, he's been able to accomplish so much, Mo has, with like very light spell power, if you will, throughout the day. And I think that's something that has been really, really impressive. And it's something that now people are starting to recognize, right? And when I say light spell power, I just mean like the ability to deal with 2 sets of bait cards. You know, he just hasn't had the options a lot. You know, we see Snowball and Poison, we see Barrel and Lightning, we see Arrows and Zap, Arrows and Log, Zap and Log. You know, there's all these combinations that just leave you wanting a little bit on the other side of things.
Well, looking at what they've played so far coming into our third and final of this set, NATO, Log, and NATO. So for Mohamed Light, you have NATO, Barb Barrel, Log, Delivery, and EQ all gone. So it's a very heavy spell set available for Mohamed Light going into our final game of this opening set. Zap, Void, and Arrows, all that we're missing from the deck pool of Lucas. So lots of options for Lucas spell-wise that support a lot bigger variety of deck construction as well.
Yeah, and I'm curious, like, you know, if we see Lucas go to Royal Giant, you know, we don't have Tesla, we don't have Log, we don't have Ice Spirit, we don't have NATO, you don't have Monk, you don't have Guards. You know, those are all pretty good responses to RG. If we can figure out a way, if Lucas could figure out a way to get a Royal Giant in play with the champion, like, who knows, maybe even Skeleton King or Little Prince, we could see Mohamed Light be put on his back foot just a little bit. If you go like Royal Giant Lightning, that might be a great way to break through.
Oh, and that's a big question for Lucas, right? Is what are you putting Mohamed here on Lightning, Fireball, or Poison? Really is what it comes down to, I think, when you're trying to make some of these decisions. And if you're putting him on Lightning, Royal Hog Cycle is open for Lucas at the moment. That's a really good opportunity. If you're putting him on Poison, you still have some cool stuff. Hog is available for him as well. If you're putting him on Fireball, then your math starts getting a little bit different.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, Lucas, a little bit of a smile there, probably feeling pretty dang good after taking that second game as we go into game number 3. Lucas having an opportunity to be the only person that's taken the monthly finals from Mohamed Light, and already we're seeing Momo go back to what was working really well, although he does not have Monk. And there's a Monk out from Lucas with a Fish Boy, so we could be seeing Royal Giant Monk. And, you know, if I called it, I'm a little worried that maybe Mo's analyst did as well.
And Mohamed Light might be running Mega Knight here. Ooh, and that Wizard just walks away from the Ghost. Wow.
Yeah, that's a shame there. That's a type of mistake you really don't want to make.
Does get a couple of Wizard shots onto that Little Prince, but still Lucas has to do a bit more. And wow, a curse.
And it doesn't do anything.
Oh my word.
Ugh. I mean, this has been a pretty ugly start for Lucas. I really don't know how I feel about the curse coming through.
Well, you see what he was trying to do there and just didn't do it. Ram Rider will connect and get him back in the conversation a little bit, but man, that curse could have turned the Little Prince and then distracted the Guardian and been fine, but just doesn't do quite enough damage to make that happen.
1182, 2254. Mohamed Light looking to push this to a grand finals reset. Lucas looking to close things out with Goblin Curse, which I believe has a 0% win rate on the day. Wizard does connect, though, and narrowing that gap just a little bit more is the Brazilian.
And Lucas has to eat some shots there as well, but going to have to spend some HP on that left-hand tower to get some of these interactions right.
Isn't there a King Tower activation with that Royal Ghost Fisherman there? I wonder if that was a missed opportunity or I don't know.
And this time the curse will actually turn in some goblins. You know, I'm very curious what he thought he was going to be facing. Skeletons are out. Bats are out. What are you trying to curse here if you're if you're Lucas.
Ooh, those Evo those Evo Skellies, the curse comes out. Okay, 937. I feel like right now this deck is just not working the way that Lucas wants it to.
And an Inferno Tower. So Mohamed Light with a lot of stuff going right for him.
That P.E.K.K.A. range, though, takes care of the little prince. Now the wizard's able to snipe off that tower. Second Inferno comes down, and a Ram Rider behind. Double connection on the right side. Yeah. He's just looking to tower trade, but I don't think he has enough time.
No, and I think Mohamed Light knows that it's GG there. Yep, he has the poison.
Wow.
And here comes the bracket reset, folks. Run it back. Best of 3 to see if anybody can stop Mohamed Light from the reign of terror.
My blood, I don't think my heart can take this. I just, like, these games, everything, it's neck and neck and neck and neck, and then Mohamed Light keeps breaking the game, and these small misplays from their opponents, and he just capitalizes like crazy.
He's the glitch in the matrix. He's the exception that proves the rule. You know what I mean? Like, there's just, there are so many things about what he does where you're just going, okay, this has to be it. This has to be it, right? There's no way that he gets up again. And then he gets up again.
Yeah. I know. Really, really well played there. Lucas with some small micro interaction mistakes, and that's going to do more than enough to send them to an upper bracket or a grand finals reset here. I don't know how I feel about Goblin Curse. I don't know if it's the best option. I feel like it should just be a zap or something, or an arrows instead at this point. I feel like there's just something about Curse right now that isn't quite what it needs to be.
Yeah, and again, I'm just like, what are you looking for with the Curse, right? What's the target for it? And again, I think that there was the idea he had against that Little Prince Guardian was a good idea, especially for, hey, it's a 2 elixir spell, right? You're talking about a cheap spell that helps you cycle, that does some things. A lot of stuff going right. That one interaction went very, very wrong and put him in a hole he just couldn't climb out of.
Definitely, that's a great call. I mean, you look at that one interaction that probably should have been sewn up, and the other thing that you said is, what's the target for that Goblin Curse? And there really isn't one. Honestly, the only target for that Goblin Curse is like a defensive knight, and hopefully hitting the Princess Tower and XYZ units that are all luckily in there. Juicy, what are your thoughts on what we just saw, man? I mean, Lucas is able to take that back in game number 2. Mo Light after that perfect game 1. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of things for you to say about that set.
Yeah, I mean, it was a crazy set all the way. I think the deck selection from Lucas, as you guys are saying, on the 3rd match was just not it. Mo took full advantage of that. He was getting massive damage on both sides. But most importantly, that Inferno Tower, when you got that curse instead of like a zap, where you normally have a zap in that deck, the Inferno Tower is just shredding the P.E.K.K.A., shredding the Ram Rider, shredding everything. Even the Wizard, can't really break through. Inferno's in a weird spot in the game where it's like, maybe you'd usually rather have a Tesla or a bomb tower cannon, but all of those have been getting nerfed. Honestly, a great building pick for Mo there.
Well, Lucas didn't have the zap available after playing as part of the Lavaloon deck in game number 1. So, Mohamed Light looking at the options that were available for Lucas at that stage, maybe not thinking there was going to be another cycle deck being played, zaps out, maybe thinking, hey, if I'm up against Hog Rider, if I'm up against Royal Giant, a lot of things I'm up against, this Inferno Tower counters nicely now that Zap is gone, and he ended up being absolutely right. Let's take a look.
I feel like with what we've seen with that Curse today, there's got to be a better option, whatever, even if it's like a Rage or something. It's just like that Curse just doesn't feel like it's where it needs to be. But Mohamed Light right back where he is used to being, which is right in these upper bracket grand finals reset. He's done it time and time and time again, and here he is. I think I saw AC say he's going to go with Lucas here, but gentlemen, how are your thoughts on Mohamed Light losing an upper bracket reset?
Nope.
Yeah,
that's my whole answer.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, I was thinking about, taking Lucas for the predictions because I think I would be able to catch up. But I can't do it. I mean, Mo Light, he's doing the lower bracket run, and I feel like after you lose one set to Mo like that, you're just not feeling it as well. Like, the confidence was there. Lucas won every single time. But now it's just like all that's gone.
Let's
I
take a
am
look at our-
picking. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Rich.
I was gonna say, let's take a look at our golden ticket winner on the day. Win or lose here, Lucas already does have his ticket punched to World Finals, where he will join his opponent Mohamed Light alongside Ta and Pedro at our World Championship, our World Finals. We still have one more monthly final to give away, and we'll look at the leaderboards at the end of the day today to see where everyone shakes out and what kind of points they've picked up for that CRL point leaderboards. And then the community tournament points still available, waiting on our Chinese qualifier as well. But we've now got 4 of 8, half of our world finalists set. We'll be seeing them later this year playing for our 7th CRL World Championship.
Yeah. Can I just say that I think Mo is going to win this, and I want Lucas to win it, because Lucas being able to have a caveated statement that he can hold over Mohamed Light's head is one of my favorite things in the whole entire pro space. The fact that he's been able to say that he's the only back-to-back monthly finalist without a coach is like one of my favorite sentences, period. And now if he could say that he's the only person that's beaten Mohamed Light in a back-to-back grand finals reset, I am so here for it. I love the trash talk between these two buddies, these two rivals, and they're already going to be at World Finals, so I'm here for the story of it all.
Oh yeah, I just want to see what Lucas posts on Twitter after this whole thing is over. Win or lose, that's the first place I'm going, is look at Lucas's account to see what kind of stuff he's throwing out there. And 89% of you saying that it's going to be Lucas both celebrating his golden ticket and being slightly annoyed about something if he loses. But 11% of you saying that Lucas is going to take this one in our final best of 3. And we'll see if he can climb the mountain that few have climbed. Can he sit atop a little bit higher than the golden throne? In moments, we'll have that answer.
And this is such a phenomenally fascinating situation we find ourselves in with the people that are still in the hunt. The Ians, the Rileys, the Mortens, the Moogies of the world. What is going to happen in just the next month, the next final? So much to be said, and only one opportunity to claim it on your own. Everything else comes into things falling into place, right? With the leaderboard points, you have to hope maybe you do good and someone else does bad, whereas the monthly finals, you just can take it and go to golden final, or do that golden ticket and go to world finals. So yeah, here we go.
And Fish slaps that fisherman off that miner off the tower. I think the Fish is still objectively the funniest attack or weapon in the game.
And the fact that it like slows you, there's something that's kind of wrong about it, but I like it.
Monk to protect and pull stuff to the back end. And we just have a reflect off in the middle of Lucas's side of the board.
And interesting right now, Mohamed Light just showing 1 evolution.
RG in, Log plus Ice Spirit to try to hold. Skelly's come in behind on the guards. Evo RG, the Zap is the second evolution, but a nice Log plus Evo RG ability takes the guards out, and that's a ton of damage to give Lucas the lead by almost 1,000 HP.
Yeah, that was absolutely huge. And again, we find Mohamed Light using like a double small spell situation or not having a huge spell. That's not really anything to do with what just happened. Just kind of an observation is the way that he's been constructing his decks throughout the day.
First 2 minutes ticking away. Double elixir gonna start flowing here in just a moment.
And I know Juice is here on cast. Now that we've seen all 16 cards showing, Juicy, how you feeling about this matchup with Lucas already out to a big lead?
It's a good question. If it was evened up, I'd probably give it to Mo just because of how strong this defense can be. But, you know, we've talked about it a lot today. The only counter guards in the game that is left is Log, but then Lucas also has the Electro Spear to pair with that.
Yep.
And the fact that he's got a big spell and Mo doesn't makes me definitely think that Lucas is in a huge driver's seat here. It would take a big mistake for Lucas to choke this one.
And a nice Evo zap to maintain position on the right-hand side. Monk has to come out to prevent even more damage coming in. Mohamed Light loading up on the Phoenixes. Phoenix Eye? I know it's Phoenixes, but it feels like it should be some other conjugation.
Phoenix Eye, yeah. And nice damage from Mo in both lanes. Lucas does get a King Tower activation there, but at what cost? 1,600 now to 1,427. Now both weaker towers in the same left-hand side as a lightning comes down, and we'll see if Mo's just going to put the pedal to the metal here.
Phoenix Eye? Not sure. I don't have it. But Lucas...
That's going to get the Monk on tower.
Either. Oh, my word. Oh, my word. The Monk actually does that? The Monk actually does that. What? No way.
No way, dude. This is insane.
I said that it would take a big mistake. I think there was a few, but most important, I mean, more than that, Mohamed Light's outplay there was crazy. That log just barely pushing it back enough. Wow.
Yeah. Like a half tile too far to aggro the Monk, and that's all it takes.
And Lucas caught between two things. Am I happy that I'm going to World Finals, or am I really annoyed at what's happening in this game right now?
The answer is yes.
Yes. Indeed.
Wow.
I mean, I think one of the things we've seen, and we've seen this now with Mohamed Light coming from the lower bracket, doing the same people over and over and over again, there's got to be an adrenaline dump after you're so excited by the win, and then you have to get your energy and focus back to go play against the best player to ever do it. And I think that that's actually a really weird disadvantage, if you will, where your brain just kind of stops working and functioning the same way it would normally because suddenly you're depleted of a whole bunch of energy.
Definitely. I mean, we keep seeing that month in and month out where it feels like, you know, the person that gets that golden ticket is playing at their absolute best. And then when they get to those finals, I mean, whether it's a Mohamed Light effect or if it's just what you're talking about, where it's that adrenaline dump, you know, there isn't as much on the line. You talk about how good Mo is when he gets down to the lower bracket. It's because he doesn't want to lose. Whereas now Lucas, he obviously doesn't want to lose, but he's already won what he came here for, which is the golden ticket. So I do think that is something that, like, should be studied, as they say, because it is happening time and time again with just like the level of gameplay. It just seems to drop just a bit after you get that golden ticket.
So I do want to take it back. Watching that replay that we just seen, I don't think Luke has made a mistake at all. I think Mohamed Light went Monk guards the bridge, predicted the log, and then dropped Evo's out. And then who thinks of that? I mean, watching it again, like I said before, but who thinks of it? Who thinks of, oh, there's a wizard right there. My Monk is walking forward. I'm going to log this wizard a half a tower to the side, and my Monk will go straight to the tower like it's a hog rider. Like, that was actually a ridiculous comeback, and I feel like only Mohamed Light could have pulled it off.
That's been our story quite often. Only Mohamed Light. Right now, it's only Lucas who can stop Mohamed Light from going 4 for 4 on 2024 so far. And can he write this story any different? Or will we go into the 5th monthly final maybe with just wondering if Mo shows up or not? I have to imagine that with a win here in either Game 2 or Game 3, Mo's going to be going for the clean sweep on the year. No questions asked.
You know, I'm so curious, too, when you go back and you watch that replay that, you know, Lucas plays that lightning on top of the Princess Tower and the Phoenix, and it hits the Phoenix Egg, and the Princess Tower right before this big push comes in. And it's hard to say whether or not that should have just been held because, you know, you don't have a spell like a poison that's going to stop everything at the bridge. Also, if everything piles up at the bridge, it's harder to figure out where to place that lightning. But then you're like, well, maybe just having more elixir could have saved Lucas. I mean, obviously, this is just me trying to figure out what he could have done differently. But I'd say in all the things that were happening at the very end of that game, the one thing that felt like a little superfluous was that lightning.
I just want to say that your vocabulary today, Andrew, has been like none other. I have been very impressed by all of these big words that I don't even know what they mean.
They're actually not even real words. I'm just kind of making sounds, and they sound like they're words.
But congratulations, Juicy, on learning something not new.
Oh, thank you.
Here from Andrew. Here we go. Deck's finally set. Game number 2. Mohamed Light with a chance to make it 4 for 4.
Mo Light with a snowball and some skeletons so far. Maybe some sort of balloon cycle deck, or maybe just replacing the log with the snowball in a regular deck, like maybe a Hog Rider, or we saw him play bait snowball earlier as well. Interesting to see both players just kind of leaking elixir and waiting to double time, though.
Our first heal spirit for the day, I think, too.
Yeah, heal spirit out. I mean, we see that with 3M. We see it with Ram Rider. Can't imagine he's running Elixir Golem.
I mean, I've seen people are running some Elixir Golem right now. I don't think that's what he's doing here, but people have been running it. Popped up on Royale API the other day.
Yeah, I think you're right, Andrew. I think this is Graveyard at the bottom here from Mohamed Light. Maybe. Here comes the giant skeleton as well. Lucas, on the other hand, I mean, I think he's using a giant Heal Spirit mini P.E.K.K.A cycle deck. How the matchups would go against each other, I'm not exactly sure, but it seems like Lucas might have a slight edge here, just having the arrows from the archers, and mini P.E.K.K.A obviously one of the best counters to Giant Skelly as well.
And Goblin Giant in its evolved form. We're not evolved form yet, but Evo slot for Goblin Giant.
And even in the clan chat, of course, Luke is talking a little bit of trash to Momo. I love to see it. I'm so excited to see both of them at World Finals. And, you know, this is the 3rd time today, or 4th time, maybe 5th time even, now that I keep thinking about Mo just playing a deck that I have not seen anyone else run, period. There was the E-Dragon deck. There's obviously the Monk Wallbreakers deck. Here's this Graveyard deck. He's just doing it with everything.
And, of course, we're up against Goblin Giant Sparky. And if you're going to pick something that Mo's had trouble with, quite famously our World Finals, the Goblin Giant meta did not treat him kindly. So why not get wild with it here if you're Lucas?
And wow, I mean, this is definitely getting wild with it. That Sparky is completely uncontested, as is the mini P.E.K.K.A. Archers come down just in time.
That zap was so perfect, I have to say. The zap stunning the Evo Archers to retarget the Evo Archers away from the Sparky. I thought there was a chance that maybe that Sparky just doesn't hit tower because of the Evo Archers DPS, and that's over.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Lucas laughing here, too. Lucas is like, yo, are you serious that just did a thing? Did I really just do that?
That's what I needed to do? Now he's going to come out with Evo recruits and barrel. He's doing it. I'm calling it.
That's I mean, if there's anything, I think he's, first of all, no one decried the Goblin Giant meta more than Lucas. Lucas might have been the most vocal critic of that meta. And then we saw him go through like all the stages of grief where he eventually got to acceptance and played in it despite his begrudging frustration with the whole concept. But you know what will overcome your objection to a meta? It's a win, and specifically a chance to brag against Mohamed Light.
See, this is what I'm talking about, man. It's like they're playing with nothing to lose. This is what Mo Light is talking about when he's always like, people need to not play me like they're playing me. Lucas is like, you know what? I'm sick of the meta. I want to try a crazy dumb ladder deck, and I'm going to throw Heal Spirit in for fun because I'm good. I can beat anyone, and that's what I want to do. And what does he do? He comes out against Mohamed Light, best in the world in the Grand Finals reset with this crazy deck, and it just works out phenomenally. This is what I love to see. It was just like Morten in that recruits deck. I mean, I still think he probably should have won that game, but it was also like, we haven't seen this. We haven't seen Goblin Barrel recruits at all. We haven't seen this type of bait deck at all. And let's just throw something at the wall that I know I'm good with and see if Mo Light can keep up.
Juicy. Game number 3, all queued up. We have now seen the most out there game of the day with Giant Skelly Graveyard versus Goblin Giant Sparky. Any ideas what we're going to see here in Game 3?
I think because of how calm and how much fun Lucas seems to be having, that he might just run Lumberloon Freeze, the Mohamed Light Kryptonite, as a meme, and maybe win. if anyone at home doesn't know, Mohamed Light lost, I believe is the 2021 World Finals to Mugi in a best of 3, and Mugi just ran Lumberloon freeze in the last set.
Yes, I remember that Lumberloon freeze very well. And Mohamed Light certainly not happy as he saw that balloon escape and make its way to tower. Of course, got his revenge the next year at World Finals, taking the dub and taking the championship. But you know right now that this feels like a statement year, right? Mohamed Light has won 3, looking to win his 4th, and you know that he wants to even things up in the World Finals championship trophy case with Mugi.
Yeah, I think the pressure's on for Mo Light here. And you can see it in his face. Lucas has the Mo Light face, and Mo Light has the opponent's face right now. You know, obviously, you know what he's doing. He's gearing up because he wants to win. But I think when you talk about pressure and nerves, I feel like Mo is feeling it more than Lucas. Now, does that really matter? Does Mo with nerves really matter? Who knows? He's still the best in the world. But I feel like this is going to be a great final game of the day. I mean, it's a win-win situation for us in the booth. But I'm just... This is going to be a good one.
Best of 1 for $7,000. A lot of bragging rights.
I said Lucas looks like he doesn't have a lot to lose, but he really does. And, well, right now he just looks locked in. It seems like he actually does want to win this. I honestly think, like you said, Rich, that he wants that bragging rights. He wants to be able to be the only person that's actually won his own golden ticket this year, rather than being given it by Mo in second place.
Yeah, that's most certainly the feeling he has. You know, a lot of people get I get DMs from some people who are like, "What can some fans who watch the show? Can any stop Mohamed Light?" So I know there's a lot of people watching right now, hoping that this goes for Lucas. I know one person in particular, though, who has a lot to say about that. And Lucas, the longtime Hog player, goes Hog in his biggest moment.
Does he have Valk? That's the question. Got guards. It's at least a good start. And yeah, this is what I was saying. Like, I want to see Lucas just say, screw it. Let me play with what I want to play with. And we see Hog coming out here in the final game of the day.
Excuse me, don't you know?
Separating the drill, or the bomber and the little prince. That's a lot he's trying to put down the lane on the left-hand side here.
Yeah, quite a bit of a pile up there, and honestly kind of a surprising one. I mean, it doesn't really end up mattering too much in terms of like the elixir situation. And Lucas, I don't think, is going to try to sneak in a Hog here on the left side. He goes right instead, and yeah, just a nice aggressive, calculated push from Mohamed Light.
Lucas not wanting to give up the easy early King Tower activation. He knows that the King Tower is going to get activated against this deck at some point with that Firecracker, but he doesn't want to just give it away for free so he can get a couple extra Hog hits potentially out of this, especially if he can outcycle that Inferno Tower.
Definitely. I mean, make your opponent work for every inch, right? But how to get to the Inferno Tower?
First 2 minutes of gameplay about to pass. Double elixir coming.
Ooh,
so far.
I like
And that's
that.
that's a very nice Evo Firecracker connection plus a Hog connection. Great exchange for Lucas.
Yeah, Mo was even looking for the Firecracker. He just, I think, guessed in the wrong spot. Lucas plays it over the middle in the center, and it doesn't actually target that Evo Knight. Gets damage on tower, and a great exchange, as he said, up by 800, or 600, excuse me.
Lucas is actually in a pretty favorable situation here for a couple reasons. Number one, Mohamed Light is using Barbarian Bro instead of Log or Snowball to be able to knock those Hoggers back. As you've seen already, the Hoggers sneaking through those Goblins to get a couple of hits, whereas normally it wouldn't be, as well as the Inferno Tower is just really expensive to be able to counter the Hog every time.
And also, you know, go back to what we were talking about before. That's a really nice bomber hit. Gets the Firecracker, gets tower on damage, and that is a devastating blow for Lucas defensively.
22, 28, 20, 40. Lucas goes to Hog one more time. The EQ coming in on the later side of things, wants to try to sneak through one shot, and he does.
And he baits out the bomber. Mo really unhappy about that bomber, knowing he's getting in his own head. That is a free bomber and a free firecracker down for Lucas.
And now pressure time for Lucas.
If Lucas plays the game that he's won tens of thousands of times and just stays calm and keeps playing these great high Teslas, keeps getting on top of those little princes, having the guards ready to go for either the barrel or the Evo Knight. I mean, he's won this game before. He just needs to do what he knows how to do.
Here comes Bomber behind this, I think. All right, isn't that Knight trying to lock that in? Decides to switch the lane. EQ continuing to stack up damage.
Yeah, and he's happy with that time and time again. Now just got to find a different way to defend. Gets the drill out, firecracker up high. He is making Mo spend all of his elixir defensively.
Mo might be back to another drill here fairly soon. Little Prince staying on the board for quite a long time, and there you go. Drill back in. Poison plus Barb Barrel. Opposing poison now for the firecracker, and Mohamed Light starting to creep back in. Gonna get this left-hand tower down to just under 1700 HP, chasing that 1236 on his right-hand tower.
Both of these guys doing such a good job of keeping track of their opponent's evolution. Mo Light protects his bomber. Bomber gets on top of the tower.
And just barely rescues his own tower from the Mighty Miner. Firecracker connects. Hog Rider in. EQ trying to make room for the Hog Rider. Firecracker still alive. Hog doesn't get a shot. 796, 973. Mohamed Light wants to get one more drill down. Not going to be able to
back to the
poison
bomber
here. Oh, he can't
Lucas
do it.
did it.
He
Lucas
can't
did
do
it.
it. Oh my word.
Lucas is the July monthly finals champion, the only person to beat Mo all 2024, and he knows it. Feeling himself, you love to see it.
And yeah, I mean, you see the emotion from Lucas so much less. He won the golden ticket. He has no more energy for a celebration right now. And you can see that despite everything, Mo is still so frustrated with that situation. Despite having won almost everything this year, that bothers him so much, and that's the competitor you see in Mohamed Light.
Yeah. Oh, man. Juicy, what are your thoughts on what we just saw?
I'm really happy for Lucas. You know that he's going to be holding that over Mo for a while.
Yes!
Like, way longer than he should. Yeah, I mean, he played fantastically, and it just came down to those early hog hits at the beginning. You know, Mo Light goes for the goblins right here in the Hog Rider. This happened 2 or 3 times, I think. But not having the log or the snowball or even the Ice Spirit to pair with that, he has the bomber instead of Ice Spirit also. He just had a really hard time stopping those hogs. And then the Mighty Miner 3-card cycle as well. Just did a great job of always getting those Hog Riders down and always getting positive elixir trades with the Earthquake versus the Inferno. And then finally the defense from Lucas as well with the guards, the Ice Spirit, and the Barbarian Barrel on the drills. It was picture perfect.
Just how Lucas drew it up. Win everything and then almost throw it away at the end to Mohamed Light, come battling back. And it's very rare we see someone lose the opening round of a grand final and then win in the reset. So tremendous work for Lucas to get that one done in a really phenomenal performance, Andrew.
This is the most fun I've had at a monthly finals all year long. The competition, the story, the fact that it took an upper bracket reset, Morten and Lucas. Morten had to send Mo down. He had to fall to Mo, and then Mo had to come up, beat Lucas in the grand finals, and then the reset. All that has to come together, and we get Lucas on top. I just couldn't be happier. And you know what? Who's probably even happier than I am? It's probably AC.
Yo, Lucas is my boy. I'm so excited for him. I knew he could do it. I knew it. I know I've said that Mo was going to lose in the bracket reset. Like, this is probably the 4th time I've said that. But this time I really meant it. And I am not shocked at all that Lucas could do it. I knew it.
I mean, he did it very, very well, and he did it with a lot of creativity, right? That deck pick in game number 2, Juicy, pulling out Evo Goblin Giant Sparky, that was wild.
Yeah, the Gob Giant Sparky and the zap, though. The zap timing to stop the Eve Archers from taking out a Sparky, retarget the mini pack, get the Sparky and the mini pack hit. It was beautiful.
Well, let's go ahead and send Andrew in. We got Lucas on the line. I'm very curious to hear what he has to say about this one.
Well, Lucas, dude, congratulations, first of all. You know I'm a huge fan. I am so happy to see you back here at the end of monthly finals. Now, I know I didn't pick you in every single prediction. You got to just give me a little bit of space. You know I love you. How does it feel to have another golden ticket? How does it feel to be back at World Finals?
It doesn't matter, man. It's fine that you didn't pick me. It feels really good. Like, for some time I was kind of anxious. Like last year, it got really bad. There were a couple of months that I was pressuring myself too much. I feel like it was just too much pressure for me. I was not handling it, and of course, like I'm all for the jokes. People joke all the time, and I love it. But for some few times, I actually questioned, am I gonna come back from this situation? And I'm pretty glad that I could. I've been having a pretty good year, pretty solid year, time after time, getting close and closer to this objective, and I'm pretty happy that I could finally pull it off, because I think I deserved it, and I'm pretty happy for what I achieved so far this year.
I mean, definitely, you deserved it, man. I mean, you've been one of the best in the game for a really, really long time. And like you said, 2023, I'm sure was tough, right? There's a lot of people out there, because you're a vocal guy. Yeah. People always love to come back and tell the vocal guy he was wrong, or, you're active on Twitter. They love to say you're washed and all that, which obviously none of us ever thought you were. I think a big part of it could have been the meta, right? I mean, how do you feel about the meta from 2023 to now the meta currently in 2024? I mean, do you think that's one of the biggest reasons why you're back where you think you should be?
I think that was more of a mental thing. Of course, I've always been vocal about the meta. Just that's the way I am, and I still think that it's just a mental thing. I think that I was just playing bad, pressuring myself. Of course, sometimes the meta won't be in my favor, but I feel like if I had the mindset that I have now back then, I could have made forwards for sure last year. But this time I made it. I think I worked really hard, and that was a mental challenging thing. It was actually cool, like to be back, because I don't want to sound like too confident, but after I had some pretty good results, I haven't felt this thrilled and this happy about something in the game for a while. I won some lands last year. I won even Mohamed in the land last year in Spain. I won a competition in Korea, and I wasn't as happy as I am right now. Finally, it's like I'm enjoying the competition again, like enjoying the whole journey. I feel really, really good now. I can.
Yeah, and I think it's really cool to see how much
more than before.
Yeah, I was going to say that it seems like you've matured a lot. You talk about yourself first. In both of these questions I've asked you, you've immediately responded with what you could do better, or maybe what you were doing less than ideal. And so, we're all really excited to see you at World Finals again. Now that you've got your golden ticket punched, how does it feel to be back? And is there anything else that you want to say to your fans? Is there anything, do you want to let Mohamed Light know once again that you're the only back-to-back monthly finals winner without a coach, and now the only person to beat him in 2024? What else do you have to say to us before we say goodbye to you, my friend?
Yeah, I just want to shout out some friends. Ellen, my coach, really amazing job again. Riley for being in voice call with me the past few days. Really nice guy, I love him. I want to thank for everyone that sent me a message or were supporting me through these months, especially the ones that were supporting me when I was on my lowest. I want to just thank my family and my fiance for all the support that they've given me the past few months, and I'm pretty happy to be back. And talking about Maul, he's the best player in the world. I'm pretty happy that I beat him. I still think that he played better than me these matches, but it's really exciting to beat him. Of course, he's the best. I love him. He's a pretty good friend, and he was also cheering for me, and I want to thank him for all the messages that he sent me when I was on my lowest too. Thank you so much, Andrew. Nice casting. I loved it. And thank you, everyone. Love you all.
Lucas X Gamer, as we all originally came to know and love him, is now our golden ticket winner here in July in 2024. Lucas, thank you so much. Go enjoy the rest of your day. Go enjoy those $17,000.
So much,
and congratulations to you and your fiance, my friend. So, gentlemen, we have our golden ticket holders all the way through July, and I know you guys are fanboying out on Lucas. Look, we all grow up, we all mature a bit. I feel like this guy is really kind of at the perfect place of maturity, meta, gameplay, all of it. It's all clicking for Lucas X Gamer.
It certainly is.
Personally,
go ahead, Josh.
I don't know. Personally, I don't really want to say anything positive about him. I was really hoping for the shout out, and instead he gave it to you. So that did hurt just a little bit. But yeah, he has matured so much. It's absolutely, it is so obvious how much he deserves it by the way he answered those questions. It was never blaming others. It was always blaming himself. What can I do better? How can I improve? And as soon as I heard those answers, it was just obvious why he's in the position that he's in and why he was able to beat Mo.
Let's take a look at the final bracket for our day. And Juicy, you were talking about Lucas being undefeated up to this point. What a run for Lucas throughout this competition.
Yeah, I mean, beating Arden, a CRL World Finalist last year, 2-0, and then 2-0 versus Sub. You know, I thought, you know, these players might be pretty close depending on how much they've been practicing. And obviously, Lucas has been grinding. And then 2-0 versus Morten. I mean, that was a huge surprise too, since Morten beat Mohamed Light and then losing versus Mo. I mean, you talked about it during the cast. Like, after coming back to win in a best of 3 after losing already to Mo, I mean, that takes some mental fortitude that not many people have.
Well, able to keep it strong and steady in those very, very difficult moments. And let's take a look at the predictions. And Josh, I want to shake your hand for being also very good at predicting, as you and I are the co-champions here in July.
No. No. I'm by myself. I was the only one who said in the bracket reset that Lucas was going to win. The graphics are wrong.
Did we vote on the bracket reset? I don't remember even voting on the bracket reset. Did I? Oh, maybe I did. You know what? I'll give it to you. Know what, Josh? You need this one.
No, don't say that you're giving it to me.
You need this. I know you need this.
I don't know. I'm hearing from the producer it doesn't count. We didn't get one. I don't know. I mean, technically we thought Josh was pulling for him, but we didn't get. I don't know. I don't think we can give it to AC. I don't think we give it to him.
I'm so sick.
And
Lucas,
you know what?
thanks me, and Rich and Josh tie. It's a
yeah. Let's take a look at our golden ticket winners. People who did win in our Clash Royale competition, not those who claim to have won in a prediction competition. Mohamed Light, no longer the undisputed every single month champion, but still has 3 under his belt and a trip to World Finals. Ta and Pedro now joined by Lucas, who rounds out the first half of our golden ticket winners. We still have half of those tickets to award. Next month's final will be the last chance for someone to win a monthly and get a golden ticket. So if you have not yet even played CRL, you could come through and win this whole thing next month and go to World Finals. We also have our points leaderboard. Let's take a look and see what we have. After a great bit of work this weekend, Morten moves up to 3rd place with 280. Not much movement for Sub there, staying at 7th place. And now it will really all come down to what Adriel does this upcoming August. Does he put up enough points to fend off Mugi, Morten, and Ian? One of those 3, I'm going to tell you guys right now, one of those 3 is almost assuredly making it to our top 8 next month. So the question is, what the heck does Adriel do?
Absolutely stacked. I mean, it's one of those things where you want every single one of them to be able to go to World Finals, and obviously that's not going to be the case. Most likely they'll just be, at best, 2 of them, right? One of them somehow gets community, the other one somehow gets leaderboard points, or one of them wins a ticket and the other one gets that. But either way, the competition is absolutely coming down to the wire here, as we are just over halfway through our year and very close to World Finals.
Juicy, final thoughts on what has been a wild and fun day here at Clash Royale League.
My final thoughts is the same as the beginning. I'm loving this new meta. I'm so excited. I love to watch the players play, you know, the quote-unquote old school Clash Royale League decks with the Hog Rider, with the Minor Poison, with the Drill. It's just great to see these players play, as well as to see Lucas and someone else winning a monthly final. It was a great cast.
Josh, one-word answer, hot seat question. Who wins the August monthly final golden ticket?
Does count? Wow, I've got nothing. Sandbox, there we go.
Sandbox for the win. Andrew, do you concur?
Probably not. I love Sandbox, his fellow South Korean as well, but I just don't see it happening for him in the last month. Could it happen? Absolutely, and I am with Juicy here. This was a phenomenal cast because of an incredible meta. The only thing was, did we get that 1% Cannoneer? We didn't get it. We only got Princess all day. I'd love to see all the tower troops being worked into the mix, but we can't have everything, especially when you have a day like today.
What a beautiful day it was. Of course, one more month of CRL finals coming at you next August. If you haven't yet, subscribe to this channel, turn on notifications, make sure you get the alert when we come back here to give away our final golden ticket. You can also go to esports.clashroyale.com to find out how to participate in Clash Royale Esports, or events.supercell.com/Clash Royale to pick, play along, and win rewards inside the game as you enjoy Clash Royale League. That's it for this month for everybody here. For Joshua, AC Sharon, Jackson, Juicy, J Wall, Andrew Guy, I'm Rich Slayton. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you back here for our August championship.
And there's another RG in cycle.
Second RG down. Lucas gonna go with the straight victory. 2 up, 2 down, and I love
That little tilt of the face, little grimace.
And Morten gets the reverse sweep against Mohamed Light and stays alive in the upper bracket. What a freaking game, ladies and gentlemen. That is what this is all about.
No, it doesn't. Is there one more spell for Clown? No, there isn't. The poison gets it done. No, the firecracker hits! The firecracker hits! Clown steals it with no time left. Fly Machine gets on the tower for a little bit, but that's not enough. Morten tries to go Demolisher in the pocket. Goblin Barrel not going to be able to make this thing happen, and Mohamed Light stole this one back from Morten and has gifted Lucas a golden ticket trip to World Finals.
Lucas
Can't
did
do
it.
Oh my word.
Lucas is the July monthly finals champion, the only person to beat Mo all 2024, and he knows it.